sitting back wondering why you been coming round cutting me. And now my blood bleeds quicker than my heart beats. Trying to lose track of the sirens, trying to make my way back to the silence. You got a one-track mind like a driving. I can hear the graveyard sing, now you got me flatline. Trying to make my way back to the silence. Suddenly, I've been sitting back wondering why you been coming round cutting me. And now my blood bleeds quicker than my heart beats. Suddenly, I've been sitting back wondering why you been coming round cutting me. And now my blood bleeds quicker than my heart beats. Blood bleeds quicker than my heart beats. And my blood bleeds quicker than my heart beats. 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 10 feet deep, but I'm far from grounded. Losing my feet and I keep on drowning. On a one-way street, you got me surrounded. You got a one-track mind like a driving. I can hear the graveyard sing, now you got me flatline. Trying to make my way back to the silence. Suddenly, I've been sitting back wondering why you been coming round cutting me. And now my blood bleeds quicker than my heart beats. Suddenly, I've been sitting back wondering why you been coming round cutting me. And now my blood bleeds quicker than my heart beats. 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 Suddenly, you've been coming round cutting me. My blood bleeds quicker than my heart beats. Suddenly, you've been coming round cutting me. My blood bleeds quicker than my heart beats. Suddenly, I've been sitting back wondering why you been coming round cutting me. And now my blood bleeds quicker than my heart beats. 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 Blood bleeds quicker than my heart beats.
This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy and other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised. Today, 4 teams will take the stage and fight for the same goal. Move on to the playoffs for a shot against the #1 seeds. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Day 3 of Masters Shanghai, coming at you live from the VCT studio. Of course, the current person yelling at you right now, I'm Golden Boy. You got Mimi and Kukuka back again to have some fun. We are going to have some fun today because there's some good matches.
That building is so cool.
It actually is super cool.
Like the whole, I've noticed a lot of the skyscrapers here have that with like the kind of one cutout piece. It's very interesting architecturally.
Yeah.
You know what's also very interesting?
What?
Qualifying, right?
Oh,
yeah.
look at that.
Visitors are going to be qualifying.
You have more time to look at the buildings if you qualify.
Exactly.
Bring it
and
in.
also, you know, time off to prep and prepare for the event.
And, you know, and all that stuff. Yeah, we don't want to dive into all that stuff. The buildings, though.
Let me tell you.
All right. All right, folks. Let's go ahead and talk about how we got here and what happened on the stage yesterday. Because first, we had an awesome battle between Aspas and Texture. And then, of course, you know, we were really seeing how the HyperX boys are really rallying for their Pacific brothers. Actually, they posted something on Twitter that was pretty funny. Just all that love and support. Look at that. All the love and support for Gen.G from your friends.
Love and support would be that viscous.
As a salad enjoyer, I wouldn't eat that salad. That doesn't look like it's
Yeah,
very yummy.
that's just like a wad of oil. Anyway, well, let's dive into the matchup, though. A what?
I don't think oil can be wadded.
That doesn't matter. Let's talk about the game.
Yeah, let's talk about the game. This is a great match. Lev, I think, started off with Icebox. They had a really good read on Gen.G, had massive performances from players like Aspas and Tex. But then as we got deeper into this map, well, Gen.G had 2 of their strongholds back-to-back with Lotus and with Breeze, and ended up closing out there, which brought us to this Team Heretics game where they really proved how good they are even with these roster changes.
Yeah, exactly. We were so excited to finally see Wood playing on that duelist. We were, you know, expectations were through the roof, and he definitely delivered with the Jet and with the Raze. You know, struggled a bit there on Sunset though, but you know, they ended up closing it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think people are going to be big fans of Woot, but like this tweet is saying from Weber, their assistant coach, Patatek was really the guy who impressed me. His aim was so crisp, his utility was on point, and I feel like playing like the Flash Initiator is kind of a hard role to slot back into a team if you haven't been really scrimming with them constantly, if you haven't had that time to develop synergy with your duelist player, but he just came right back out swinging. Truly the super sub for this Team Heretics roster.
Yeah, exactly, and it's kind of poetic, right? That they're playing against G2, especially Patatek coming in. I don't think it's like.
Because he played for a very different G2 back in the year.
It doesn't matter, but we remember. We were there. We know that you were fans back there. We were fans back there, and it's kind of
First strike Europe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Crazy time.
That was a long, long time ago. The 5 players on the team have nothing to do with it, but I love the fact that it is a thing, of course. Let's go ahead and take a look at the schedule, though, and what we're going to be checking out here today, as well as our bracket. So, you know, we do have big matches. You know, all the 1-0s are going to be playing against each other today. Gen.G, FPX, and then it's going to be G2 versus Team Heretics. Honestly, both games are going to impress. I'm excited to see what G2 can do here against Heretics, especially with a Voot that's just fragging. And then FPX playing in a home crowd, you know, against Gen.G is going to be quite exciting.
And if you win today, you get basically 4 days off. The next 2 days of group qualification.
Wow, yeah.
And then 2 days after that for the 2 dark days for the event. So that is a massive boom for these teams to be able to have that day off to rest and recuperate and then focus on scrimming and prepping for the playoff teams.
And especially for a team like Heretics that they said that they have like one day to brag, maybe one map. Yes, they do have that experience with Patatek, but especially after playoffs, how everything was so tied up, how they had to get their visas and they had some issues, I'm sure that they would love to have some time.
Because even though we're only just...
And not to do any sightseeing.
Yeah, a little bit. I think having one day off is actually huge for teams. And I imagine most coaches will give that little bit of a moment because the schedule's packed, right? Teams land after for some, like a 12, 20-hour travel day, and then you're like, you're doing media days, you're doing scrims, you're immediately playing in matches. It's really tough. So that rest time is actually massive.
Yeah, there's so much more that goes behind the scenes at these events, and I think the fans at home probably realize, right? So there's a lot of business, a lot of busy work, if you will. So these teams are certainly going to be looking forward to that. What happened?
You got a borpa. You got a borp.
The borp, the busy work. All right, well, all throughout the event, make sure you wonderful people are using that hashtag VCT as well as VALORANT Masters, so we can go ahead and feature your stuff on the show, and then you can maybe see yourself on the stream, and then tell your mom about it, and be like, hey, Mom, look at me. Look what I've achieved.
We'll be proud of you, too.
Exactly. We got you covered there, buddy. And while you're at it, scan the QR code. It's going to pop up here, over there, in a second. There it is. Look at that. It's like magic. All right, scan the QR code. Take part in today's Mastercard fan poll because we want to know which team has impressed you the most in the Swiss stage. Is it FPX, Gen.G, G2, or Team Heretics? Cast your vote now. Let your voice be heard. There it is.
There's no wrong answer. Right?
There's no wrong answer.
No.
Who has impressed you?
I think Gen.G's a wrong answer.
Do you think Gen.G hasn't impressed you?
I think they've met expectations.
Oh, so because they've always been impressive.
Maybe people are rating Lev higher.
Yeah.
The thing is, I read like who has impressed you the most is who has like been better than expectations. I feel like Gen.G has met expectations thus far.
That's fair.
Okay, yeah, it's completely fair. But FPX like.
But they still played great.
Win, Heretics winning, with the sub, but against the
G2 with the incredible comeback. There are a lot.
That was the first global win for both Team Heretics and G2 in their last match.
Exactly. So you got a lot of choices.
Yeah, but Gen.G.
Got a lot of choices. Get out there and vote. All right. So look, guys, we've been here for a while. Okay, we've been enjoying the sites a little bit, so we figured we'd do a little pop quiz. We like to do this stuff.
I love quizzes.
Because if there's one thing video game broadcasts have is quizzes. So let's see. We got some buzzers standing by. Look at that.
It's really disruptive.
Oh, this is my personal hell.
I'm just gonna put it away because I feel like I'm gonna deafen someone.
We got multiple choice questions. These knuckleheads got some buzzards. Nothing can surely go wrong. Buzzards.
Wait, can we have some
I like
rules?
making the quizzes. I don't like.
Put it on the edge.
Put it on the edge. All right.
Okay.
We have to follow the rules. All right. First question. Thankfully, I don't have to participate because I ain't going to front. I know nothing. All right. Standing at 632 meters tall, Shanghai Tower is the blank tallest building in the world. Third, fifth, sixth, or eighth. Buzz. Mimi.
Third.
I'm going to go with fifth, just to give a different one. I was going to go with third.
Okay,
That's complete guess.
All right, let's see. Survey says, what is it? Because what is it? There you go. Sorry, I can't speak English properly. There it is. Third, Mimi. She's your winner, man. I miss our soundboard.
Beautiful.
Our America's soundboard. We just need all the sound effects. All right, next question.
That's insane.
Yeah, that is actually.
We have to go.
That's massive.
If the teams win, do we get 4 days off as well?
No, we have to keep working.
Burj Khalifa's won.
All right, next question. Roll it. Let's see what we got here. All right, what is the city flower of Shanghai? Is it the Osmanthus fragrans, the Yulon magnolia, the rhododendron, or the lily?
I have no idea, but I'm going to go for the second one because I like
the Yulon magnolia.
Yeah.
All right, Mimi.
I think she's probably right, but I'm going to guess number one. It's probably a made-up word.
The Osmanthus fragrans.
That's definitely
That was my nickname back in high school. All right, let's see.
What? The third one, now you see.
It's probably, it's the Yulon. Oh, we're tied 1-1.
It was a very cool name. It matches the city.
Yeah, we're tied 1-1. This is it. The tension is on. We got
real
one
flowers,
more.
all of them?
Yeah, the Yulon. You don't know about the Yulon magnolia?
No,
I know all about the Yulon magnolia.
What color is
At least I need to see that one.
It's a color. It's one of the colors. All right, next question. Let's go ahead and roll it. Let's see what we have. Shanghai has the most blank of any city in the world. Bookstores, cosmetic shops, gas stations, or coffee shops. Mimi.
Coffee shops?
Coffee shops, she says. Kakuka.
I'm going to go for cosmetics, and I'm going to hope that's right.
Yeah.
Because
I'm going to go with bookstores. I would like to think that everyone here likes it.
There's a lot of libraries around. We went to the mall the other day, and there was a library like outside, just
like a
kind of
library or books, like a public library. That's cool. I'm a big library head.
All right, big library head over here. Survey says, what do we have? Who's the right answer? Coffee shops.
Jeez,
they're everywhere.
Wait, 8,530.
But that's not a lot. It's I mean, it's not a lot for most of the world. But it's a city of the third biggest city in the world by population.
And I completely understand.
29 million people.
But I mean, that's a lot of choice.
I mean, what is that per capita? 29 million. That's like.
And everyone's just going to Starbucks.
I thought you were about to run the numbers.
I'm not that good at math.
All right.
Someone run that.
Great.
We hope you guys had fun with that as well. But, you know, look, here's the deal. We've had a few days to settle in. Good job. Mimi's your winner. Congratulations. Golf claps across the board. But we've had a few days here to settle in and adjust to the culture change. But here's the thing. FPX's Autumn actually got a little bit of a head start. A year head start, as a matter of fact. Because Achilleo sat down with the Aussie sensation to talk about the experience of joining a Chinese roster. Come on. No, give me the...
Everybody, Achilleos here, and I'm sat down with Autumn from FPX. So, hey, pleasure to meet you, and it's awesome to be back here in Shanghai. You've been here now for quite some time, and I'm curious, how has the acclimation been for you? Obviously, Yinsu caught up with you over at Madrid, you know, checked in on how your Mandarin was going, how much you were able to learn there, but what's it just been like just getting used to living in this city?
Yeah, I mean, definitely different, like, from my hometown, Australia. Not accustomed to the language, food. It's a bit different, like not being able to communicate to people that easily. But over like the past year, I guess now, is gotten a lot better. I've got used to the food. I've gotten used to a bit of like Chinese. It's not the best yet, but still I can communicate a little bit. Yeah, work in progress. That's right. And yeah, I think like I've just got a bit accustomed to living here and like the practice and stuff. Yeah,
that's awesome. I mean, the more that you're just kind of involved in it, the faster it kind of comes to you. You know, as somebody who's been living in Korea for about 8 years after being in the States for the rest of my entire life, I'm right there with you. So I understand kind of what that process is like. So it's good to see that it's coming along well. What do you think the fan reception has been like for you from joining the team? Did you ever feel like you had to prove yourself to the Chinese fans, or do you feel like they were really welcoming from the outset?
I think a mixture of both. Like, they're definitely welcoming, but as like I guess a import, like maybe the players would be thinking of like imports, maybe like Demon One or like Yay, and these players had already proven themselves and not have much of a big following and stuff. So when I first got here, yeah, definitely I feel like I had to prove something, and the placements of my team have been pretty good. So I've got quite a lot of fans here now, so it's great.
Awesome. I mean, it feels like, yeah, you certainly have proven yourself at this point. You know, international appearances, taking down EDG, being that second team coming into this event, it seems like that has been going your way. But on a similar note, you know, now getting that acceptance of the fans, do you feel like, given that you've been here for about a year, that you're now going into this event, getting ready to play in front of that home crowd, have that home crowd advantage behind you?
Yeah, definitely. I feel like we have a bit of an advantage being that also no travel, as well as the fans. Definitely the fans are going to be rooting for us.
Awesome.
I definitely feel that.
Do you have any message not to put you on the spot, do you have anything that you want to say to the fans ahead of that?
Just thank you for all the support. It means the world to me and my team, and keep supporting us.
Awesome. I have one last quick note. We have seen since Madrid some changes for the team as far as your roles are concerned. I'm just curious, where did that come from? Was that a player-based decision? Was that the coaching staff? Was it the Berlin mastermind, as everyone likes to say? Like, what kind of brought along that normalization? Because it seems like it's been working really well for you.
I think just like we wanted to try new things because we were sure that the meta would change, and that has recently the Viper nerf and stuff. So we thought that maybe me going to a more flex role would mean that we can play like double initiator, and that means like Life can just focus on getting more kills and stuff because he's a really good duelist. So we just thought that if I can play flex, that we can also have double initiator, and it seems, yeah, it's been working out.
Our last question, can we expect more Clove?
Yes. Yes.
All right. I love to hear that. I'm sure the fans are going to love to hear that as well. Well, Autumn, thank you for sitting down with me. Best of luck in the matches.
Thank you.
All right, well, let's go ahead and get into the opener and talk about FPX. Now, day one was full of firsts, right? You heard Autumn talk about it. Well, they did it. They managed to pull out the clove, right, on the global stage. And on top of that, they got their first global map win, their first global match win, all in front of the home crowd. So this team has been popping off, but one guy in particular truly has been the life of the party, so to speak, for this team.
That.
You like that?
Absolutely love that.
It's good.
Yeah.
I worked on that all week.
Big thumbs down from me.
How dare you? I will punch you in the neck.
We don't allow that. No, but yeah, Life definitely. I mean, we've seen crazy plays all over the board. I think that he struggled a bit when he came to that first map. But hey, since then, I think that it's also kind of brilliant that Autumn says they need some flexibility in the team when they play 3 controllers. Like, do you really need to flex? Like, it's good to know that there's going to be more plans, but what we've seen so far has been spectacular, and I really feel that there is a buff coming in with all the crowd standing behind them.
Yeah, there absolutely is. Also getting to play play at home, kind of sleep in your own bed, be familiar with the food you're eating, and kind of your sleep schedule. All these little things are so important to really perform at that top level. But Life is such an important player to this team because I think they're a squad defined by like their little ideas in the mid round. In particular, I think of them playing like the Sunset with the Yoru, where they do like these little like Harbor Cascade Yoru TP combos to take space in a way no other team is really doing. And Life is kind of the epitome of all of that. And he gets set up really well in these plays. But he's also like the ultimate high risk, high reward player. Like at least 2 or 3 times a game, you're just gonna get the round where you watch his play and just have no idea what he's thinking other than just like complete overconfidence. But then the other times he does that and it just works. And yesterday, the other day when FPX plays was one of those days where it felt like every one of those risky plays was paying off for him.
Yeah, because people are not used to seeing that kind of thing. It's very high risk,
so
high reward. It's disruptive, it's chaotic, right? And if they can find a way to like channel that chaos into their favor, it becomes very, very dangerous to go up against not only a player like that, but a team overall like this. I agree with you. I think that Berlin has to have a massive brain because we know that the triple controller is something very disruptive, but the way that they're using it, it really looks like everything is intentional, even sending Life on a suicidal mission.
Yeah, that's completely fair here, but Life has been having a great event so far. Maybe he could keep that going today. We were seeing him on the Clove, right? Really put that work in. And yeah, as you guys were talking about before, this is the kind of guy who's just always there, front and center, just trying to get, his hands dirty in the action.
I do think that kind of my biggest worry with FPX is once more and more teams are seeing how they play, once more teams are able to kind of scrim against them and get used to their style, I think they become easier and easier to beat. I think the hardest time to play FPX is the first time you're playing them. They're very similar to HyperX in that regard.
But then don't you think it will be very, very interesting now that they've won, now that they're going to play more matches, to see how they adapt on top of that? Do you expect them to be aggressive, to go in this crazy place? Now imagine that Gen.G is going to be super prepared for that they're going to give them the time and the space and they're just going to be waiting for them. What is FPX going to do then? That is what I want to see.
I also think that they're like the one team thus far we've seen that believes that the Viper nerf is actually like an important thing that they're looking to change a lot of their strategies around. We've already seen them shift one comp to not play Viper and say in interviews that they're taking those nerfs seriously. So I'm looking now towards their other maps, things we might see today, like their Lotus, for example. Are they going to make a change there? Are they going to move away? Because this is a really creative team who cooks up a lot of cool ideas around their comps. If you don't have VOD footage of that, it is really tough to deal with.
Yeah, no, for sure. And then, well, we'll see though, of course, what Berlin has cooked up too, right? That's going to be another.
The mastermind of
yeah, exactly. Comps. So there is going to be a lot of work for Berlin today here to try and like get the better of Gen.G.
Oh yeah, completely. I think that most of the weight is on his shoulders. Like the rest just has to follow because that adaptation is going to come. We talk about how important it is, and yeah, that first blood.
Can we talk about 12 to 4 first bloods? Okay, it isn't bad at all. He's playing Harbor and he's taking 16 opening fights. The guy's he's
sometimes it happens.
He is such a unique player because honestly, there's so many of these FPX players that you will just watch a round and they will do the craziest thing that no one would expect, and half the time it just works. And Berlin, he'll either drop 2 kills or 30. I've seen the 2-kill games. It's rough, but the other day he was stellar.
Yeah, but I feel like they've been you know, I would like to hope that here in this situation and the way that they're playing here, maybe we'll warrant a little bit more, I don't want to say consistency.
The universe only allows Harbor to get 16 opening fights and win 12 of them so many times.
Oh, that is true.
That's my belief.
All right, well, speaking of Berlin, let's actually check in with Yinsu, who got some words with Berlin earlier today.
Welcome back, Berlin. Let me just take you for a moment of your time. I've got Luna here to do some translations. Now, your opponents have always said that you guys are very unpredictable. So I wanted to ask you, as an IGL, do you also want to give out those calls to make your team unpredictable? Are you doing that on purpose?
之前你的对手也说过，觉得你们的队伍总是能够出人意料，打法风格上面。那你觉得作为队内的 IGL， 你觉得你也是其中的一部分吗？或者说你故意的想让他们打他们一个措手不及？
我觉得那肯定的，就是我们队的风格非常多变，然后我在指挥上也会加很多奇思妙想进去，对，但是这种东西肯定不会是赛前准备的，或者说怎么样，这都是临场的东西，就像你不会想到有个人会拿奥丁推出一个门，对。
I think in our games, I would like to say definitely yes, because sometimes we will create some special things and add in the game, but I wouldn't say we prepared it before the matchup. Sometimes it's instant reaction, and you wouldn't imagine that there will be one holding the Odin and get out the door.
Oh, thank you very much, Luna. Berlin, 加油!
All right, what do you make of what Berlin said there, Mimi?
I feel like the on-the-fly stuff is like the epitome of FPX, right? Because they have all these little ideas, but I feel like so often it's not about like a big picture round idea. It's more about how are we going to take this little piece of space and then seeing an opportunity, how do we set up from there? That can end up in having some really good rounds, but it can also have rounds like we were seeing the other day, where they're hitting sites with 10 seconds left on the clock. They're having their melons moment and losing rounds that they shouldn't. So again, everything about FPX is high risk, high reward. But when it works, it looks incredible.
It's super entertaining, but it's good to see, and we definitely see it on the game as well. We were talking about Sunsen just a minute ago, and at the beginning, they always started with the same default time after time. And you know, the plan is there. It's just, they just want to see what the other team is going to do first. It's like, okay, I'm going to start here. I'm going to have all the space that I want. I'm going to take mid. What are you going to do? You're not going to do anything? Okay, so let me see. We're going to go for the 5th one here, and we're going to send someone here, then you go here, and nobody can be prepared for that.
Yeah.
I just wonder if it's really that on the fly, if it's really like feeling based, or is it like set strats?
Well,
I think that's why they play every round so slow to start, so that they can kind of find that feeling.
So guys, what do you think?
Yeah, well, I think this contrasts greatly to their opponents, right? Gen.G, because this is a squad that we have praised, especially yesterday. We were talking about how this squad is very focused on, you know, playing like just good, honest Valorant, right? Having plans and consistency. Now, the thing is, like, you know, this Gen.G squad, right, finished second in Masters Madrid, got the revenge against the Americas region with a massive win over Leviathan. So this is a team that's riding high right now, feeling pretty good about themselves, especially after their successes. But most definitely, it is going to be interesting to see how they deal with a very haphazard FPX team that likes to really throw things at the wall.
For sure. It has been a great year for Gen.G, though, going on a run in kickoff to qualify to Masters Madrid, going all the way to the finals in that one, and now, again, getting the runner-up position back regionally in Stage 1 to make it to another global event. I think the performance they showed in that first match versus Leviathan is exactly the Gen.G we were hoping to see and kind of missing seeing a little bit in the group stage of Pacific, right? We had players like Karon hitting that form from Masters Shanghai again. We were getting moments from Meteor again. And the macro calling and ideas from this team, I also think we're back in that form they had towards Madrid, which gives me a lot of faith going forward for Gen.G.
Yeah, exactly. And if we think about the first map and Icebox against Leviathan, we know that Aspas had a magnificent game and that Sector could not show up to the same level, right? But he was also able to have that mind reset, and on the second one just go completely bollocks. So I actually love the fact that they can show this online, that they can also have the resilience to be like, okay, that didn't go as planned, but hey, the next 2 maps are going to be very clear.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, just like the multi-kills, too, from these
Yeah.
guys. There's been so many moments where we're seeing those guys, your Meteors, your Karons, go up and, like, win rounds single-handedly.
Well, that goes to, you know, literally what we were just saying, like the fact that you have players on this team that could just step up at any point in time. Doesn't matter who it is. Everyone can do the thing whenever they need to, when the moment is called upon them, they can step up at that moment. That's what makes this Gen.G team so scary. It's why, honestly, you know, like you're looking at this and they have to feel like one of the favorites to make it out of this Swiss stage, just because of the fact that they have so many weapons available to them.
I think most people would say they are the favorite of the Swiss stage.
Yeah, exactly. Based on previous results, on what
especially
we saw
yesterday as well.
Yeah, exactly. I think that it was very convincing to me. Also, that last map, when we think about Breeze, they run a composition that I personally love for a map that I hate, but I personally love it. And the combos that they were having, how still they were 100%. They didn't look 1% tired after having a long day, after losing that first map. Everything was into place. They seemed so fresh in every single round. It's not only that there is a plan, everybody is giving it all.
Yeah.
Even Lakia, like.
Yeah. Lakia was actually playing great in that final map. The guy setting up so much of that, though, Karan, the rookie for this team, I feel like he's so good, in particular on that Astra.
Yeah.
I mean, it's his first year playing pro play. Just because he's impressive doesn't change the fact that he's a rookie. But he's hitting that form again. His util usage on Breeze is incredible. He's the guy setting up all those combo plays with the Yoru, and the timing is always perfect. This team is such a perfectly coordinated unit, and I think that will actually make FPX's style a little bit tough today, because they're really good at punishing teams who are relying on individual stars, who are taking risks in pushing forward. So I definitely think Gen.G is a pretty heavy favorite stylistically.
Yeah, and a massive part of that as well is Munchkin, and Yinsu actually got an opportunity to get some words with him ahead of the match. Yinsu, what you got?
Hi, Munchkin. Great performance yesterday. Now, you guys continue to improve in a year where everyone else is struggling to be consistent. I wanted to ask you, how do you do it?
We don't slack off.
Oh, that's it? All right, okay. Thank you very much for your time. That's the secret, you guys.
We don't slack off.
Oh. That's good.
They're not a couple slackers on that team. You love to hear it, right? Because obviously you don't want to slack off.
I mean, after that answer, could you imagine that FPX is the one team to throw them off their game?
I mean, they are a weird team to play against.
Hear me out. Yeah, but that would be so interesting, though.
I wonder if they've scrimmed before.
Probably.
I feel like probably, right? Because I know sometimes some of the Chinese teams and the Pacific teams will scrim, so that could be an element of familiarity too. Also, Gen.G very used to playing against HyperX. They're a team I really trust to shut down this style.
Yeah, good point there. You guys were talking about one player earlier, though, which was Karan, because there's a lot of hype up with the Texture Aspas matchup, but funny enough, the kill leader for that game was Karan, and he was doing great work across the board.
It's not even surprising anymore.
Yeah,
honestly.
it truly isn't. Yeah, and I think that just leans right back into what we were talking about with Gen.G. You just have so many weapons on this team. It just feels like at any point in time, if it's Karan, if it's Texture, if it's Lakia, it could be Meteor, depending. Like, it just doesn't matter. Everyone has that pop-off potential.
I'm still surprised by what Karan did, especially when he was playing on the Viper. We've seen some teams missing out a little bit on the timing, on the new timings, on when to use the utility, because of course you cannot stall for that long. You have to be much more selective, and probably Karan is the one that I've seen struggling the least with that adapting to it.
And also, just for some context for people who maybe weren't watching Pacific this stage and are just kind of coming off Masters Shanghai with really high stocks in this guy, he didn't necessarily struggle, but he was a man. He was but a man. He was playing fine in most of his matches, and Gen.G was solid. But you do love to see, for this team's success, to have him return to the global stage and immediately have the same performance as we saw when they made that final back in Madrid.
Yeah, well, it sounds like you guys are really impressed by Gen.G.
Yeah.
Yeah, right?
It's because I do agree with what Yinsa say. It's about the consistency. Most of the teams have struggled a lot. Even like most of the teams that we saw from Americas, none of them, and from EMEA, one of them, made back-to-back events. It is surprising, HyperX is still, HyperX. It will come a time. It will come a time. But it's crazy to see that they're able to keep it up.
Well, let's see. This was a segue. If all the fans agree with you, who do they find most impressive coming out of the Swiss stage here? So, Gen.G, the fans agree.
I know I said people shouldn't vote for Gen.G because they've met expectations, but they're very good. They're very good. I just had sky-high expectations for Gen.G already.
Yeah, I mean, you had already set them up. You put them on a pedestal already, and you were like, they have to be good.
I think they're top 3 this event.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think they could, if they keep playing like this, they could go.
I haven't said that about any team yet.
They can make the final.
I've said that about.
Okay.
I mean, they've done it before at international.
I'm my own woman.
We.
I'm not part of this collective with you. Look at our chits. Get your chair away.
All right.
I won't because there's a mark.
We're running out of time, so let's go ahead and check out the predictions for today. And they're in. Yinsu went with FPX. Maybe she got inspired by Mimi, so decided to go that route. Everyone went Gen.G. And then we get basically, I'm shocked Paperthin went with G2.
G2 was good in their debut.
I know, I just assumed that, you know.
I think that people will react a lot to the Team HyperX win over DRG, but let's be honest, DRG is looking like the weakest team at the event. I think there's reason to not be fully sold on Team HyperX yet.
Come on. Did you not see Wood yesterday? You gotta believe.
I mean, I credit them. I do believe.
See, and look, I'm just sticking with VALORANT and G2 just of pure bias.
Sure.
Okay, so I'm sticking with them the whole way through.
My big thing, GB, is I love that for you.
Hey, thank you so much. That's my big thing as well. But honestly, I'm excited to see, you know, like Voot go up against this Gen.G roster and see how he potentially breaks things down.
You mean G2?
Oh, sorry, G2 roster. Yeah. I'm excited as well to see this FPX Gen.G game. It's just going to be absolutely awesome. And we got the predictions in. We know from you guys as well who has impressed you the most. There's obviously so much on the line today.
Qualification.
This is That's right. This is qualification.
You want to break? You want to get into playoffs? You only have to win today.
Oh, it's all you have to do. It's FPX versus Gen.G, G2 Esports versus HyperX. Day 3 Shanghai starts right now.
That was one of the hardest matches I feel like I've played in a long time. So this was a big win for us.
Jonah will be the last one standing here for G2. Oh, okay. This man is not having it.
Nice! Jonah, you're the best, bro. Jonah is the vibes merchant of G2. In terms of mental resiliency, I have to credit him. You know, there would be heartbreaking rounds or crazy situations that didn't go our way, and he was able to just kind of keep the mood high. Having a guy who just keeps the mood light is really important.
I think in Madrid we were carried away, like too hyped, then we stopped losing, and then it's kind of like a sugar crash. I think since Madrid we did change a lot. One of the biggest changes is our emotional state on the stage. If we go very deep or win the event, like it just shows like how strong is our mental and how skilled we are.
It would mean the world to me and my team to just come out and show our best and come out with some victories.
Lightsour's on a solo mission. You gotta buy some time.
That's true.
To the side.
No time.
The lockdown invested. Lightsour dancing around it, looking to take some fights! And they do it! Their very first win on international stage, and it's on home soil. FPX takedown, but in dramatic fashion.
其实内心有点小小的紧张，因为毕竟在就是自家门口打比赛，输了就很难看嘛，对不对？对，还是扛住了压力，对，然后主要是对没有辜负的那种感觉。
It's over, Ascent City, here to play, here to stay, and history has been made.
일단 2등이라는 아쉬운 성적을 냈지만 우승을 했더라면 좀 더 저희가 자만해지지 않았을까라는 생각도 있고 2등도 해보고 3등도 해보는 게 저한테는 굉장히 좋은 뭐랄까 그냥 마인드를 다시 잡기에 좋은 성적인 것 같습니다. 항상 잘하는 상대들만 모인 곳이니까 우리 것만 잘하자라는 얘기를 많이 한 것 같습니다.
我想用杰特的那个看招，小心看招，我们来了。
We Gen.G, FPX.
The hometown heroes are hoping to see if lightning can strike twice on that stage, but in their way is one of the Pacific region's best. Gen.G versus FPX.
I think people are waiting for the other shoe to fall with FPX. They have a style that takes a lot of risks. They're the most unique team in this tournament, playing triple controller comps, locking in Clove when no one else does. They can take teams by surprise. But against the Madrid runner-ups, who have shown good to shut down styles like theirs before, it's going to be a difficult one.
Yeah, but wouldn't it be awesome to get 2 wins and making it straight on to playoffs if you're FPX?
The momentum's building.
That would be crazy. We have the map veto here, and it's surprising to see that Gen.G has let go of Sunset, not banning it at the beginning. FPX is going to pick right into that. Same goes for Gen.G that has selected Lotus. Again, FPX just not banning the split, but the teams do not want to pick it against them.
Yeah, it is interesting to see that. Although Gen.G hasn't always been a big player of that map in the past, they've banned it at times, so not super surprised to see them take that risk. But to talk about these maps in particular, starting off on the Lotus here, FPX, this is one of their triple controller FPX classics. They run OMEN, Astra, Viper, Gecko, Raze. So a very unique style, and I do kind of wonder if they'll change the comp. They've moved away from the Viper on a couple other maps, but I actually like what they show with this. They have a lot of cool ideas to kind of like scale one small piece of the map, segmenting it off with one of their many smokes, and then using the Gecko Dizzy. Then they'll reclaim it, refresh that utility in 10 seconds, and then kind of scale into the next place. So it's very like chopping the map up into tiny sections to take it one at a time, and it's very weird for teams to play against the first time.
But that's the thing, when you're playing 3 controllers, even with the Viper nerf, she's not weak enough for you to decide not to run her, because you have so many other things to supplement where you're going to be missing that she's still very, very strong because of the toxic screen. So I don't expect changes on that. Yeah.
The biggest thing I'm looking for when Gen.G plays on defense this map, which is where they'll start on Lotus, is how they're going to be re-clearing the map in the mid-round. They have a lot of ideas to re-push for space, and I think that's really effective for a team like FPX, who plays a lot of 4-1s, and also who doesn't tend to run a Sentinel on a lot of these maps.
Yeah, well, there you go. Your agent selects locked in and through. We'll see what we get out of this one. Looking forward to seeing Texture and Life take the stage against one another, how quick those guys are going to be moving in the field. But this is going to be a solid one here. Honestly, can go either way, genuinely. If FPX are, you know, like playing their game, if they play the game that they like to play.
And imagine how high the confidence has to be. You've won your first match on a global stage in front of your home crowd, and now you have a chance to make it to playoffs. Let's see what they can do.
It would be massive. Well, it seems like our teams are set, so let's go ahead and send it over to your casters. It's the crew on the day shift. You got Achilleos and Paper Thin.
Thank you very much, Desk. Yes, another day, another banger. FPX versus Gen.G. Finally, we're able to get over that hurdle, get that first match victory at an international. Can they do it? Tournament favorites?
Yeah, no doubt about it that this is going to be a difficult matchup for FPX, but a lot of pride on the line, trying to show that their region is a force to be reckoned with. And of course, Gen.G on the other side, just looking to prove that they are the most consistent team in the world. They are a team that can definitely challenge for another championship, just like they did in Madrid. So it's going to be an interesting start. I mean, you've got a little bit of tape now on how this wants to go. An immediate seize to start out from Gen.G just to back FPX off. But with all these smokes and other things, it's going to be difficult for Gen.G to take that A rubble control like they normally like to. So something I really liked from FPX in their first go of this map against Foot. You're doing a great job, and this allows them to take a lot of extra space, kind of cover this map, set themselves up in cheeky spots that your opponent might not expect.
Already, decent early damage there on the lock, yeah. Does get knocked down at 58. For now, FPX still just fanning out. Creeping back over towards the spawn for now. Autumn not wanting to overstay here as that smoke gets ready to dissipate over by stairs. Sights once again going to be turned over towards C, over towards Mound. At the moment, Texture just kind of peeking out. Catches sight of a couple different players there, but for now, Gen.G still not rotating for reinforcements. Still have 3 players over on this A side of the map. Orb going to be taken. Life just wanting to get that showstopper online as quickly as possible, but now that the stars start getting plays, Gen.G realize that this is where the sight hit is going to come through. Lockyer going to be taken down. The headshot from Berlin, able to find that opening kill. And for now, Texture trying to play it patiently. Manages to find one, get some damage there onto Ayong, but Ayong able to come out on top. Finds that kill, managed now here for the side of FPX. Wingman gets the plant.
That hit is so smothering from FPX. There's stars, there's Omen flashes, it's everything in the kitchen sink, and it's too much to handle for Lockyer. He gets pinned in the corner.
Still though, HP bars here for the side of FPX. Certainly could be better, but already that's a great shot to find. Life taking down one, Karen now going to be blinded up as Dizzy comes across, and now Life catching a glimpse, seeing Meteor and finishing it off. A 3K here for FPX's Raze as the crowd gets electrified. FPX will claim the pistol.
And I love this from FPX. I mean, these set executes that they can really keep hidden until the last moment are so challenging for the defenders on this map to deal with. Great shot here from Life, getting just ahead of that paranoia. And Karan trying to do something about it, only able to find one before he gets hit by the Dizzy. And then there's so many layers behind it as well, especially with that Gecko there. You've got a lot of extra util to back up your players off these executes, off of these smokes. You could cut through smokes. They're so creative with how they work the map. They're a really challenging team to deal with, and they come up with stuff on the fly.
Meteor still juggling, or jiggling around rather. He's gonna take a very forward position here. Gets a tap there on the Life, but now he's seeing multiple players and there's just no way out. Taken down as Ayong finds a nice headshot once more. Munchkin gets backed away. Looking himself into the corner for the moment. Now the smoke's coming through. Nebula as well popped. This is going to be a very large rotation from the side of Gen.G. Not wanting to leave one side of the map weaker than the other, so everybody gets corralled over on this third, but now the push again, the rotation here from FPX. They shift over towards A, where they are not going to be met with any resistance.
Just leaving a lurking player. Berlin going to be watching from spawn. Everybody else creeping their way forward, but Gen.G able to get just a bit ahead of this. No contact on C, and with the time ticking down, they decide, well, they're probably going A. Let's make a go for it, see if we can do some damage.
Yeah, because of the slow little approach here from FPX, Gen.G do get into position, so we'll see if they're going to be able to deal any kind of damage here, but it's a very hefty investment from FPX as far as the arsenal is concerned.
They can still
cut
cut
a lot of firepower.
Yeah, they can still cut B, and I think they will. I think this is the right play here. They've gotten a little bit less attention than maybe you would have liked, and you gotta expect that this space is open, especially with Berlin's position. Oh, what a shot from Life.
Life able to find one, but Texture fires back. Life, so we're gonna be taken down. Life at 29 HP, but he's the only one now on this side, and he's gonna look to try to cause chaos, but Autumn is just swinging out. No one is paying attention to him. Texture gonna be taken down. Third on the Dizzy, but it doesn't matter. Autumn collecting 2 as Munchkin falls. Caron now, last one standing, would love to do a little bit more damage, knows that Life is going to be low on HP. He can scoop up one of these weapons to give himself a better opportunity. Grabs it, but can he find the kills? His Life now swinging out on that right-hand side. He checks it for but a moment, but now Life doesn't even use the Outlaw, puts him down with the Sheriff, and that's going to be a 2-0 start for FPX.
Yeah, and this is the FPX that was really difficult for Foot to deal with, not just on this map, also on Icebox, where they're really adaptive about moving around the map, cutting off space, like Mimi was talking about at the desk, where they're going to kind of obscure a lot of the open areas in the front of the sites and then work around that. They're going to move around the map, try to figure out what's going on, and it's really hard as a defender, especially an aggressive defender team sometimes like Gen.G, to make those moves where you want to get lurks, you want to get pushes, because you have no idea what's going on the other side of these smokes, and they have so many smokes, they can cover all 3 sites. And you can even see the toxic screen has been set up onto B every time. Things like this make it so challenging.
This is where we started seeing the turning point on this map just yesterday. Gen.G putting up a very solid performance on the defender side. Let's see though if FPX are going to be able to convert this. Obviously with Ayong only carrying forward a Ghost into that previous round. Cash-wise, they're doing just fine and they still have plenty of firepower.
3 members of Gen.G on 25 armor, so that Outlaw could still prove very deadly.
This is just great baiting here from the side of Life. Tap on that spike, draws out that paranoia, pulls back, and Munchkin goes down. Swing into that Outlaw. Huge kill found. Life showstopper online. Gen.G, they get themselves into position, but they have to be cognizant of this. There you go, all gonna be coming through. Dizzy up over the top, seeking target. Meteor able to find him with that nano swarm. The Texture gonna be taken down upstairs, pushes out, ends up falling. Lockyer able to find Berlin, and that's gonna be the clear out as the Fade gets taken down. A 2v3, Meteor still here on the site, unscouted, finds the headshot onto one. Looks for a little bit more, but for now, brings things to parity. The 2v2 to creep across. Meteor works his way through the orb into the Omen smoke. Just dodging out, waiting for that decay to wear off. He's snappy as all hell with that headshot. Takes him down, and now Autumn. 3 of his own, but low on HP. Down to 5. Just a tap on the spike. Meteor has to get this going here sooner rather than later. Autumn playing this so very patiently, now swinging around from behind. 501 notes him, still stays alive, and he's just looking to try to bait this one out. Try to take him down. Meteor will find the kill, get himself a 4K, but he cannot get the round win. FPX will move up 3-0, and Meteor cannot survive. All weapons lost as FPX surge onward.
This is brilliant from Autumn. Ice cold to just stand on the back of the site after Meteor taps it. 5 HP. Gets that snake bite down right in time at the foot of Texture. Able to clean out Lakia from ropes. Gets Karan on the drop. And then just absolutely brilliant patience. And this is an FPX team coming in swinging on this attacker side. Gonna be banking up a ton of money. Gonna keep an outlaw. Ooh.
Well, Life similarly taken down to 5 HP, but he finds the headshot, he finds Texture. That's one piece of the thrifty puzzle taken away from Gen.G. Nope, massive push getting ready to come through here. Munchkin, bounce back on the Dizzy, finds a blind, he gets mowed down. Meteor similarly dead. Berlin's hands. Now just Karan and Lakia to see if they can try to do any damage. Take away any of these weapons. Right now, it is not looking hopeful whatsoever.
Don't even get a chance at the thrifty here for Gen.G. They're just shut right down off the rip. And this death ball-y style, FPX loves to run 1-4s on their attacker side, leave either Berlin or Autumn kind of as that flanker to cover one of the edges while the rest of the team pushes. And it's so challenging to take those duels that Gen.G loves to, you know, especially players like Munchkin and Meteor love to try to isolate those fights on the edges. And it's going to be tough against this FPX team unless you can find that one player in the 1v4 split. And for now, Gen.G looking to just die to the spike here.
Yep. You go ahead and cue the Iron Chat. It's Life. Not noting anything here. More than fine if he also goes down. Wanted to hunt, wanted to try to find these kills. Also, doesn't necessarily want that outlaw going over into the next round. So overall, yeah, not too bad. So we'll just go ahead and get picked off by the spike itself, but 4-0. Such a significant start here for FPX. And who knows how far down the rabbit hole we can go with this. There's already the streak built up. Ults still lacking on the side of Gen.G. Texture not too far away from the showstopper, but there's that thrash on the opposite side in the hands of Ayong.
And Gen.G is leaning into a 2-3 split, just leaving Meteor's utility on A site to solo defend it. The rest of them are going to be trying for a crunch through towards spawn.
Texture out for blood. Life, though, holding the line outside of B. Takes him down. And this aggression, it's red, it's expected, and it is dealt with. The instant shutdown from FPX. Not tolerating any of this nonsense from Gen.G.
Unbelievable. They're just so aware. Berlin just reading it off the rip, saying, okay, guys.
They're going to rush us.
Yep, wait it out. This is like how sometimes Gen.G likes to turn these rounds on their heads. If things are going sideways, Gen.G will get aggressive on you. They're not afraid to. They'll try something a little bit unorthodox. And FPX, great job, great preparation by Coach Nathan as well. Get this team ready. And not much for Karan to do except chill and pray that he can hold on to this gun, because I wouldn't be too surprised if FPX starts hunting here pretty soon.
I mean, they're already just drifted way off the spike. Looks like for now, it's going to be Lysor who's the closest to try to find this final kill, but they're not really rushing for it, so it seems like Karan will be able to hold on to this weapon, carry that over into the next, but what a start. It continues to look better and better with every passing round. 5-0 now for FPX. Just no stability in the economy here for Gen.G, and that's going to be a timeout call.
It feels like FPX hasn't missed a beat since the end of that icebox, where they just started stringing rounds together against Foot. Their snappy shooting, their good decision-making, their good understanding of their opponents. All of these things come into play here.
Come on, come on, come on.
And they want it. They want it brought. Wingman chilling out with some of our fans. But man, they're snappy right now. They're making good decisions, and Gen.G just having a tough time being able to spread the map like they normally want to. They're making some okay reads at times, but overall they're just not quite at the same pace and same level as FPX is, frankly.
Quite a bit of pressure now here on the coaching staff. Solo and HSK getting their heads together to try to figure out what's going wrong, but right now it seems like might be too much to fix. There's no stability, and a lot of these rounds, frankly, looking very one-sided.
Well, you're giving a lot of opening opportunities to FPX, especially when that Outlaw was in play. You're losing that first player early for Gen.G. Yeah, you were able to overcome that against Leviathan quite often, especially on Breeze, but here today, very different affair.
And it's in play once again. Life knowing that the economy, not good enough for them to all have full armor. In fact, it's everybody with half. So that Outlaw can find an immense amount of value, as it has. He's 8-2-0 already. Just about at the halfway point towards that second showstopper.
Fans firmly behind FPX. They've got them fired up. Here's that smoke up front. Gen.G's gonna disrespect it. Try to push forward, make sure that they can get Locky this orb. One away from that Nightfall now. And for now, FPX content to just hold back, make sure there's not gonna be any more aggression. And Berlin gonna slip himself right towards mid B. Ayang just checking the boxes, making sure that no one had snuck behind. But right now, looking like FPX is considering kind of a C hit. But they're peeling off, and with how far forward Gen.G has gotten, is anybody going to see or hear that Prowler is my question.
Yeah, ping comes down.
I think they heard it.
Yeah, so Prowler is noted. Lakia shifts back over, maybe expecting some of this pressure to come in here onto the B site. Nebula going to be coming up as they look for the push, or at least they clear out there on that alarm bot. They're able to find it, but they just go ahead, they fade away. Now they hit onto the door, the Thrash in hand. Ion looks to open things up here on C. Nanoswarm's going through, trying to really just get that one in there, but Munchkin up over the top here on site, just spray through, manages to find a kill on the life. They still need a lot more than that. Swings back down, managing to find one. Looks for that third, has it. Lightsword going to be taken down for Lin, able to find two. However, his counter and Meteor both fall. Lockheed puts the O to the use, finds that kill, and now it is all on Autumn, and he will be taken down. 3 members standing, fairly clean here as Gen.G will get themselves their first round win on Lotus.
Yeah, I like what Gen.G comes out with after the timeout. They're saying, okay, FPX is actually playing a bit slow, so we can control Rebel. We can take that space and make sure that we make the rotations back over to B and C easier. I mean, that's pretty disgusting, Munchkin. You're pretty good at this game. You're pretty good.
I thought he just sprayed through the smoke. I didn't realize he actually had him basically midair on the entry.
Yeah. I mean, Munchkin
missed that one.
He's got tremendous mechanics. We've known that for quite some time. Now the operator, the operator for life, trying to really lean into this sniper advantage. He's going to try to contest this rubble space that Gen.G took last round.
Oh, should have seen the arm, but they still continue to push forward. Showstopper out, it'll take him down so very low, but that has proven fruitless in the past. We've seen Life Autumn playing around 5 HP and still being able to get impact here in the rounds. Now it's just going to be the double face. The up claims Lakia, texture gone, and just like that, FPX are right back into the driver's seat, not wanting any momentum build here for Gen.G.
It's a good counter blow here from FPX. They said, okay, we gave up that rubble space. This time, we're going to pretend like we're giving it up, and then we're going to recontest it after we get forced out by that showstopper. So smart, catches Gen.G where they're out in the open and have to make some open space shots land, and they just cannot because FPX is too clean right now.
Stars start coming through. Munchkin gonna have to go absolutely crazy, but he can't even get the first. Berlin just rushes in and takes him down. As FPX look for a flawless and look for a 6th round win here on this attack. Meteor now nothing else to be done other than to attempt to tuck away. He makes any noise though. They're nearby enough. He's got the alarm bot set up behind. But can he survive this onslaught?
I mean, it's a Pyrrhic victory either way.
Tap on the door. The Sharks circling here in the water. Meteor trying to stay afloat, finds one. The tuck back, Ion keeping himself safe for now. But there's the encroachment coming through as Autumn will swing around the back, takes him down, nothing saved, nothing carried over. FPX get themselves up to 6.
Yeah, they're just so aware. Every time Gen.G tries to do something a little bit spicy, a little bit aggressive, it's shut right down. And Life saw that first elbow and was so ready for Karon to swing.
And clearly, Texture didn't know what weapon was in that hand because they continue swinging through. Didn't see that it was the operator. Karan Zatter, he doesn't get the call.
Well, now finally, Gen.G is going to be able to get an operator of their own into Texture's hands. This has got to be kind of a do or die round here for Gen.G. So many ults available.
Oh,
my
the
God.
quick flick! Life takes out Lakia. Karan just has to bail out. Exits back over onto the side proper. Now tucked into tree. Munchkin hoping, praying that they start inching in towards B. Wants to be able to put that judge to use. Texture similarly with the operator out at C. In a very forward position. Meteor considering the peak. Life on the line, ready for it. But does he swing out? Texture in the meantime is able to find one, makes a quick exit back over into C.
Yeah, pinged out that smoke call for Karan, so Meteor could push forward, set up this turret. Back off, you still have to consider that showstopper. Here it goes.
TP in the tree, checks things out. Showstopper at the ready. Karan just tucked away. See where he just ends up gambling this one for the paranoia. Now connects. Karan low. Meteor taken down by the rocket. They still don't know necessarily about Karan's position. Starts opening up though. He's able to find one. Swing in. He's not going to be good for a second. Texture and Munchkin now, last two alive. Hit invested Autumn. Not wanting Gen.G to find that second round, and Munchkin not finding Lysor. He's tucked away. He's seen the head of Texture, but he just can't quite get line of sight. And given that he has the op in play, Texture, looks like he is going to reroute. Does he actually try to play for this? Maybe at least just going to be looking for an exit. He will be rewarded with one. So Autumn taken down. The time still dwindles. It's just not enough. The likelihood of being able to isolate both is just not there, so he has to back away. FPX, they're going to get themselves up to 7.
Yeah, it's just brilliant, methodical advancement here. Leapfrogging their way towards the A site. This time around at the beginning of the round as well. Life pushes out around the rock. He hasn't done that before with this op, and every round is different looks from FPX. It's what makes them so difficult for these teams to play against, is you're never going to get the same look twice. Every single time, they're going to show you something a little bit different. And this ult cycle for Gen.G is horrendous because they keep eating into these lockdowns, into these nightfalls, into these Viper's pits, and they're not getting opportunities to use them. Meteor there just trying to hide behind the corner, seeing if he could catch the timing. You know, Meteor, we've seen him do it before, and oh yeah, give him the Lakia. There you go.
Haven't seen a Sova on Lotus in a while. Texture now pushing forward, and Autumn just strikes it down. No hope in hell is okay. Quite a bit of damage going out. Lakia will be able to clean up that kill. One found and potentially weapon recoverable as that Prowler doesn't scout anybody. So for now he's going to juggle back the operator at the very least, but would love, I'm sure, Lakia to get that other rifle in his hands, but looks like he will just hold on to the op for now.
Yeah, just grabbing the orb, looking to see if there's going to be a crunch as they try to get ready for the C hit, if that is going to be the direction they want to go. You got to be a little bit cautious, though, going back to A. You know that operator got picked up, and that's going to be a big power weapon, so definitely want to lean into this side of the map.
I guess we're just poking and prodding, looking to take away some of this util, so Alarm Bot does get picked off. Smoke now, forced out. And his life just cleans up that turret.
You are divided.
Cosmic Divide, though, getting ready to come through onto B. Munchkin setting out the snake fight now, investing the pit, wanting to make sure that this is an unassailable position. And for now, it looks like it has worked the treaty. It has ushered them over towards C, where right now it is just Karan. Nightfall coming through, throws out that paranoia. He's able to find one, gets a second. Catching Lysor there on the TP. The wingman still going to be going for the plant. That's just enough line of sight to take that down. That should be the round done and dusted. The lockdown forces him away.
10 seconds
the time will
left.
just dwindle. Ayong and Berlin will be able to hold on to their weapons, maybe even deal some additional damage here as they continue to creep up. They have cash aplenty.
Thrifty.
So that is going to be a thrifty. Another one here, of course, for Gen.G is Berlin, looking to do some more damage. Gets himself two, but can't quite find that third. He ends up falling, but isn't going to be concerned about it. Munchkin just invested that pit. And with only a couple rounds left to be played, the likelihood of him finding another one in this half is slim to none.
Yeah, absolutely. The Mastercard thrifty here for Gen.G, and this is great utilization of the ults. Finally find the right opportunity. The Nightfall perfectly timed by Lakia. Great read here by Munchkin that if he put that pit down, they're likely going to be forced onto C. Lakia already on his horse to get over there, get that Nightfall in, keep Karan's position obscured. Life again getting aggressive.
Oh, the swing out, and this time it's going to be Texture able to get the better of him. Trying to play off the tracers, but in fact, he just ends up right in the crosshair. Autumn just tapping away, finds one, and Lakia cannot get the flick. Autumn says, nah, son, I'm better than you with the up. Scoops it up and puts them down. And again, it is an early advantage here for FPX.
I mean,
now Munchkin going to be trying his hand at this.
Right there. There's any team that knows how to shoot through smokes, it's FPX. They are so well drilled at these angles. And Texter thought he had the opportunity. Autumn just so good so far this tournament for FPX. Absolute standout. Parents in the audience today. Wants to put on a show for sure. Gonna be one away from that thrash now. Munchkin backed off onto A, the B site just under Meteor's control.
Oh, sees it, but he fires a little bit too soon. There's a bit of a warning shot there. Berlin does take a little bit of damage. Meteor continues to try to push the advantage here. But he cannot do so as Berlin getting fired up. Letting him know what he thinks about them here in this half. Berlin finds himself a second as Karen falls. And now it's just Munchkin. Able to stave off the push there from Ayunk. There's so much more work to be done for him to clutch out this round.
Gotta save. There's not much left to do. The creds are continuously depleted for Gen.G. They can't really find the opportunities to get a stable economy at all in this half. Gonna be challenging and losing to Autumn. 3 in the round for him.
Just always in the right position. Gets these punishes time and time again. FPX now up to 8 on their attacking half. The most that Gen.G could hope for is 4. Unless they can pull off another Thrifty. Even that might be a far cry hope. You ever just tap and get a kill?
Not like that.
And then swap to an operator and then just out-flick Lakia?
That's just absolutely ridiculous.
Nice.
And Berlin's reading the positioning so well. He knows the angle that Meteor is going to take, so he shoulder peeks it. Well, forget it. The Outlaw's out there.
Oh, my God. The disrespect continues. And Life just fades off it. Gets himself a second. Lakia on the floor. Everybody from Gen.G scrambling, rotating, trying to get themselves over to the A site, but FPX, they have already evacuated. They have already started their shift. As he'll just chuck that off the side of the map, not wanting to give any sort of advantage over to Gen.G should they even wander into the attacker spawn. Nano Swarm cleared out, and that should be the tell-all here for Gen.G. Life says, you know what? Got this round, I got the rest of this one, I've got the next one. I think I can get another showstopper in this half.
He absolutely can. There's still 3 players at Gen.G alive, and 2 are coming his direction. He's got a real chance, and certainly Gen.G doesn't want to give up any more than they have to, but
Munchkin is still a world away. He's sprinting, trying to get over here. See if he's going to be able to join in before the rest of his teammates end up falling. Swing out to the corner, snappy with it, Life. Gets himself a 3rd elimination. Now Munchkin just going to be cutting in towards B, trying to get himself into range of the spike so that he can go down.
they're waiting for him. Right outside this door.
Yep, not going to be much of a surprise here. As it gets opened up, he's going to look for a kill, and he will not find it. Flawless as FPX move up 9-2.
It's just absolute brilliance. This Outlaw, so much value that FPX is getting out of it. Time and time again, challenging this space. And right before the toxic screen goes up, Life is already out there. And Gen.G players getting caught right out in front of stairs, time and time again. They haven't been able to do much about it.
So what?
They
So
are
what indeed.
all feeling it now. 3 rounds, all that Gen.G could hope for. The Season 8 combo, expected. Autumn just holds back, spray away, trying to get some connections there, but Texture does manage to grab the orb, has a showstopper online now.
And this is all also to prevent Life from getting his showstopper off the rift. They pushed out towards Mound as well over on the other side of the map. So Gen.G aware, of course, that they want to keep that very, very powerful ult out of this player's hands, considering how he's been playing already.
Oh,
Bam.
Lakia. Ooh, does get quite a bit of damage there. Life going to be whittled away at, down to 43. But again, we've seen this guy shrug it off.
They're just so methodical. taking their time. They're so disciplined, baiting out utility, clearing it. They're just going to go for this A hit, it looks like. Autumn's going to lead the way.
Continuing to push forward. Texture, he's playing quite far up. If he gets picked, that's that showstopper completely nullified. Out of the equation. Over the top, the spray through, just trying to find something. There you go. Ayong just pushes up. Texture going to be taken down. Showstopper not going to be meaning a damn thing. And now Lakia tries to hold the line. Flashback coming through. He cannot steady the Odin spray. He gets taken down. Munchkin blinded. Ayong with a second. Cosmic Divide now coming through. Karen moves down to drop and life. He's just going to look to maybe barrel stuff him in. He will. Showstopper now in play. As Meteor can do absolutely nothing to bail them out.
Unreal.
Showstopper burned. He has to tuck back, avoid the boom bot. But even then, even if he can get 1, 2 kills, there's still a Thrash on the other side waiting for him. The Jiggle Peak, getting the spots. He looks for the kill. He still can't find it. The Thrash coming in, gets it attained, and it'll be a knife delivered right into his face to close out the half. FPX, utter domination, 10-2 on Lotus.
It's astounding from FPX. They look even better now. Life 16-7. Autumn 12-4. Berlin 11-6. They are firing, and they are rarely missing, and they are reading their opponents so brilliantly. Gen.G looks lost. Gen.G looks like they have no answer for what FPX is doing right now. It is just so fun to watch this team.
It was a soft start from them yesterday, but this is a completely different beast. This is completely different. But now we've got Yinsu standing by for an interview with a very special guest.
It's a fantastic start for FPX, but things could just get better because we have a double Olympic champion here in the building. I am so honored to be here with Yang-Qi and VALORANT to do some translation as well. Is it okay for you to introduce yourself and say hi to the crowd?
首先，我们今天感觉 FunPlus 表现真的非常非常好，而且今天在现场我们迎来了一位非常重要的嘉宾，也是我们奥运会的双金持有者杨倩。然后，首先能不能让杨倩先跟大家自我介绍一下，打个招呼呢
？Hello， 大家好，我是杨倩，很高兴能够来现场看比赛，我觉得超级开心跟激动。
Hi everyone, I'm Yang Qian. I'm very happy to be in this arena to watch this game.
Now, in your discipline of air rifling, you're a sharp shooter. You've won 2 gold medals, and we have some sharp shooters on stage as well. So, what's it like for you here to watch them kind of do what you do as well?
因为杨倩自己本身是一个射击运动员嘛，今天我们在场上同样也有非常出色的狙击手，所以想问一下，当你看到这些和你比较有相似经历的这些狙击手在台上表演的时候，是什么样的感觉呢？
我觉得首先看到他们非常出色的表现，自己也会非常的激动，感觉比我自己参加比赛还要紧张跟兴奋，就是一坐下来之后就感觉整个人都燃起来了。
I think I'm very excited to see their playing on this stage. To be honest, maybe more excited than I was on the stage to do shooting. So I'm very happy, I'm very excited to be here to watch their game.
And lastly, very quickly before we pass it back, of course, everyone here is FPX fans, so can we get a 加油 FPX?
因为其实今天在场馆里的大多数人都是 FunPlus 的粉丝嘛，那能不能也给 FunPlus 加个油呢？
加油 FunPlus!
All right, let's go FPX!
加油 FunPlus!
好的，非常感谢维嘉。
Let's go indeed right now. These guys are looking to go into the playoffs, looking to go maybe even to a grand final, given the form that we are seeing, given the way that they've been able to just completely disarm Gen.G.
And this is a team that beat EDG a couple times so far this year already.
Yeah.
They are a very, very strong roster, is FPX. Yeah, they weren't able to best them in the finals for stage 1 of VCT CN. Gen.G just gonna death ball it, see if they can get this B hit to go.
Made out, here comes the entry. Autumn swinging through, but has missed out. Karen doesn't manage to take him down, but live comes up with 2. Lock-in Meteor down on the floor.
Spike
that
planted.
Sheriff continuing to find damage. Spike now planted. 3 players here from Gen.G, all with just classics in hand. 1 snake bite. The only post-plant util that they have available to them. And Texture at the moment, pulling back off the angle. Not ready for it as Berlin looks for a second. Karen does manage to survive for a little bit longer here as Munchkin going on that jiggle peek, takes a nasty shot. Life finds himself a third, takes it out, and that's going to be Ayang with the finisher. The defuse comes in, and FPX are not giving Gen.G any wiggle room, no opportunity to get themselves back into this map.
The run back, all but denied here. A must-win pistol round for Gen.G is thwarted, and it's Life who kicks it off with a double with the Sheriff. Gen.G invested heavily in util to take this B site. A lot of classics on players that normally don't grab them, like Texture. And that might have been part of the problem here. Losing a little bit of that long-range firepower in those fights. And FPX just didn't eat much of that damage other than Autumn, who died at the beginning of the round. And yeah, Outlaw for Texture. I mean, you got to try something.
But they all have full armor on the opposite side, so he's not going to be able to get those instant shots. Swinging out, and I mean, I thought it was going to be Ayang, but Life is just playing over top of him. They got a high-low set up on stairs. And of course it's Life to find the kill. Karen now going to be noted, does find the headshot. Ayang going to be taken down. Munchkin here at back rubble, slowly creeps out, picks up that Outlaw, does put it to good use. Finds himself an elimination.
What?
Meteor out-duels the Bucky at point-blank range, finds the headshot. Not something that you see every day, but of course Gen.G, they find themselves in a thrifty position, and it looks like they're going to be able to close it out.
Sliding back over to the C site now. Just really Autumn anywhere in the vicinity. Going to be a battle between him and Munchkin potentially here towards spawn.
Oh, Autumn. The intercept, and it's all too easy given how low HP he was.
Now you've got a Bucky and a Sheriff in Meteor's hands. Two classics for Lakia and Karon. This is frankly very doable, it feels like, for FPX. My real question is Meteor going to toss that Sheriff over to anybody, or is he just going to hang on to it?
Yeah, I think you'd want to pass it over to Lakia, who currently doesn't really have much in hand. Smoke coming down in response to the door tap. Karon, Paranoia, still at the ready. Life on the slow approach here through waterfalls. Wary about that deep flank coming through.
No, they're going to be playing close, that weaker weaponry.
Time is ticking, though. They're going to have to try to get going on this one, but the nanoswarms are holding Life at bay for now. Paranoia, sent, Life starting to push forward. Haunt again, slowing them up on the approach. Bucky looking for the shots. Meteor will be able to have it. Bulldog does get stabilized there by Autumn, who wants to do a little bit more damage, but looks like that'll be the finisher. Gen.G will pick up the round win. Get themselves now up to 3, but it is a long road back.
No doubt. And this one just felt like it was going to be GG off the rip. You know, losing Texture with that Outlaw so quickly. Trying to continue to ego contest this space at A. And it has been time and time again that FPX has gotten the better of them. But on the other ends of the map here, Meteor in particular, that is maybe the shot of the round for the Gen.G team. And if they make any kind of run, that might have been the one that starts it, but it is a long, long road for Gen.G.
And it is. Everybody now, rifles in hand, still hold on to the Outlaw. Meteor, we know how deadly he can be with that. Just looking for a massive combo there at the door, but no one getting caught by it. Lakia just sensing it. Sprays across, does manage to find Life.
It's going to be tricky. Gen.G, a little surprised they aren't pulling off of this with all the attention that they've garnered off of this A rubble push.
Recovery on the Dizzy, it's now off CD. Texture just looking to hold him at bay. Berlin is just behind him. Still watching for this creep forward in towards B. And Texture able to find him, just breaks down the door, storms in a little bit faster than he can try to respond. Now, Lights are going to be taken down as well as Texture comes up with a second. Spike going to be handed over to him. They want to try to get that showstopper online. As the plant does come through.
Yeah, just want to do some damage here if you can, as Ayang and Autumn. I'd love to get in Gen.G's heads even further, despite the fact that this round is basically undoable. They're going to wrap and they're going to look. Autumn's going pretty far around the A side. He might catch Texture a little bit off guard.
One shot anywhere will basically do it. Texture just going to be pushing his way up in here towards stairs, finds it. Bulldog swapped over, and Munchkin ready as the wall drops. Flawless fashion, Gen.G will go ahead and get themselves up to 4.
Well, okay, but it's still an insanely long road ahead, and I mean, you and I have seen it a couple times this year where, yes, Gen.G will have slow starts and be able to run it back, but this would be, by far, the most impressive of those affairs. Texture, yeah, one away from that showstopper, like you said. To be able to hang on to that Bulldog, some rifles, full rifles for FPX. Well, only one full armor, though.
I mean, right now what Gen.G need to do is follow in the footsteps of fellow Korean squad DRX.
I was thinking of it earlier. I was thinking about that Billy game earlier.
It just seems so implausible. FPX full buy back into their hands as Berlin. He'll eat a nasty shot as well. Goes down to 10, but he finds the kill. Locky immediately though, good responding fire. Take out Lysor and Ayong. Heron does get dropped, but now Autumn out of the equation. Leaves Berlin as the lone smoker in life. A cheeky position, but it was a little bit too whiffy. Can't come away with more than just that one kill, so still damage dealt. Gives Berlin a chance, but it has to be all headshots from him. 10 HP in a dream to see if he can pull this off as the spike gets planted.
He's only gonna have one star to work with.
Do you even go for it? Or do you just tuck back?
I think you play for exits. Try to do any economic damage, although Gen.G's bank account very full at this point. I mean, here's the thing. FPX almost always goes for it. Almost always. They are insane.
I don't know the meaning of the word save.
They do not.
Smoke about the drop. Berlin, was ready, was suspicious of it, but just didn't quite catch a clear glimpse. Lockya with 3. We'll take them across the line as Gen.G get up to 5.
Yeah, I mean, it is one of the really interesting things that really stood out to me watching the FPX foot match, that they don't say almost ever. They're always going for it. And that completely threw off foot a couple rounds. Completely bamboozled them, where they would expect that a team would just back off, save their guns, and then FPX will find a pick somewhere, and then it's the go button, and they're just right back in it. So very, very crafty is FPX, but...
Showstopper at the ready. Life is just sending it. Haunt gets a reveal, but the grab well is set up. The Munchkin gets caught. Meanwhile, the push out. Ayong able to take out Meteor. What a wild start. As Life comes up with 1. Karen mows down 3. Texture now. His own Showstopper in hand. Sends it. Gets the kill. And my God, what an explosive, chaotic, and messy round. But somehow, some way, Gen.G managed to persevere through it. Replay, please.
Did anybody get the number of that bus? Because that was, oh my God, Karan. Well, that's nasty, but I mean that Showstopper grab well combo was absolutely beautiful from FPX. It's just Gen.G's just barely able, but it brings out the Showstopper as well from Texture. So now you don't have that ult.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, you've got the Nightfall, but Ayong has his Thrash. So there's real opportunities here on these retakes.
Operator now in the hands here of Life. Follow to check close.
And you got to be so nervous that it's underneath stairs. You know, how many times are those long-range battles taking place right at the area we're looking? And often, FPX has been getting the better at Gen.G. Let's see how they want to dial up this attack. I mean, Ayong already here to help out Lysor.
He has that Thrash. Smoke coming down, but it's going to be the Nightfall to try to open things up, and Lysor caught out, completely blinded up. They do get the trail detect here, but Ayong just has to pull back. Decade down, and now it's going to be a 4v5 attempt at the retake here for FPX as they try to get themselves up to map point. But for now, Gen.G very much entrenched on the site.
Tough retake. You have the Thrash, but Gen.G's backing off, not giving them good opportunities to use it.
It's only Texture that's playing forward. Everybody else has drifted back. They're expecting these flank positions. As Munchkin just spraying away, he's able to find 1 life. Going to be taking down the Operator now, out of play. Ayong and Berlin going to try to survive. Texture swinging out, not quite ready for Berlin to be in that position. It looks like he still wants a re-challenge. Munchkin as well, getting ready to encroach, working his way in towards B site. Spray away, the final shot. Connects there. Texture claims the kill. Now it's Berlin, but he cannot hold on to the weapons. Another flawless here is Gen.G. They close the gap even further. Now just 4 rounds separating.
No one beats my fire.
And that was a full buy round there for FPX, and they got flawless.
Yeah.
If you get 2 more here as Gen.G, then I'm starting to believe. If you can get 2 more, I'm going to start to believe. Until then, I'm still very much in the FPX should be able to take this. But here's the other thing to consider, Achilleos, is that every round that Gen.G gets starts to get in the head of FPX, and it starts to get Gen.G heated up for the next map. And that's what's really concerning.
We're seeing that heat up right there. I mean, Texture just having a laugh. Munchkin spraying on the body. So they're getting warmed up. They're getting back into it, and this was much more of the Gen.G that we were seeing yesterday on Lotus versus Leviathan. For FPX, though, still in a very good position. The coach just now finding the need to go ahead and intervene. Still have that other timeout in their back pocket should this run back continue, but they are so damn close from taking this map away.
Yeah, and I'd love to see now Gen.G take a page out of FPX's book and grab an outlaw here based on the economy that FPX has. I don't think they will. They don't do that typically. It's not a Gen.G maneuver, but man, if I wanted to get in my opponent's heads, it'd be something I'd consider at the very least. I mean, FPX, you know, the crowd's gotten a little bit quieter for now, but they're trying to will them on. They've got some big ults to play with. They're able to scrape together a couple Guardians on the back of these Vandals, only half armor for everybody. Phantom switched over to for Autumn as he has that pit. It's probably going to see maybe some kind of play here to maybe block up the front of C and then contest Rubble. This looks like it's going to be fast.
Flashback was early though, and Texture just swings out and takes him down. Head gone, but Nate still gets one from beyond the grave, and now Texture falling as Berlin claims another kill. Ion trying to steady that spray, can't quite make it happen, but Munchkin alongside Meteor. They managed to stay alive, and suddenly it's another swift hit round. One that Gen.G, they get the better of FPX. Autumn, last man standing, still making his way over here towards the A site. Footsteps gonna be heard. Munchkin now gonna be noted. Prowler gets the latch on. Autumn just gonna be cutting noise, slow creeping forward. Needs to try to isolate 3 different fights. Now moving up into the decay orb, and that's just going to be Munchkin out wide, ready to get the catch.
Okay.
Down. Timeout not delivering. Another buy not delivering. Gen.G continue to get closer.
This is starting to get worrisome for FPX. It kind of has to start here right now. They're going to stop the bleeding. I mean, the crossfires are brilliant. Able to sneak players ahead. Texture winning that opening duel, so crucial. Something that was not going their way when they were on the defender side. And now they're turning the tables. They're flipping the script. Doing to FPX.
Starting to vibe, starting to thrive.
Well, this one looks like it's going to start out a little bit slower. Seeing if they can bait out any util is Gen.G. They snag an orb. Try to work out some of these positions. They're just gonna go.
Angel's going with Berlin. He's got the Juds. The Prowler gonna be noting them though. As push up into the smoke. He's able to get quite a bit of damage there on the Texture, but cannot find the kill. Berlin, that scientist taken down. Now Autumn tagged up as well. Just these blind sprays through. Softening him up so much. Life able to find one, but then Karen trades it out. TP used just to get over. He's closer a little bit faster. Smoke down. Karen works up forward, but the lockdown now shoves them back. 3v4, Texture low on HP. Plant still not yet coming through.
Just had to be sure. You never know when FPX is going to get aggressive on you. Wanted to make sure they crossed their T's, dotted their I's before they put this plant down.
Now the quandary is, do you use this Thrash? It looks like the answer is going to be yes.
It's FPX, so yes.
They very much want to win this round. On the hunt, spots out one, but cannot get that detain across. Karen still just going to be tucked away. Autumn storming forward, able to find Texture, takes him down, but then Karen holds at bend. The 3K from him, and now Lysor, no other choice but to just go ahead and drift away. The whisper on the wind as he makes his way out across the opposite side of the map, desperately wanting to hold onto this weapon. Gen.G, I cannot believe it. They are going to get themselves within touching distance, just 2 rounds separating.
Not ready yet.
Lakia is still hunting.
Yeah. They want to do all the damage they can.
He suspects it. Oh, he doesn't check drop, so okay, Lysor can breathe a sigh of relief.
I'm beginning to believe, Achilleos. I said I'd wait until 9, and we're here. That's how many rounds in a row? 7 in a row?
Lot.
A lot.
A lot. And one of the things that we saw from Gen.G yesterday, I believe it was, what, 10 rounds consecutively for them?
Yep.
To close out versus Lev.
They're streaky as heck. I mean, I always think back to that sunset against DRX. DRX started out 7 in a row and then all of a sudden swung back with 8 of their own or 9 of their own or whatever it was for Gen.G. They do this. They start out slow a lot of these games and then all of a sudden they just find that gear, they find that confidence, kind of realize that team that they've been all year, and then they're going at you. They are fearsome when they are playing like this. But FPX, I think, can recover. I mean, I think they just need to slow the pace down a little bit, slow the tempo down, maybe play for some full-on retakes. Don't give up any free kills off the rip. Don't give themselves any odd man situations. This next round, whatever, it's going to be a weaker bye for them probably. But
yes.
After that, Give them a little space. There are the Outlaws. What are they doing?
Oh,
There's no way.
God.
I knew it was going to happen eventually. They can't resist.
God.
Munchkin can't resist.
5 Outlaws. I mean, this could come back to bite them somehow, some way. Berlin does have a Marshal. Lysor has that Vandal carried over. So still need to be cautious, but good God. Gen.G. 5 Outlaws in play for the start of the round. Let's see what kind of message they end up sending.
Okay, there's some guns on the floor for sure.
The thing is, I mean, you got to juggle these back because
they're expecting aggression.
Swing coming through. Berlin, that Marshal can deal such a significant amount. There you go. Gets the headshot. That's texture on the floor. As things begin to unravel a bit. Tuck the weapons off the side of the map. They'll start slow creeping their way across into A, but this push coming out of B right now from FPX, this death ball, if it catches them off guard, it could be significant damage dealt. They're on the turret for now. So Meteor will hang back, lingering, watching. There's still a Phantom there on the floor.
They're so fast to this, Achilleos. They're aware of it. You know, Gen.G, Munchkin was watching this angle for so long. They're ready. Contact Life, though.
Life finds a headshot, showstopper, drawn out, thrown in. Not gonna be able to find the elimination, only gets a little bit of damage, and Munchkin on that timing swings out ahead of the Cosmic Divide to find the pick. A pit now, just to try to escort them forward here onto the site. Smoke coming down. Charon, dangerous position. Lysor able to find Meteor. Munchkin bouncing for the short. He does manage to trade it out. Ayong now dead, but it's a 2v2. Pit and play, but Spike still drops. It's on the opposite side of the Cosmic Divide, so they have to use the OMEN TP just to grab it. Autumn, revealing his position, doing damage. Grabwell, not quite there to be able to get the catch. He swings out, they're both so damn low. Berlin now, inching forward, closing the gap, scooping up the Vandal. They know that it's in play, but Charon, the movement, the lurk. Gets himself up top, finds that elimination. Now it is all on Berlin. The IGL, the captain, the madman. Can he get it done? Spots him, hears him, but cannot kill him. Charon with 3. Closes out the round, and Gen.G are now just 1 away from tying us up.
Unbelievable. Charon has been coming up so huge for Gen.G. 19 and 14 on the scoreline. So many 3K rounds that have turned the tide, that have kept them in this match. He has been phenomenal so far this tournament, and he is not letting go against FPX. I mean, the Outlaw start didn't work, but they still had better guns. They were still able to get it done, and Charon in particular.
But barely so, and that was against that weaker buy. Round nearly got away from them. Now half armor's abound, but rifles in hand. Texture spraying through the wall, just trying to find anything that he can. Paint shells let loose. Now the push with the Dizzy Blind. It comes in, and it's an easy kill delivered to Lysor as they continue to take him into more space. Lysor with 2. Locky and Charon trying to answer back. Lakia, everything to do, but he cannot find it. FPX will finally break the streak, and they will get themselves up to 12.
And they're finally able to win this contest for Rubble. Takes everything they've got to do it, but they're able to get there, able to swing Life around this corner. Lysor so good, holding that angle. The initial push looked like they might be able to break through. Gen.G got texture deep towards the door, but that Dizzy was so perfectly timed to set Lysor up right as that door opened.
29, 15, and 2 this second half. It's been rough, but Life still looking to drop a 30 bomb. Again, aggressive spacing being taken. Showstopper in hand. Paranoia not finding him, and Lysor trying to be cheeky with the TP, ends up getting caught. Nightfall goes across, not going to be able to catch anybody. And they'll note that. There's no trails. The site is open. It's here for the taking. Still making their way forward, though. This allows more time for FPX to try to get into position for a flood retake.
No ults to speak of for FPX. They're just going to have to get it done with some good rifling and a little bit of other utility. Blast packs and...
Smoke dissipating. It's going to be a shooting range. Texture able to find 1. Taking him down. There's a Charon! What is that? 2 quick kills. And now it's all on Berlin once more.
This is unbelievably tense. Berlin has to consider. Do you go for this? Do you say, well, it's FPX, I think he's going to go, but... We'll see.
Taking his time. Spots Lakia. That's all he sees. It's not enough. He has to try to back away. He's going to try to hold on to this weapon. Charon, however, everybody else here on the hunt. Gets a spot onto 1. Waiting for the timing. Does manage to find that kill. Gets a little bit of damage through. And he draws enough attention that nobody survives. Wanting to hunt, wanting to get that pick. No weapons carried forward. But Gen.G now just one round away from taking this map to overtime. Absolutely unthinkable at the half.
I mean, 10-2 at the half. And they also won the pistol, but then Gen.G got the eco and stringed together 4 rounds.
Strong.
Strong, thank you. You're absolutely right.
He used to be an English teacher.
My grammar no good.
I mean, right now after this game, brain no work well.
Brain no worky good.
Marshall in hand. Glass cannon for some of these players. Autumn, no armor whatsoever. Just mustering up everything that they possibly can to try to finish it out here, to try and avoid that overtime. But Gen.G not liking what they haven't seen.
And I mean, Gen.G's so willing to scrap. I mean, think about all the teams they have to play in Pacific that drag you down into the mud. I mean, HyperX is the first that comes to the mind. They played HyperX 4 times this year, 5 times this year?
A lot.
A lot. Oh, Meteor with the opening pick. Oh!
Finds Autumn alive, taken down. Now just 3 players left. FPX. Can they clutch it up? Berlin gets the shoulder shot, but has to evacuate. Pulls back into safety, the Prowler. Not gonna go deep enough to get the connection. Nebula up, a shorty in hand. But can he deal the damage that he needs to? There's the first, but the second pump is not gonna be enough to take down Meteor. Puts him low. Gives Lysor and Ayang potentially a chance, but Munchkin is still here lurking, getting ready now to push his way up into B. The check coming through. His knife is out, but he pulls off the angle, and now the footsteps are going to be heard. Munchkin getting all the information that he needs. There's the spot. There's Lysor dead. And oh my good God. Ayang now, everything to do.
It's unreal.
3 kills, Meteor. He's low on HP, but time is starting to work against him. He's got the wingman. Spots one. Gets the headshot. Now the Thrash online. He's going to send it. Meteor trying to backpedal. The turret goes in. The Tane not going to be found. He needed that catch. He gets the headshot. Wingman out to try and go for the defuse. Karon up over the top will put him down. And ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're entertained because we've got more for you here on Lotus. We are going to overtime.
I can't believe it. This can't be real. The overtime again on Lotus. How many times has Lotus gone to OT so far this event? Is this the 3rd one? It's just bonkers.
But never in this fashion.
I don't. It's lost. I mean, Gen.G to come back like this. It looked like it was done. That pistol to start that round gone. Certainly, you think it's FPX's map. The crowd trying to rally FPX again as they move back over to the attacker's side. It's gonna be the glass cannon for life. Had so much success with it on that first half. So much success with those snipers. And oh my goodness.
Last pack sent. Gets the spot there on the texture beneath to try to back away. They get the haunt reveal, but punish cannot be found. All of FPX pulling back away from A. For now, Rubble in Gen.G's control. Sights once again now turned over here towards B. We'll set up with Munchkin starting to drift away a little bit over towards Connector, but turns the sights back here into B main. They still have that alarm bot over on the corner as well.
Yeah, this is more like what Gen.G had success with one of the few rounds they did, where they got Rubble control and then were able to work the rest of the map off of that. Here again, considering that this might be a C hit, Toxic Screen comes up, but still that alarm bot to play off of. Prowler check. No confirmation on that op positioning though. Gonna be cleared out. Smokes are in.
Smoke in, Munchkin.
Berlin.
Taking a much more aggressive position up here on top of the box.
Berlin.
He sees the nano. Double stack setup though in life. Eliminated the operator, not finding value. Now the approach getting ready to come through over here onto A. Berlin still lurking, needing to find value here at C. And he picks a lot of place. There's the gun barrel spotted, and it's easy as Meteor just takes him down. 3 players now left, Autumn, Lysor, and Ayang with everything to do in a 3v5. The Dizzy pick back up, Karon pulling away, sending out some warning shots, looking to just slow up this approach as there's only 15 seconds remaining. And everybody from Gen.G gets ready to arrive. The first 2 shots come through. The Dizzy not gonna be fighting much, and Ayang cannot steady for the second shot. Lakia takes him down. And for the first time, Gen.G are in the lead. 13-12, map point is theirs.
And it's so crucial here for Gen.G to get this defender's side win, because that was the side of the map for both teams. that they just could not get much done. Karon so steady throughout this entire map, and immediately him and Lakia swinging out together to finish the job onto Ayong. But the double stack, expecting the swing out of that entrance of B. Brilliant. The watch party over in Seoul, South Korea, giving them a round of applause as FPX has to take a break to rethink this. After how this map started, to lose it like this would be the heartbreak of the year.
Timeout, the only one that they get to call here in OT. Needing to reinvigorate these players, needing to get them aligned.
I'm sweating. I am sweating.
Right there with you. Just incredible scenes being put on display at the moment between these two squads. Both just so very streaky. For Gen.G to just come in, potentially steal this map away after that opening half.
It's unthinkable. I mean, to have it happen again. And it is exactly like you mentioned, Achilleo, shades of DRX versus Bilibili. I mean, these comebacks that these teams are capable of from Pacific, just absolutely outrageous.
Ironclad mentality. But it's not over yet. Let's see if FPX can extend this. Let's see if they can get this reset. Just for now, Texture. One blast pack across. Karon taking a forward position. That Paranoia going to be catching on to multiple players. Counter Paranoia going to be coming through as the Dizzy also connects. Life taking forward position. Molly finds one. Karon able to take out Life, but now Lockett going to be traded out. Shots flying. Things looking good. It's all on Meteor, and he cannot make it happen. 13-13. We continue onward.
You'll love it. They're just going to scrap. They're just going to fight, trying to show you who's got better firepower. And FPX is going to win the battle this time. It looked like maybe off that Paranoia from Karon that this was going to go their way, but Life slides in. The Gecko Mosh actually getting a kill there for Ayong. And then Karon gets stuck in that corner right outside of Rock. And Meteor with not much else that he can do in that situation. The crossfire is good for FPX. And we go again. We go again.
Life again, glass cannon. Off not finding much value the first time out. Texture, similar scenes, jumping across over towards Rubble. Bomb shot not connecting, they stray away.
I think they expected that. I think they expected that last pack angle again. Felt like that op shot might have been angled for it, but it's tricky to hit that.
Look at this though. Lakia already getting into a position where he can quick rotate over to C. Yep. They're expecting that's where the pressure's going to end up going.
The same stuff from Gen.G that's been working for them on the few rounds that they've been able to get on their defender side. Get Rubble control, and then play pivot between B and C. Make sure that B is difficult to get into with that alarm bot, with that nano, and then let Munchkin and Meteor shut things down if they can, but a pivot back over to A. I love this from FPX.
Boombot the check as the smoke dissipates. Confirms the presence of at least one. Life waiting, saying, please, jiggle peek this, jump peek this. Give me the chance and I will take it. Paranoia at the ready, sent. Dizzy as well, flying through. Swing onto the corner, Texture, instant with a headshot. C's now lobbed in, everybody sent packing. Berlin still creeping forward, that alarm bot around the corner. Now Lakia on the hard right angle. Gonna be caught with Util in hand. He gets taken down. And Meteor, he pulled so far away that he's unable to get the punish, but Texture does arrive. He finds it, Showstopper now in hand. Here's a tap onto the door, sends it, won't be able to find much of anything there. 3 players once again here for the side of FPX. They're cutting back over.
No way.
In towards B. Texture sprays away, finds one. Looks for Ayong, cannot have it. Karon does get taken down. Ayong keeping them in this. Light source up very low, but now the Thrash going to be online. Meteor, I don't know if he's going to be able to clear this one out fast enough as he goes up into the smoke and misses him. But the detain is there on the Munchkin.
Last player
the Mosh lobbed in. Meteor dead. Ayong, he's bailing him out. And now it is all on Munchkin to try and reestablish the lead, to get themselves back up to map point. But how do you clear this? He knows both of their positions. He knows that Lysor's low, but he cannot find it. The headshot comes across, and FPX are up to map point once again.
And this is brilliant moving around the map here for FPX. They lose Rebel control. They flirt with B and C a bit, and then they head back over to B after the showstopper has been popped. I mean, even though Texture gets one, and it looks like he might be good to just shut this round out, Ayong comes alive, gets a crucial detain, and I think they might have seen Meteor in the corner as it drifted by. They're able to take him out, and just not able to get there in time to back up Texture is Gen.G, and that costs them the round. And here we go, Off the rip again, Texture taking space towards the orb. He's got it.
Masha back Rebel, there's a reveal on the two. Texture able to collect both. Munchkin and Meteor finding one apiece as well, and it looks like this is not ending anytime soon. Autumn would have to 1v5, and yes, some of the HP bars are quite low, but there's also a Showstopper on the opposite side, and now he's been noted. Showstopper incoming, no! Headshot, Snappy with it. Autumn shuts that down.
No reason not to go for it, but a few players low on Gen.G.
Hey, you kill two more, you get a pit.
Anything's possible.
But they are playing in a very disconnected position, the two low HP members. Munchkin and Meteor both sat within that connector. Just trying to play away, allowing for Karon and the rest of the team to try to just deal with this one, and it will be Lakia who finds that 14-14.
Find you.
It continues.
It's a slugfest.
Overtime.
It's like watching a boxing match in round 13, and both teams are just throwing everything they have at each other, just blow for blow. And this time around, Gen.G's Texture able to sneak up towards that orb, get in a good position. Lakia's Fade utility has been so pivotal in some of these rounds to get the spots, to get those kills, to change the dynamic of those fights.
Look at this change up though. Meteor, he's gonna go glass cannon. He's got the operator in hand. Not something that we have seen whatsoever. Looked out here by Mound. Berlin just popping the smoke, drifting across the opposite side. Meteor not catching a glimpse, but there's the shots flying. Berlin now needing to use another star just to try to get himself out to safety in all likelihood. Looks like it will just be a quick recall.
I wonder if he was able to see the op in the hands of Meteor there.
He might have glimpsed it.
I think he might have. They're just doing their diligence, making sure that nobody is left behind the mound as they go for the orb. Op the op.
Op the op. Meteor though, smoked off. Goes for the re-peek, and Ion again delivers. Headshot found. Munchkin looking to reinforce this position. There's the jump forward, and they get the C's across. Now Dizzy connecting though. Munchkin having to pull back off the angle. Han revealing nothing. So far, just a 1-for-1. The ops on the ground.
Got a lot of util out of Gen.G there. Nothing left for Munchkin. Still got the paranoia for Lysor. Still got Ayang's Gecko utility. Definitely good opportunity to clear the site. Only one Prowler left for Lakia. Use the Haunt, so that's going to be on cooldown.
30 seconds.
There goes that Prowler to check.
Prowler checks. Prowler confirms the smoke now down here on to B. They can't play off this alarm bot any longer, so have to just set up for this. Push up into the smoke though, and Texture getting punished, and that's going to call for the pivot over to B. The paranoia a tad bit too early. Karon only able to find one. Ayang trades it back out. Wingman for the plant. 2v3. The Thrash again online. Instantly set on the hunt. Spotting Lakia. Getting it detained. He's going to be taken out. The knives go swinging. Lakia falls, and it's now all on Munchkin.
Here.
Counter spray not even being attempted too much. Berlin eventually will find the headshot. FPX once again out in front.
And it's these late pivots to B that are working a treat now for FPX. It's been the adjustment in their strategy here in overtime that has gotten them two attacker side wins in a row. And like you mentioned, the utility just a little bit too early from Karon. Sensed it coming, but the pressure got to him, and he let it fly just a moment too soon. Wasn't able to buy that little bit of extra time for the rest of his team to rotate over, and Ayang has been massive in overtime.
Knife taking quite a bit of space here. No ops in play on either side. FPX one more round win to put a finish to this.
Gen.G hoping that they could fake some attention towards A and make a quick rotate over towards B and C, find some open space, but FPX pretty wise to it.
Life inching forward. If he swings this corner, he's still going to be able to come away with one. That does get him up to 30, so congrats on that front, but Meteor trades it back instantly.
Just tucking Texture behind the corner. The rest of the team now starting to settle up towards C, but not much ambiguity here with the full A control for Lysor. Here we go.
The high-low setup going to be so difficult to break, and Autumn comes away with two. Meteor able to find Berlin. Lakia and Karon, they get themselves now into the site, clear out quickly there on the haunt. Lakia inching his way forward. He walks right into it, and Autumn is looking to deliver the win at long last. The pit invested in Karon, everything to do. Spots one, swings out of it though, and Autumn will collect the 4K. 16-14, FPX. They do not let the map get away from them.
Grueling, unbelievably grueling, but FPX holds on. What a comeback from Gen.G. But it's pure grit, pure determination for FPX. Unbelievable.
What a performance, what a map, and what a start to this series. That is just map number one. We need a break. We're gonna go to one. We'll see you guys on the other side.
Yeah, bro. I know they're holding me, so what? So what?
Not sure what sensitivity you perform best with? Are you constantly changing your sensitivity because you're missing? Introducing the Universal Sensitivity Finder in AIM Labs. Get real-time sensitivity recommendations. Keep track of the sensitivities you perform best with, then bring it into your next ranked game and dominate. Now available in AIM Labs Plus.
Red Bull gives you wings.
That was one of the craziest maps we have ever seen on an international stage, and I'm now joined by the winner of that map, FPX's coach Nathan D, and Luna here to do some translation. Now, I hope your heart is doing okay, but it does look like you could have closed that out a lot earlier. So why do you feel like that your team allowed Gen.G to have a comeback?
那其实相信你现在心脏已经是狂跳不停了，因为其实我们觉得这张地图可能早就能拿下来。那你觉得是为什么会给到 Gen.G 机会能够在这样的追分追上来呢？
我们其实他们抢 A 做的挺好的，他一开始的抢 A 把我们的 A 点那种思路啊，或者说我们的一些设定 set up 有点打乱了，然后导致我们可能有点着急，然后叫了暂停过后，可能还是有点没有解决到那个问题。后面真的还是靠选手一些关键发挥，把这个比赛拿下了。
Because when they are pushing A side, kind of like destroy our setup on A side. But after that, I caught a pause, didn't help too much. But after that, our teammates just used their communication and their individual's power to help finally close up the map.
Oh, a win is a win. We'll see what happens on the next one. I can't wait to see how this series is going to end.
Right there with you, Yinsu. An incredible, seriously, an incredible game that was. And it is true, right? It gets down to those moments when you're in OT and you're just going for it. You just got it. The individual skill has to pop off. That's exactly what ended up happening there. FPX pick up the win. What a way to kick off the day, Mimi.
Yeah, I mean, that is the most a win is a win kind of game for FPX, because it really started to slip in that second half. But I want to start by talking about the first half in particular from this FPX squad, because I thought they had a great read on how Gen.G was going to play. Gen.G is a team who has a lot of these proactive ideas. I think especially against an FPX without a Sentinel, they love going for these really forward aggressive pieces, taking space in A, running down towards C. And FPX did a great job of playing these consistently slow, defaulty rounds and punishing any aggression given to them and calling into the right side at the end.
Yeah, exactly. We were talking about the adaptation, and probably it was a little bit hard for Gen.G to stop doing these things, because time after time we saw FPX waiting for them. We saw how they got the round number 6, right? Gen.G just waiting on to see, putting a little bit of pressure onto A. And then on round number 7 that we're seeing here, FPX is already ready for what's happening on A. And round after round, especially when we got to OT and the last rounds of the game, everything was about A control.
Yeah, and life was, everything was also about life, to be honest. This guy had a lights-out map. The craziest thing to me was the weapons he was buying. On attack side, Raze, as the solo dive agent on the team, he bought either an outlaw or an operator pretty much every round. In OT, he bought an op, like glass cannon op, every round. No one else does that. No one else does that. But this guy, and it shouldn't work, honestly, being the solo dive agent, but he makes it happen. This player is just, there's just no one like him.
And on the other side, even though they didn't win, the amount of multi-kills and rounds that Karen gave to Gen.G was on a different level. Time after time, we were seeing that there was 3,000 smokes on a side, and this guy was just running around, getting the kills, and moving perfectly with it. Yes, it was complicated, but hey, they got it to OT from a
10-2.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And they lost pistol.
That's what I mean.
And they lost pistol. Yeah, they were working at 11 the entire time. Wild stuff. Let's go ahead and shift the conversation, though, over to Gen.G, and we'll have our aim lab shoot around with Texture. Let's go ahead and see him click some orbs for a little while, but we'll talk about this Gen.G roster really just showing their resiliency in this game. That being said, though, you know, without a doubt, like FPX also showing us that resiliency, so don't want to take anything away from them. They won the darn game. But yeah, let's talk about this Gen.G team here, because now you're really going to be leaning on Texture in this situation, Karen as well, to be those players that are going to step up here, because you know FPX are really going to be feeling that momentum as they go into their pick of Sunset Cuckoo.
Yeah, exactly. And it's going to be very complicated, because it's a map that they've been trying to strive away as much as possible. I was actually surprised that they didn't even ban it for this. And now we have to see, is this going to be a bait that FPX is biting into? Because it's a map that they have very well prepared. We saw it the other day with the composition with the Harbor, already moving away from the Viper and showing a new face, but with a very clear plan. It's going to be complicated, but yes, we need Texture to show up.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But this is the best chance for FPX to win their second series globally. Just as a reminder for folks, their last game was their first ever win on a global stage after attending a myriad of these events. They are peaking at the perfect time. They have the momentum in their favor now after winning that first map, and they have a real chance to make a clean sweep into playoffs in front of their home crowd and earn
Nutty.
4 days off. It would just be ridiculous.
It would be nutty. They're right there at the brink. Let's go ahead, though, and check out where we're heading off to next. We talked about it briefly. It's going to be Sunset here. And, I mean, still blown away with the way that FPX started and the fact that FPX, despite the fact that Gen.G made an insane comeback, still managed to rally that win. And as you'd mentioned, Mimi, they're right there, just one step closer, and they will have punched their ticket to the playoffs. And on top of that, they could potentially do it with a 2-0, but Sunset's going to be really difficult for them. Look, they're a great team on it without a doubt, but one has to wonder what Gen.G has cooked up to try and stop FPX from being able to sweep them here.
Yeah, exactly. We were talking about the almost comeback that they performed. Even though it got to OT, Gen.G got very, very close. Also, the other day, something that we saw on Icebox is that Texture, it took him a little bit of time to warm up. That first map wasn't his best, but then the second one, he was a different beast.
Yeah.
That is what we need to see now on Sunset.
All right.
Gen.G, they're one of like the few teams that is still playing the solo controller on this map. They kind of always have with Karen on that OMEN, right? I mean, sorry, excuse me, not one of the few teams. There are a lot, but that is playing instead this Sova KO instead of that Gecko KO. But they implement it really well. The coordination is on point, and they're also pretty unique in playing that Jet and really building around Texture. This is going to be the map when you watch Gen.G on their attack. You're looking for a lot of the like kind of traditional Korean style. You're going to see a lot of the flash dash with a dart and a KO flash coming in combination as Texture pops out of his smoke.
And FPX is starting on the defense. We need to mention something that happened the other day. Berlin setting up live to go in this crazy plays, just finding up a lot of space or maybe some crazy kills and being able to come back. High risk, high reward. That's the name of FPX.
FPX could very well shock us all, lock in a 2-0 into the playoffs. Will Gen.G answer back? Let's send it back over to Achilles and Paper Thin.
Thank you very much. Here we are. Sunset now to see if Gen.G can hang with FPX or if FPX are going to be able to double their number of international match wins here today in 2-0 fashion.
And I love the way FPX plays this map with the Harbor, with the Yoru. So much trickery up their sleeves, so difficult to understand where they're going and how they're going to do it, if they're going to use those Harbor high tides just to bait out utility, or if they're actually going to push off of it, things like that. So difficult to read for Gen.G. And also Life on the stage came out and fired this crowd up. So they are trying to get something done. Catch onto Autumn, but just going to be able to back around the corner. And Gen.G looks like they're setting up for a full-on B hit. One trap wire right on the corner of the pillar there. The camera on the back of the site. The full stack into mid, but there is the trap wire potentially to account for this for Gen.G on the backside.
Quick dart forward, not going to be getting the catch there onto the trap wire. So Autumn, he lurks into that one. Could get the reveal. Instead, we'll just spam across, but they clear out the wire. So Cam, Cypher, Util, all going to be taken away. Get ourselves now into a 5v5. Pretty much everybody untouched. Life maybe getting tagged, once. 0 point at the ready. Autumn swinging out. Texture going to be taken down. Autumn finding that kill, now looking for another one, but Meteor will be able to clean it up. Turning the forward position is Meteor. Let's find Lysor. Right now, things going the way of Gen.G here on this opening pistol. Ayung the hunt at the ready. Swing up the corner. Berlin going to be taken down. Ayung everything to do, but is not ready for that double push around the backside of sight. Gen.G start things off with a pistol win.
And FPX is playing full retake here off the rip. As soon as Autumn gets identified, he backs into market. Gen.G just takes that open space, and they are so good in the post plant. Both of these teams, obviously on Lotus, extremely efficient in their post plants. FPX was 12-12 on Lotus in those situations. Gen.G 9-10. So it seems like part of the game here is going to just be getting that plant down, trying to prevent your opponents on the other side not be able to. A couple Guardians, a Bulldog.
I must wait a moment.
And there's the Phantom for Texture. Be able to grab that orb, build up towards the blades. It's a full-on A swing, but FPX is reading it. They're stacking some players right on the site.
They're getting in a decent position. Don't have any flashes available here from Life. There's that classic in hand, but Paranoia is at the ready. Multiple players going to be spotted. Texture claims the first one, gets himself a second, looks for a third, has to dash away. Swing out though, Munchkin able to go ahead and put an end. Kyoung, bottom across, able to find one, but that'll be the cleanup. One player down, weapons overall recovered, juggled over here to Meteor. And that will be Gen.G starting things off 2-0 in fairly clean fashion.
Yeah, just FPX seeing if they could catch Gen.G a little bit off guard, but as ever, Locky is so diligent with that Sova utility. Sends the drone out, gets the info, allows Texture to open up with 2. Can't find the shots on the 3rd, dashes out. Lets Munchkin swing in, clean up the last player there on site, so efficient for Gen.G. Couple rifles, the Bulldog, the Guardians. Going to be the arsenal that they have to work with. There's that early high tide to keep Gen.G pinned, to not give them any early info, to try to bait out util. For now, FPX is committing a little bit there. The Prowler exchanged for the 0 point. Everybody just planting their feet.
Damage exchange between the Cyphers, but Autumn getting the better of Meteor there, takes him down to 38.
That's one of those players with the rifles for Gen.G, so I have to leave him behind to lurk, as now Gen.G considering mid, thinking that maybe they could take advantage of some of this open space.
Decent little fan out from him here to push up the tiles. Locky just gonna take a couple pot shots with that Guardian as Lysor TPing across, gets himself over in towards elbow. Munchkin hearing this now, realizing it, also spots him there for brief of a moment, but there's a swing out. The timing from Life, absolute perfection. Gets the punish, and that's Munchkin now dead.
Great bait and switch there between those 2 players. Now Gen.G's gonna make a go over towards this A site. Pings come out to worry about the player towards the left-hand side. Smoke comes down. One-way setup.
30
Gen.G
seconds
has
left.
in response.
Don't have those flashes anymore from Munchkin to try to open up this angle, so they just have to try to wait it out a little bit more, but no, it's going to be the Cloudburst. They start rushing their way forward.
Careful.
Life is well in a position to try to go for this pinch. The drone moving forward, able to get the ping. Lysor jiggling out, comes back through, finds himself 2 quick kills, now a 3rd, and there's the shutdown. 1 player lost, just Ayong dead. Otherwise, clean shots here from FPX as they get themselves on the board.
Yeah, holding a pretty similar angle to the eco round. And able to just shut Gen.G out of this one. Lysor, when FPX has needed him, he's come up huge so many times. He did it on Lotus previously. Finds a 3K for himself. He may not be lighting up the scoreboard, but he is clutch as heck for this squad.
Oh yeah, I mean, show up, get a 3K clutch, hang back for a little bit,
chill out,
put up some good util,
yeah.
Let the rest of the team thrive, show up again, another 3K. So now 0 point, just gonna be noting 1.
You can see this high tide just causes so much hesitation in Gen.G. They're not really wanting to do much, you know, worried about a potential push out, maybe a tiles crunch, things like that. Live.
Right here. Peeks out wide enough, but doesn't get punished for it. Spike drop. We know the Yoru, but that doesn't even mean too much, given that he could just end up anywhere else on the map.
They're just gonna then stagger into the one-way over at A. Keep the information out of Gen.G's hands. All they know about really was where Life was, but that was a while ago. Drone maybe spotted out Lysor on the other side, but 4-player stack.
And cleared out, entry coming through, trap wire right here at Texture's feet, clears that out, doesn't want to get revealed, goes up into the cyber cage. Autumn just on the opposite side here. Cloudburst going to be coming through, Flash is going to be good, Life can't drag that across though, managed to find one, but Ayong and Autumn getting kills as well. 2 players now left here from Gen.G. Karen able to find the headshot, Autumn going to be taken down. Still the man advantage very much here for the side of FPX. Sees no connection, just a fragment here for the post-plant util. Karen, a couple TPs to try to get himself out of a bad spot, but he doesn't do it. Munchkin's gonna be taken down, so now that fragment does not matter. Karen holding here at main. Wall comes up. Seen incredible scenes from the likes of Mindfreak in this very position, but he doesn't have the angle at the moment to try to spray him off of this defuse. The push-up, he gets 2, but the defuse is gonna be held. Karen, maybe an ace in a loss if he were to swing out, but with 5 HP, he needs to hold on to the weapon, and he does. FPX will get themselves now tied up at 2-2.
And it's so tricky to understand where FPX is going to be coming at you from, not just because of the smokes, but because of the Yoru as well. Autumn here, reading the positioning, the repositioning of Texture very nicely. A win out in mid for Ayong. Ayong again, besting Munchkin. I mean, Karan, he's still dialed in, he's still snappy. He needs a little bit of help. It's so tough with that high tide. This time, a little bit different. They're putting it deeper in to try to take control of B main. Meteor, though, Gonna disrespect it, try to push ahead of it. See if he can maybe catch somebody on top of that cam, trying to look over the top of it. Gonna see the edge there of Autumn. Autumn gonna have to remove that dart.
Dart removed, camera cleared. Drone spotting one. We know that there's another, given that the door gets tapped. Double presence confirmed in market, and it looks like Gen.G, they fancy those odds.
They're looking for this B hit. Gonna try to crunch through market. Was texture detected? Nope, door's closed, so absolutely not.
Prowler though, that's gonna check for him, and that's gonna give it away. Now spotted, entry up over the top, looks for the shot, and Paranoia timing is gonna be good. Autumn taken down with life with that outlaw, able to find Caron at the same time. Over here from Berlin, swinging around, left-hand side here, of the side pillar. As looks for the shot, texture gonna be taken down to 45, but the kill is gonna be found now. Neural theft invested from Meteor. It's the ping
30
reveal.
seconds left.
Spotting them all out. Life
Spike planted.
nearly taken down.
Cutting through.
13 health remaining, sets up for that gate crash. Munchkin wanting to push, nearly gets the catch timing. Lysor sends out the Paranoia, crashes across multiple, there's no one there to really capitalize on that. Blinds come through, Meteor holding a wide angle. Lysor looks for it, can't quite find it. Meteor able to find it, Texture gets himself a third. There's nothing more that Life can realistically do here, just looks for any kind of exit frags that he can potentially get. Now the double shot sent, has to go over to the Classic, looks for the right click, but it's gonna be Texture who takes him down. 4K here from Gen.G's Jet as they will retake the lead.
And I love the way that Gen.G uses the information game in their own advantage. They take control of mid, okay? They get the Paranoia to set up Texture on the entry. Then they're gonna get the Neural Theft. They dodge the Nightfall. Everything is under their control. They know where FPX is at almost all times after the execute comes through. And it's a great read from Gen.G, understanding the tendencies of this FPX squad. And they're able to take so much space. I love the way that Meteor challenges B main there off that high tide, uses his camera so he can look up and over a little bit down into it. And Autumn just kind of sticks around to get some info and has to back off. And that opens up just enough space that Gen.G says, we can now make this B crunch hit. Let's lock and load. Timeout for FPX as they have to consider. They're starting to falter a little bit in some of these rounds. They're gonna have enough money here to string together some half armors and some rifles. They have a couple ults, they have that dimensional drift. They have a neural theft of their own now. What are they going to come out of this timeout with? That dimensional drift, so fearsome in Life's hands. They'll do stuff, they'll do crazy stuff like set up a smoke deep somewhere behind enemy lines, and then he'll dimensional drift and stop in that smoke and then flash you from behind. Things like that that are really difficult for teams to handle in the heat of the moment.
Well, he does have it. Had it in the previous round, but no real opportunity to try to utilize it. Let's see if it comes into play here, as we do have buys across the board for the side of FPX. It's all going to be reinforced with just half armors, though.
Only the Prowler. Exchange for the 0 point. Orb grabbed. Here we go.
Ball command going to be coming through. Ayung just looking for a timing swing out of the smoke, and Munchkin is able to take the Fade's head off. Flash coming through. Lightsword playing decent anti-flash there, but Munchkin finds another one on the entry onto the site proper. 2 kills there, Life. Creeping his way forward. Lakia watching, waiting for this lurk. Berlin getting ready to swing around the backhand side. They're reading this beautifully. The fake out. My Meteor, what is that shot? Just putting him down. Well, Berlin will get himself on the board, finding the kill here on the Lakia, but there's nothing more that he can do. The rest of his team, 6 feet under. Gen.G looking to move up now 4-2. Texture, however, looking for this kill. Waiting for Berlin to come creeping back in. He does so. Weapon not going to be retained.
It's huge. Gen.G able to find some confidence, find their groove. And I don't mind at all what FPX does at the beginning of this round. I mean, Munchkin just hits a better shot. Ayong kind of expecting someone to push out of that smoke, but just can't get his aim stabilized. Lysor able to dodge the Paranoia, can't get the advantage in that fight. And then Gen.G starts swinging, able to get ahead of that fake out, take out Life, just shut that round down. Now Gen.G going back to kind of their default 3-2 spread. A push out for FPX.
Texture finding life, looking for Berlin, but Berlin with the partial shot will be able to play off that setup damage. Kill comes through. Drone spotting one as Slice War cuts his way over towards Tiles. The paranoia as well, but now Pop Flash out of the smoke. The push coming in. Pivot over to the side. Munchkin going to be good for one. Autumn able to find him. Finds himself a second. And now Spike is going to be dropped. That's 2v2. Weapons potentially able to be recovered. It's Charon not going for the shots there. Ends up backing away. He does have his ult in play though, so while we have Meteor lurking forward, getting himself over into Boba, TP's just going to come through to pick this up. Objective now in their hands. Meteor creeping down into market. Finds the first. Suspects the second. Sets up the cyber cages on either side, but Ayang continues to push forward. Trapwire, however, finds him. The jig is up. And now he is crunched between these two players of Gen.G.
Yeah, this is so tough for Ayang. Just trying to figure out exactly where they went. Using the haunt, but...
Want to come through. Meteor about to get line of sight. Takes him a little while, nearly loses his life, but finds the kills all the same. Gen.G continuing onward, now up by 3.
It's just beautiful. I mean, I like the attempt here from the side of FPX, but Gen.G just has the weaponry advantage, frankly. I mean, FPX plays this nicely. They're expecting that flash from Munchkin. He steps out, and there's 3 players watching him with those classics. And the Marshal able to shut them down. Texture.
The thing is, I have no point of reference.
No, I don't know what he's talking about.
No idea what that was.
That was just
that's Texture.
Calm down, maybe, I don't know.
Lysor, aggressive TP forward. Does manage to find one before getting traded out there by Meteor. Looking for the shots. Hunter's Fury, second one, not able to get that connection. Life survives, 45 HP. After a bit of a pacey start, it looks like we will just slow things down a bit more here.
Going for that Neural Theft Hunter's Fury combo. Still though, not a bad start for FPX. Keep the numbers even.
Shallow shock dart, not going to be finding much there. Is Meteor catching Berlin over by Tiles. Lakia revealed, and Autumn just creeps forward, finds the kill for free. Lakia just very much caught off guard by that. Because of that pick that sends them rotating all the way back across. Meteor going to be noted. Sees Ayang though. Doesn't get punished by it. Is looking for the C's. He manages to avoid it. Push out of the dimensional drift. Life gets the headshot. 5 HP remaining on him, but still damage dealt, giving his team a solid advantage. But Texture, here's the TP, and he's in a deep enough position to get the punish. Takes him down 0 point. Not going to be catching anybody, but now ult going to be invested. Here's a Reckoning comes through. Munchkin going to be stunned up, tries to get himself in behind the box. Texture has to pull off the angle, can't continue to defend. Munchkin cannot find any value. It's all on Texture, and he will get none of it. Ayang claims the last 2, and FPX not going to allow for Gen.G to get too far ahead.
Yeah, and this is what's so hard to read about FPX is you never know exactly if there's smokes or not at the beginning of the round. If that high tide comes out, what they're going to do on the back of it. This trap wire, maybe just a little bit deeper than previously set up is my suspicion there. And why it caught Locky off guard. Maybe just unconsidered. But that Reckoning's so impactful on a site like A. So much space that it can clear for you and make it so difficult to get yourself set up in those post plants, especially if you don't really have much in the way of mollies to work with. And you've got a 4-man stack here, a fast push. The blades are out for Texture. He's up and over.
Up and over, but cannot find the kill. It's a little bit of damage there from the friendly fragment. Charon gonna fall in the meantime. Ayang able to find that one. The reveal coming through. Munchkin able to find Lysor. Does strike him down. Life creeping around the back. Texture reading it, but Snappy with the readjustment is Life. Finds him. Munchkin caught off guard from the flank. Berlin comes away with that kill. Now Lakia, pressure on all angles. Only is able to find the one. Autumn takes him down. Now it's all on Meteor. Still working his way over towards the site. The haunt into elbow, revealing nothing. The cyber cage there on the setup to push forward. The defuse held to half. Flash coming through. He finds the shot. He tucks back. Swing out, and Meteor cannot make it happen. Close but no cigar. Ayang brings them now within 1 round of tying things up.
I mean, Meteor doing his darndest, but absolutely phenomenal stuff here from FPX again. They're doing a great job of getting these retakes to go now. So difficult on Lotus. A lot easier for them this time around, and it helps when Life's hitting shots like that. absolutely ridiculous. Berlin finds a great time to swing. Take out Munchkin behind Gen. Able to isolate some of these fights are FPX. Able to keep Gen.G guessing where they're going to be coming from. Now you've got the op for Life towards mid. Pinged out by Gen.G. The smoke to try to cover it, but Life just steps ahead of it.
Oh, a rare miss. Life unable to find the shot, but does get himself out to safety with the gate crash. Now looks a re-peek over by Market, and he will be able to get his target this time around, but not before Berlin does fall. 1 for 1 thus far. Meteor waiting to see if anyone comes creeping forward, sends out the cage, and the spray across Autumn just catches him. How does he keep doing it?
He's got phenomenal game sense. Just absolutely understands what his opponents are trying to do and when. So beautifully.
Munchkin.
Wow.
Oh, Lysor pulls off that angle for just a brief moment, gives Munchkin time to try to line things up, and now Ayung here finds one. Nightfall at the ready, sends it. Will get the catch, I do believe, at least onto one, but now he's going to be taking down the Haunt, going to be cleared out. Life arrives on the side, headshot found, Munchkin dead. It's all on Karan in the 1v2. He can't hear a damn thing. He's got his TPs at the ready. Where they're at. Sound now back for him, but how do you try to isolate? Angle just being watched as Life creeps forward, leading the charge. Smoke now going to be coming through. Life swinging around the back, the op shot not connecting. Karan finds a headshot. Pivots back over. The cyber cage in play, and Autumn good to close it out. Defuse will come in. We're tied at 5-5.
Unbelievable game sense from Autumn. Just using that cyber cage to perfection. A little bit of an interesting change up here where you would expect that you leave the op towards Link, and then the Cypher is going to be the one that pushes in towards Gen. Life tries to fool Karan a little bit by being the one to push up, letting Autumn hold the other side. Karan's able to get the better of him. Just a few missed shots for Life. Otherwise, this would have been a lot easier for FPX, to be honest. And that's going to bring out a timeout for Gen.G.
Life still maybe a little frustrated at the opening shot whiff. But yes, timeout called here from Gen.G. As both teams collect 5-round wins for themselves. Alt advantage very much here for the side of FPX. At Dimensional Drift back online, the Neural Theft in play, Lysor as well. None of that from the shadows.
That gives you so much ability to control the information game, Achilleos. I mean, we've seen that they've been disciplined with that Dimensional Drift. They haven't done any, fast trickery with it, tried to use it off the rip, try to create some disruption. Maybe that's what they're going to go for here. You can use that first, wait that out, try to get as much value out of it as you can, and then go for the Neural Theft after. Munchkin does have his ult, though. Does have the null command. So there's maybe a world where he can sort of outguess FPX and kind of take those ults away from them long enough to get a plant down, get into those post-plant setups, maybe finally come through. But FPX doing such a good job with these timings, keeping it so uncomfortable for Gen.G, not allowing them any breathing room once they get to a site. They're constantly swinging at them right after the plant comes down and making it so difficult.
Cage set up over towards Market. Thrown over the top, Lakia looking to see if there's any forward presence here. Nothing spotted though. Berlin fully blinded up, but still comes away with one. Munchkin, however, is going to be resible, obviously, with the ult rolling, so they can bring him back into the fight. Karan is already on it. There's still 5 members strong. But Autumn just banging through the box, takes out Texture. Lakia, at the same time, however, does find Lysor, and that opens up the B site. Dimensional Drift, Lakia noted. Comes out of this one, has the off, and Life gets the shot. Meteor gonna be dead. Ayung fighting too. Lakia and Munchkin both gonna be taken down, and now it is on Karan once more. This time has full HP, but the Neural Theft comes through to go ahead and confirm his position, and Life is creeping in from the flank. Gets the shot, and FPX get the lead.
A brilliant bait and switch here by Life. Uses the Dimensional Drift, throws the fake out, then TPs the hell out of there, and lets Ayung swing in and take 2. Just brilliant maneuvering, great util combinations, and then after this, you have the Neural Theft to confirm. Unbelievable, Ayung. That is so good. And Karan stuck in a bad position. And normally from that spot, You have a pretty good opportunity to make it difficult for your opponents. But with that flank angle taken, they're able to come through. Meteor does have his neural theft. Op still in the hands of Life. There's big ults invested. Can Gen.G swing this back to a 6-6 after such a good start to this half? FPX has been just absolutely feeling themselves these last couple rounds. A little bit of a cascade texture. I'm gonna try to work past it, door closed. So let's see, Gen.G's maybe gonna try to contest top mid here. See if they can find some space, find some value.
Breaking onto the door, Paranoia for the entry here over towards Boba. Paranoia in the meantime able to find one. Reveal now gonna be coming down and instantly kills found across the board. Teleport stopped. Life also eliminated. This texture maybe getting ready to do battle, getting the read here. The rotation through defender spawn. TP forward, that will be heard, and Ayung will get caught. Hunter's Fury even getting committed there last round, why the hell not? 6-6, we are tied up at the half.
Switching sides.
Been the match that keeps on giving. Gen.G finding the open space in mid and able to punish it. Just catching Autumn in his cam. Not expecting that push through there that quickly. And then Gen.G just flooding together, playing off of each other. Texture waits in the back and takes him down. All right.
Very solid round to go ahead and close things out. Tied up at 6-6, but let's go ahead and take a look at Life in our OMEN player moment.
Hello， 大家好，我是方 Masters Life， 感受非常开心，能够在家乡门口赢下世界赛首胜。其实内心有点小小的紧张，因为毕竟在就是自家门口打比赛，说的就很难看嘛，对不对？对，还是扛住了压力，对，然后主要是对没有辜负的那种感觉，在内心是和对方的 C-Net 是对位的，然后但是他选的是截锋，我选的是一个木蝶，就是会害怕自己就是对位不过他，但是后面心态转变过来之后，就其实还好了很多，对，就会像平常比赛一样就轻松了很多。
This is where they kind of get in trouble sometimes when they go a little bit too aggressive, but this time it might be the key to their success. Lysor in a 1v2 down to a 1v1, lands the shots.
如果我们能够就是进入到8强、4强，以及对，就是会对我个人是真的意义很大，包括对我们整个 FunPlus 意义很大，因为就是那种努力了很久，终于能够得到回报那种感觉，所以说还是蛮期待。我个人不是喜欢说没有发生就是不切实际或者说是说大话的人，但是我只想说，我们虽然说比其他赛区晚起步很久，但是我们的学习能力以及成长能力是大家能看到的，所以说我们会成长的让你们可怕。
Not wanting to lose here on home soil. Was able to find the victory just yesterday. Now, FPX, can they get the second one? 6-6 at the half. Both teams looking fairly inseparable, but it was a solid run back from FPX after a bit of a shaky start to the map. We'll see how they fare now, though, as they swap sides. Move on to the attack.
Yeah, and this is where things get really interesting for this FPX comp. The way that they're going to use those high tides, the way that they're going to try to get Life deep behind you, kind of try to split your attention. Do a great job of taking site control on B. Munchkin immediately out with that 0 point. FPX wise to it, dodges it. Now, Gen.G thinking about making a mid push. Lysor out here. That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, Lysor knocked down to 66, unable to put any damage back there on the texture. Does burn that tailwind very quickly. Himself out to safety, now rotates around here to the front of B. Grab the orb, Life just wanting to try to build up for this dimensional drift as quickly as he can. Sneak up into the smoke, but does he suspect this corner?
Oh my.
Certainly has to. This texture just going to be repositioning. Oh.
Oops.
Yeah. Misfire on that jump. Has to send out the shot to try to disguise it, but should be very well aware of what his position is going to be. And in fact, they are pinging it out now. Wall going to be coming through. Munchkin playing here on the side as well, but Meteor lurking up at top mid, able to find the catch on the Life. There's the reveal, the bang through, and the ping comes across, and Munchkin gonna be able to find himself 3. Flawless pistol win here for Gen.G, scooping up both on Sunset.
Yeah, even though a little bit of a misclick there from Texture, still able to get into good positions are the rest of Gen.G. Kind of suspecting that there was gonna be the wrap through mid. Meteor catches Life. Again, trying to get deep in enemy lines. That's something Life loves to do. Usually he's going to do it off the utility of the Yoru, but this time around just went for a walkabout and got caught. And the rest of Gen.G there able to get the spot into market, start knocking him down. Munchkin clean with the ghost. The high tide to take some mid control. Gonna send out the gate crash towards tiles. Everybody from FPX here as Gen.G scoops up an orb for themselves, and they're anticipating that there could be some pressure through top mid, but off that high tide, no contact, so FPX decides to back off, showing a different look to Gen.G. Through some attention.
Nothing spotted, but Texture getting ready to intercept quite a bit of pressure. Swing onto the corner. There's the first one. Does he repeat? Of course he does. Looks for that flick. Unable to find it. Has to pull back here at elbow. Now the dash taken away from him. Makes him a lot more vulnerable. Getting corralled upon here. Sends out that shot, just trying to stave them off, and it looks like FPX will start to back away. Dink through here from Berlin on a Munchkin, takes him low, but he himself now eating quite a bit of damage. Meteor spams across into the high tide, managing to find that second kill.
Down, mid.
And now it is all on life. Texture here on the hunt. Spots him, no scopes him. It's a flawless.
We crushed them.
As Gen.G will move up by 2.
Yeah, just good control from Gen.G. Not giving up much. And even though FPX tries a little bit of trickery off that high tide, Texture good enough with the Marshal that it doesn't make too big of a difference. They're able to just hold down mid very nicely with those ghosts. Now, got a couple Guardians, 3 rifles, 4 Gen.G coming into this bonus round. Looking for some early B main control is Meteor. All by himself though, expecting an A hit. Our 3 members of Gen.G, so just waiting this out. Our FPX though, Haunt to try to clear mid. Autumn setting up the trap wire. Got cleared though, or did he pull it back?
He's thinking about it. At least wanting to maybe play some audio games there as he just continuously sets these up. Texture staying put, not looking to go super aggro here, it would seem. Drifts across to the opposite side.
So much faith in Texture to hold down this angle by himself. So worried about those mid pushes.
Probably gonna have to be cleared. High tide does come up. Oh yeah, at the ready here from Garon. Sends it straight up the lane. He's gonna get the catch here on the 2. Does send that one through. Quick TP out as Recon also connects. Pings cannot be found.
But this is what makes FPX so good. They bait out the paranoia there. Using that gate crash to fall back. Make sure that there's no damage taken from it. And now they're gonna reaggress.
Yep. Ready. Waiting with the shock dart. Does send that one through. Looks like damage not gonna be caught though. But able to avoid that.
30 seconds left.
Wall comes through. High tide nearly available here. Set that one up, but Lockett trying to hold the line. Gets a little bit of damage across. Catches that fake out, but also catches Berlin. Kill found. Push forward, coming in. Dash over. Texture. Set up on, but so it's Lockett.
Oh my god.
The cleanup is there. Ion continuing to just deliver here on this map. But now it's a 2v3.
Last player standing.
Life gonna be taken down. Meteor able to just go ahead and finish it off. They can't get to the spike quite just yet. The C's locks them in place. But ultimately, they can go ahead, upgrade some of these Guardians. The defuse will come through, and that's gonna be Gen.G converting a bonus.
That's huge for Gen.G. Lakia playing his life so well there. Him and Texture just buying all the time in the world. Even though the shots aren't the cleanest, they're able to step back, use that dash as well. Ion does end up getting the double. By that point, the reinforcements have arrived. And Meteor, phenomenal with the Guardian. Gen.G just in general, phenomenal with Guardians. We do have another timeout here from FPX, wanting to readdress how they're going to attack this map, but from what I'm seeing, Gen.G has a pretty decent idea on how they want to approach this. Yes, they do give a little bit of utility over to some of that trickery with the Harbor smokes, but they're patient with the rest of it. They're just kind of playing fallback, not trying to get caught by any of the FPX utility, making sure that they're buying time for those rotations to come through so far.
Pressure mounting. Seems like maybe a bit of that wind taken out of FPX's sails. One of the things that you do have to consider when you come into these series, FPX, yes, been playing a lot in the regular season, been playing some extensive sets here in China. The international stage, completely different ball game. They finally got over the hurdle of that first match victory, but do they have the stamina to be able to make it through this best of 3 here versus Gen.G? They have plenty of experience in their own right after Madrid. FPX now needing to prove that they can also punch back when they're down.
Yeah, they're going up against the team that has shown time and time again that they don't give up until the very end this year. So they have their work cut out for them, that's for sure. They can get it done. The Outlaw going to be invested in for Gen.G, knowing the economic situation again. It's going to be half armors for FPX. They try to take advantage of that. Neural Theft as well. In Meteor's back pocket, they can find one of those kills. It's going to be a mid push. Start this round. Haunt into the mid push. Last time they backed off of this. Let's see if they're going to commit all the way to top mid or try to make a swing into market.
Rocket wanting to grab the orb. Knocked out around the corner. Maybe that's what he's been waiting for. Fragment sent here, trying to stop them from entering over onto market. Nicely timed flash as well. Buys Munchkin some space. Lakia able to pull back fast enough after taking down Life to avoid getting caught by Berlin. It's just going to be an early advantage here as Texture set up on the hard line. Outlaw in hand. Autumn goes down. Drone spotting out on the Ion. It's that dart across as well. As Berlin continues to inch forward, but I'm able to find Munchkin.
He's insane, dude.
He's absolutely been on fire here in this map, and Lakia spotting out too. Tries to back away, tries to get himself over here onto the side, but they are just continuing to spam through the box. They take him down to 13 HP. Clear out on the recon, and now Karen finding the catch. Berlin going to be taken down. The Spike going to be spotted. Is grabbed up. Ion able to back away with this one. Now the pinch getting ready to come through. Lysor on the flank, but Karen seemingly being suspicious about this, having a bit of a read on it. Can he get the shot? He cannot. Lysor does take him down, but he gets himself down to 5 HP. Meteor still holding here on the side. Tucked away now into the smoke. Does this end up working against them? To push out the lineup, and Meteor will take them both down. Gen.G move up to 10.
The mental awareness there from Meteor to understand that he would be sticking out of that smoke if he kept looking the other way, and he turns himself just enough to hide, waits for them to come through. Brilliant stuff here. I mean, FPX all the way into the spawn of Gen.G on this round. Finding some good value in some of these 1v1s, but then FPX starts winning them, and Gen.G has to kind of freeze things, make sure they don't give up any more free kills, get the info. Oh, the poor guy. Don't do that to him.
Oh, we did have a replay in Pacific where it was just Meteor coughing for about 10 seconds, so.
Little callback. And again, this mid push out, this time using the Cascade. Try to buy some space, hoping that somebody from Gen.G was going to try to challenge. They could get the numbers advantage with these Sheriffs. Another Cascade over towards market, and Life's going to try to see if he can get something going.
Looking for the kill. Life unable to exit fast enough. Just get picked apart. Solid opener and not much damage found. Munchkin got tagged earlier, so yeah, none of the shots there from Life. Getting the hits.
Just keeping the pace slow is FPX, hoping that somebody oversteps. Lakia not taking any damage of that exchange, backs out. It's gonna keep him honest. That recon dart. Look at that trap wire. How low can you go?
One. Cove coming through. There's the reveal, and Lakia is able to break the Cove, find the headshot. Toggle onto the cam for the dart reveal. Not found, but oh, Ion out wide. Does take out Meteor. The wild spray not delivering the elimination that he was looking for. Haunt gets cleared. Lakia covers that market approach. Kill found. Karen steadies the aim. Autumn gets taken down. Now it's all on Lysor to see what kind of damage he can deal. The answer is going to be none. Munchkin will fell him, and that's going to be now 11 rounds. Gen.G just 2 away from extending us all the way to Ascent.
The confidence building for Gen.G now. They're in full control of this defender side, not giving any space. No options for FPX that look good. They're not able to get some of those swing outs, some of that aggressive play that Foot was attempting against them. Gen.G, very disciplined so far. Now they have an operator in Texture's hands in that mid spot. They haven't been showing any pressure off the rip towards mid. Trying to see if maybe they can catch FPX a little bit off guard. You do have Ion's Nightfall as well. Texture going on a little bit of lurk about with Karon to back him up. Right in the middle.
Look across for the one-way. Berlin, wow, not quite ready for it. Caron comes away with the kill, gets himself out. Tap on the door. Munchkin waiting here, looking to try to play around this one-way setup or being taken. Well aware that there's multiple players now in this position. The Hunter Sphere going to be opened up. Lockya looking, finding, Autumn taken down. Life, swing onto the corner, is able to find Texture, takes him out, sprays away, blind! And Munchkin goes down. Now the Dimensional Drift comes into play. His Meteor peeking forward, but doesn't know where they're at, doesn't know where this Yoru is going to end up. It's going to be right here on the site. He swings out. Life, looking for the fourth, cannot make it happen. Lockya keeps it even at a 2v2. The double approach, the TP across, checks the top of box, wants to, sees nothing. Dart right at the feet of Ayang. Takes him down to 50 HP. Caron has the finisher. The alley-oop is there. Can't drag across, however. Lightsword gets the better of him, but then Lockya swoops in, recovers the up. Will get the defuse, and Gen.G will get themselves up to map point.
Well, are we going to have two crazy comebacks in a row? It's starting to feel that Gen.G has really done their homework. But this round, Life trying to take matters into his own hands. That is unbelievable.
And right before the bloom.
Yeah, just saw him in time. And a huge win for Lockya there. It felt like Life was maybe going to ace the round. And Lockya was able to get the better of him, and now Texture's having fun. Now that's the scariest thing when you're going against Gen.G is when Texture is cackling.
Oh boy, well, DC, if you ever want to make a Korean version of the Joker. Like, you know who to cast, but look at this, a pacey push out here from Gen.G. Munchkin, up in hand, not something we see every day, but now Life is going to be taken out. The back away as the paranoia flies through, but already Gen.G going to be immensely satisfied with this advantage they get for themselves.
Love the one and done. Just challenging this space in mid that FPX seems so eager to try to take for themselves. They're just going to fall back, rotate around. Only the Cypher utility on A. Feel so comfortable that they can rotate in time. A little bit of exchange of util. Yeah, you get some information here. Texture.
Drum gets a spot out. Texture now in position, sees where that wall begins, sees a shoulder, can't quite get the shot. Spray across, but Berlin return fire, able to find Lockya. Ayang gets Munchkin. You're now creeping up, paranoia to try to slow up the approach. Another Cyber Cage coming through.
Exactly.
There's the reveal. Even ahead of that one, Meteor going to be taken down. Now Caron dead. It's all on Texture to try to clutch this one out. The man advantage off the rip, not really meaning much. Reloads the Phantom, the double push, the high-low is set up. And FPX will finally get themselves an attack round win. But still need 5 to claw back if they want to take this to overtime.
Being a lot more patient are FPX. Even though they lose a player early, they're just waiting for those swings. Use this high tide, take some space. Nuh-uh! Nuh-uh, Ayang! Nuh-uh!
Absolutely ridiculous. This time, it wasn't like Life in the previous round. He didn't see him before the flash popped. He just blind shot and manages to catch him with a stray. 4 ults, though, to try to work through here.
Scanning ahead.
For FPX. It's Gen.G. Multiple attempts to try to close this map out.
Yeah, just a little bit of the early info battle.
On my mark.
With Lockya and the Cypher. Trying to sense each other out. Texture now with that op, so aggressive on this angle. Hoping to catch Autumn, but Autumn just holding his ground.
Trying to hold the angle. Closer and closer, and Texture catches a glimpse. Autumn gets picked off. Another early advantage here for the side of Gen.G. Squandered it in the previous round. See if FPX can force those errors once again. Or if this will be where Sunset comes to an end. Clear out on the cam, has the reveal, goes for the shot, swings out a little bit wider, re-peeks at Texture, finds his mark. Lysort taken down, but Lockya traded out. Life able to find one. Now the double face here in mid. Texture splitting the difference, sends it whizzing right between the two.
I try to push through tiles. Just check, nope, okay. Over towards A. Caron immediately backing out, hearing these footsteps coming, trying to reposition. Texture's gonna hold the link angle.
Meteor still stagnant, paranoia to try to slow him up now. The smoke is well invested. Cove coming through. Texture anticipating this flanking from behind. Relies on Munchkin. It ends up hitting the fake out, and Life ends up hit 2 shots! 2 quick kills, spots out Caron, but he finds the kill, they're running out of time. life.
Player standing.
Needing to get the ace. 21
A.
HP. There's the reveal. The cyber cage thrown up. He needs to get the spike. He needs to get the plant. Just enough time. The reveal, he's playing for the ace, he's playing for the win, but he cannot find it. Meteor just slows it down. And that will bring the map to the conclusion. Sunset out of the way, Ascent on the horizon. The action will continue. Don't go anywhere.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Welcome back, everyone, as FPX and Gen.G take us to a map 3, and it's Gen.G who finds the win on Sunset. Golden Boy here, you got Mimi as well as Kukuka to break it all down. But guys, I mean, overall, this series has been delivering. I've loved every minute of it, and it's been great to see really Gen.G, after that hard-fought OT loss, like really bounce back the way that they did and take the task to FPX on Sunset.
Yeah, they started super strong on this map. I think in particular, the amount of map map control they were getting on their attacking side was honestly ridiculous. Meteor as an individual on that Cypher, every round seemingly, he was getting value on these lurks, constantly pushing up and causing trouble for the side of FPX. But if you look at this head-to-head, it felt in a lot of ways that this match, at least initially, was defined by these two guys.
Yeah, exactly. And not even initially. I also think that on that second half, knowing how FPX plays, how they want to take that mid control, Meteor was key in keeping market secure. Time after time, we saw that those trapwires having a lot of impact in the game.
But FPX did find the adaptation to kind of get things closer to that 6-6 half after initially failing on their defense side. I think towards the end, we saw a lot better stuff from them, going more proactive into mid, doing a much better job of taking map control. But once we got to that second half, it kind of fell apart.
Yeah, exactly. And in some rounds, we just saw a bit of this coordination, right? And especially when we move on to that second half, after Gen.G get that pistol round, they do a very beautiful second round buy. But when we get into the bonus, we see an FPX that is back to not really having an idea, or maybe expecting Gen.G to do the same thing that they were doing in Lotus, being extra proactive and giving them something. But no, they just sit and wait for something that doesn't happen.
And if you look at their default, all of these players are postured towards A. You have the trip on B, and they briefly pressured mid. But other than that, they don't have a lot of map control. So just that one Cypher cam over towards B is providing all the info Gen.G need to lean really heavy onto this A side and invest a ton of util to stall FPX, which means by the time they're actually hitting into this side, they have very little time left, they're running out of options, and they're gonna end up losing the rounds. And this is something we saw the last time they played on Sunset too. I think it's kind of a running problem for FPX on playing these defaults where if their opponent doesn't get proactive, they kind of fall out of options of what to do and then are just banging their head into a stacked site and losing rounds.
But I really love how austere Gen.G was being with their utility, right? We saw the Omen Paranoia, but the Escalating is very, very good to make sure that they're going to have enough presence-wise and utility-wise when it comes to that retake.
Yeah, something, I mean, that literally won them the game as well, right? I mean, great stall at the end there, the Paranoia to prevent, and then after that, you know, you had Meteor who just was playing around with the cages, just letting life like take his time to put that spike down. So overall, you could definitely see like just great use of not only their utility, but also just understanding like what their win conditions were in that situation.
Yeah, I think Gen.G, this is one of their strongest maps on the Sunset. They're really well coordinated here. I think the way that they're setting up their star in particular with this Sova and KO comp looked excellent throughout.
Oh yeah, Munchkin was unreal on the KO. I really hope that they, you know, make no changes to the composition when we move on to Ascent and we keep seeing him there, because I really think that it was a bait leaving that Sunset open because they had the tape on what FPX wanted to do exactly with this composition, and they decided that this is a map that they wanted to go to.
Yeah, I think the way they were playing the attack, like we were talking about with that like heavy mid-control ideas, taking a lot of space without investing a lot of that utility, was definitely a read into that very passive FPX style. So credit to the coaching staff and to Munchkin.
Yeah, I'm also surprised because I really think that Gen.G threw them off. There was, I can't remember the exact round, but in the first half, there was a retake where FPX, Lysor uses the Paranoia and there's no follow-up. Like there is some kind of these key moments that you're like, yeah, but what if you invest in all of this, what's the second thought after that?
It's the FPX duality of man. I feel like when you watch them have a lights out half, like how they started last map, and then making some of the mistakes here, we need to see that strong FPX if they want to close this out.
Yeah, well, you know what though, one of the players that was certainly, you know, surprising us all though, as we take a look at our Verizon high-speed moment of the match, or of the map, excuse me, was Ion with really just some smart plays, but also was really great throughout the map. And then of course, you know, you had Life doing life things, but it sets up Ion for some great plays like that.
Yeah, that bait play was sick with the Euro.
That was unreal. I think that everybody was losing their minds because there is no way that Karen expects Life to come where he's coming from. This is one of the things that you can do with the Euro, and if you're Life, you can do it with the operator out of all weapons. So it's very sick to see, and I cannot wait to see what happens on Ascent.
And I just want to take this moment too to say I think there's been kind of this like tendency of especially Western audiences to kind of discredit FPX sometimes, like, oh, they play this goofy stuff, oh, they do that, especially at past events. But they play a unique style, but they implement on it really well, honestly. Like, this is not a bad team. They make mistakes. We saw it in that map, but they are a solid squad, and it is really pushing Gen.G to the limit, which is, that's tough to do.
Yeah, the bones of the team, right? Solid. Like, it's pretty much exactly what you want to see as you're midway through the season, and you want to start to to see, of course, the China region start to build up a little bit more. It's not just EDG now. FPX also showing that they can compete at this level as well.
But they have
Gen.G,
to show they can get wins at this level, and that's the thing.
And right now, this is a big test for this FPX lineup, because for Gen.G, they've been here before. They know what it's like to play in these high pressure map 3 situations when when a lot is on the line to move on in this competition. Granted, FPX, they'll still very much be in it, but for Gen.G, you have to be feeling a little good about, the squad going into map 3, right? Because that was 13-7, not the most comfortable, but if you were looking at the matchup, Gen.G is definitely vibing a little bit here.
Oh, yeah, exactly. And I think that the momentum was not there after that first map. We're going to see the composition with the Yoru, the Omen, and I think that it's going to be very interesting to see from the attack side.
Yeah, I think that the kind of biggest trade-offs with this composition is running that solo initiator. Means if you're combining utility on your XX, it has to be that Yoru flash in with that fade utility. But it does set you up for some really cool stuff, like comboing the sound deafening with those Yoru TPs. FPX have a lot of cool set plays with this comp.
Yeah, exactly. And this map is one of the even though FPX has picked a lot of maps throughout the season, this is one that they've always left for the decider. It's always a last choice, and same for Gen.G. So I really think that we're in even ground.
Well, this is it, folks. Winner moves on in the competition to the playoff stage. Let's go ahead and send it back over to Achilleos and Paperthin for the call.
Thank you very much. Yes, here we go. Map 3 to determine which one of these teams is moving forward into the playoffs. FPX, is it them here in front of the home crowd, or is it going to be Gen.G? Much to the chagrin of these fans. We will find out as we get ready to go forward here onto Ascent, but this is the map, a classic one for Gen.G. You know exactly what to expect if you're FPX. You know how this composition often pilots itself. For Gen.G, though, this is going to be a first exposure to something that's a lot more wild.
Yeah, this comp is pretty tricky to deal with. EDG struggled with it. That was the last time Fun Plus Phoenix brought it out, and they destroyed them. It was 13-4, 13-5, something like that.
And oh my god! 2 quick kills found Lakia. 2 in response. Karen will just go ahead and find Berlin out in mid. And that is a blink and you miss it round as Gen.G will win another pistol.
All right. Okay, yeah, sure.
Hell of a way to start.
Yeah. I mean, jeez. I mean, Texture's just... Now he's really feeling it. I mean, this is so scary for FPX because any of the hiccups, any of the lack of confidence that Gen.G had on that Lotus are gone. They're gone, they're gone. It's done and dusted. They are back to normal. He's just saying, okay, we hit him, we hit him. It's like the noise they make when gunshots land. And he's got a Marshal now, Guardian, and they're saving. They got a couple pistols and another Guardian, so looking to really carry over some extra cash into that bonus, or some extra guns into that bonus as well. And it's all classics.
Full push down, but see that Paranoia at the ready. There it goes, crashes across, finds everybody. Karen able to find the first shot as Autumn going to be taken down. Spam through. They have to back away, and it's going to be Meteor falling, but Texture just spamming into the smoke. Comes up with 1. Munchkin now overwhelmed, taken down by the HP bars here on the side of FPX. Absolutely in tatters.
Gone.
Lakia finding the first. Just 45 HP between Berlin and Life.
There's a lot of util here at the front of the site. KJ util, which isn't going to be useful right now. Oh my god, Berlin!
The jump up over the top, and Karen just going to be taken down. Yeah, all this being able to be ignored, and FPX doing the unthinkable. Looking to try to close this out. Life, flash at the ready, in hand, quick turn. Lakia able to find it. Lakia, he's been in this position before. We need to clutch things out. Jump down off the top of heaven, but the flank coming through. Berlin, though, making presence known. Lakia now racing down over towards the spike, gets a tap on it, thinks that he's gonna have him pushing forward here through tree, but it's actually the approach onto heaven. Quick shot, the swing out, and Lakia says, that's my maneuver. You don't get to do that to me. We'll be able to get the defuse. Gen.G will move up 2-0, but a significant amount of damage still dealt. One of those Guardians lost.
Tremendous damage by FPX. I mean, you're hoping at worst with that buy that you lose 2 for Gen.G, but they lose a lot. Berlin just jumping up and through. The Red Bull clutch for Lakia. Absolutely insane stuff. I mean, Lakia, look, there's not a lot of players that I would rather have in a clutch moment like that. He has been so good for Gen.G. Yeah, again, he's another one of those players like Lysord, not always topping the score line. Goodness gracious. Can he get you some big round wins in those tough moments?
Off to a roaring start with that 5-0 scoreline that he has. Operator now, though, in the hands of Texture. As we go into the full buy from FPX. Push getting ready to come through. Shot, gonna go wide. Texture tagged down to 45. Frankly, lucky to be alive at all.
And this is something that FPX loves to do, is try to get B control, take B main, get that Yoru utility so deep.
Thrown out, Nano to get some damage across. Lakia, overall, not too bad. Just waiting. There's the turn contact. Knows that they've swung in front of it. He just continues to peek out, and Lysor's going to be taken down. Watch now, flowing there. Slife able to find the headshot. 1H1, shock dart. It's going to be the fake out. Lakia goes back away. Munchkin as well, going to be kept at bay. Down to 70 HP, sends out that flash as he just backpedals over towards that A door.
Good discipline here from Gen.G though. Even though often Autumn is left on his own in this composition, it's usually a 1-4 split for FPX on their attacker side on this map. Gen.G doesn't budge, even though Munchkin makes contact with him. Trying to sell a bit of a fake is Berlin. And that's gonna pull Munchkin. It's all on Karon.
But Meteor knows exactly where all this is going. Sends up a couple shots and then Lakia can spray through. They manage to work it out together. Find that elimination. So man advantage here for the side of Gen.G. The rest of FPX making their way over onto the site, but there's only 12 seconds remaining now. 2 players pinged out, but Ion good for the shot. Munchkin gonna be taken down. Spike now planted. Karon still sat here in hell. The push forward coming through, finds the first, finds the second! Push up, Ion again, snappy with the aim. Manages to take him down, but now he finds himself in a 1v2.
Oh, Meteor.
The swing out, and Lakia somehow manages to steady the aim. Meteor on the flank, not necessary. Gen.G converting the bonus.
That was a tough round there for Gen.G, to be honest. I mean, FPX making some good maneuvers there. Realizing that the B site was going to be really unassailable. Fuse is going to come through, of course, after we get the Gen.G spray, the TRX spray.
Wish you were here.
Yeah, missing you.
An operator recovered. And Lakia still deathless. 7-0, Hunter's Fury online as we'll take a look back on this one. But I mean, Karon, he just quick TP'd into hell when they finally go to check out, see if that position is cleared. Somehow he just comes up with those quick kills. Solid shooting from Myung, though, to make it as close as it was. They continue to whittle away at this economy from Gen.G, not allowed to get fully banked up, but that round win still eluding them.
I mean, say what you will, Myung has been firing these last couple maps. Even though it's been a struggle for FPX as a whole. This fake out is going to be cleared, but here we go. The Hunter's Fury to try to delay this push.
For the target, Life in the meantime, able to get in on top of the Texture, and Karon going to be taken down by the Nano Swarm. Meteor's turret, going to be able to find Berlin, then Meteor gets Life. And suddenly now, the 3v3, Meteor audioless here for the moment, shoulder to shoulder against 2 players. As they push up into the side, he splits the difference a little bit too much. Autumn and Lysor both take a significant amount of damage, but now it's all on Lakia and Munchkin to see if they can try to clutch this one out. They're suspicious about Ion's position. Lakia will be felled as Ion continues to deliver. FPX get themselves online.
Yeah, now FPX is finally able to find the space that they need to get that Yoru utility in. Use the fake out to buy a little bit of extra space. TP in towards the back stairs. And then they could start ripping apart Gen.G. I mean, Meteor doing what he can on the back, but it's tough, man. When they start coordinating well, this FPX comp, so fearsome. Now you have the dimensional drift as well.
Ooh.
And that's
timeout call.
Wow, that's a fast one.
Yeah, down to the wire here for Gen.G. Go ahead and pump the brakes, but yeah, Solo not liking what he was seeing here, especially as they get ready to go into this next round, because the cash, because of how just scrappy the last ones have been, the op, it's lost, can't replace that. And overall, the Gen.G players don't have too much money to work with. They do have the blades available, the Texture to try to make up for it. But that's still just one tiny advantage for them.
Yeah, I'm really curious what Solo didn't like so far. I mean, I think FPX has been doing a decent job of working the map, giving themselves opportunities. And that round, you know, just a kind of a util combination caught Gen.G enough off guard. They lost a couple players very, very quickly on that execute. Trying to probably figure out how they should be positioning themselves to avoid some of those util dumps. Are they gonna sit further back in alley, maybe try to make sure they maintain market control a little bit better, a little bit sooner, so they can cut off those advances? Set up some crossfires from the alleyway. See exactly how Gen.G is going to change things up. In fact, it's going to be a shift of Meteor over towards A. Going to be using his util to lock down the front of that A site again. Toxic screen cutting across the A site, but that's pretty much standard here for FPX. That's their default toxic screen on this map on their attacker side. So nothing out of the ordinary shown just yet, but making a lot of pressure towards the A orb. Going to be able to snatch it up. I don't think there's much that Gen.G really is going to be able to do about that. A little util brings out a smoke from Charon, and now a change of direction here for the rest of FPX, trying to spread the map a little bit, looking for aggressive plays from Gen.G just in case, but being really, really methodical how they're maneuvering around the map. Didn't like when that smoke came out.
Right here.
Thought that maybe they're a little too ready for us on A. Let's go back to our home territory of B.
Flash in, 0 point, able to get the suppress here. Tap onto the orb, just trying to bait out some shots. Or not much found here. This is a pickup, just trying to get Lysor over towards that lockdown when possible. Reveal able to find one.
Look at how deep that smoke is. Makes it so hard for them to set up their util combos like they want to, and they're going to try to get through over onto the A site, and only Meteor left. Oh my God.
Well, Berlin eventually able to find the shot, drags it across, and Texture's going to be taken down, but Meteor still here on the site. Gets the headshot, Autumn taken down. Charon finding life, and the spike it just can't be planted. They've squandered their time, and Meteor's held the line! A Mastercard thrifty and a 4K from Meteor with some of the most gorgeous shots that I have seen.
I mean, FPX just couldn't find any comfort. They couldn't find the space that they wanted. And when they finally tried, Meteor said, absolutely not. We're not having any of that. This is my site this time. Usually I'm over on B, but I'm gonna be shifted over, and those are ridiculous. So clean. Yeah, that's a few woes out of him. I agree.
How could you not? Operator now back into the hands of Texture. An Odin in play for Lakia.
Here.
Munchkin sticking with that staple Guardian.
Dimensional Drift for FPX. Are they going to invest it in this round? There is the lockdown as well for Meteor. Something to be considered here for both squads in terms of ults. Push up towards mid. Otherwise, looking for that pick, can't find it.
That back away, seeing Ayung as well. Man, it's been so incredibly clean. Meteor tucked away here, wants to still play forward, finds the first, spots the second, continues to hold his ground, but Autumn takes advantage. Using the high penetration there on that Guardian, finds the headshot. Berlin considering a TP play here. 0 point checking out over towards Market, making sure that Texture's backside is going to be protected, and Charon peeking in, able to find Lysor. Takes him down. Man advantage once again here for the side of Gen.G. The Haunt not going to be revealing much as Munchkin takes a very forward position, swooping through, but he's not ready for Berlin to be at back Gen. No found, but Berlin's still here. Lakia now reinforcing the position. But Autumn again, just banging through, finds the shot. Pit now going to be invested. Dart sent out.
No way!
The pit immediately dropped.
Shadows traveling.
Autumn dead now, it's all on Berlin. And he's been revealed. Not fast enough on the clear. Gets the spot there on the Lakia, but he doesn't have the shots. Lakia's just got too many bullets. Takes him down, and Gen.G continuing upward, now 5-1.
I mean, Autumn hitting some incredible shots along the way, but Gen.G, this staggered defense, as FPX tries to make their way through short. I mean, Meteor with the nice initial shot, tries to challenge. But that Guardian high pen, so valuable for Autumn in this round. Right through the box gets Charon. What an angle. And it's just insane stuff. The fact that Lakia just picks Autumn out of that Viper's pit instantly is absurd, absurd.
Well, FPX now calling a timeout, trying to get this map, get their feet back beneath them. It seems like every time they're trying to get back up, Gen.G just continue to swoop their feet out from underneath them, put them right back down to the ground.
And this comp is built to be pretty successful on the attacker side. it's worked a treat for them typically in the past. It's very good on the defender side too. But right now, Gen.G is just stalwart, hitting good shots, making good adjustments, making good enough reads, even though FPX is throwing a lot at them and it's a lot to handle. Right now, Gen.G is able to carry that weight. See if they can continue to keep their stamina, keep their strength up. Something that Gen.G has talked about after Madrid that they've been focusing on is building their endurance, building their physical endurance, building up their exercise regime, their regiment, becoming more resilient to these long games that they seem destined to play.
Well, even if the maps themselves aren't long, they always have to play the maximum number of them, it would seem. And one away from this lockdown here is Lysor. Meteor still holding onto his own as Texture taking a very aggressive position forward here. Lysor on the peak, get the punish, but it comes through! Texture, how do you hit that?
Please explain. He wasn't even looking there.
We're gonna have to see that one back, but that was absolutely disgusting no matter which way you slice it. Drone out into mid, nothing gonna be spotted. Berlin just up on top of the box here on Cat.
I mean, for sure from FPX's perspective, you know, they have no idea that he did what he just did. They probably just thought, well, he guessed it out. You know, sometimes Killjoys do like to hide behind that corner. And now Munchkin tucked into the cubby, setting up with Lakia. Lakia making some noise, checking with Util. It's well placed. Here's a couple gunshots. Lets loose with the Odin, but nobody to be found just yet. This is all just to make it as confusing, as difficult as possible for FPX to read the position of Munchkin.
I mean, they're just being held at bay. The Odin, the shock darts, everything just stopping them from advancing forward, and Munchkin tucked away right inside of B main.
Next.
They're going to be coming down, smoke going to be coming through. That market is open. Munchkin backpedaling, trying to get himself out. Dimensional drift comes through. Texture not believing in the first one, but still can't find the shot onto the second. Berlin, in the meantime, take down Meteor. Multiple players now sat back here at Boats. Probably try to check forward, but again, time dwindling. Berlin able to find another. Texture all on his lonesome, the real. It pops onto everyone, peeks out, finds one, but Autumn swings the corner, and he's able to gun them down as Karen arrives. FPX will find themselves a second round win.
And it's great patience here from FPX to pop that dimensional drift, to get that crucial information. Munchkin's hiding in the corner. Just watch this.
Oh my.
Nuh-uh.
You're kidding me.
Nuh-uh. Oh my.
That is one of the most disgusting flicks. Yeah, we gotta watch it again.
That's
an elbow. And he reacts within milliseconds.
My God. I mean,
and yet the round still goes the way of FPX.
Yes, and it's brilliant use of the dimensional drift. It gets so much info, keeps Texture off balance, gets them that sight hit they need, and a crucial round win. And okay, sure, why not? Why not, Munchkin?
Yep, spam through the wall, gets the elimination. Solid way to start things off after that kickback.
He's got the no command. He can stay alive. He can keep that lockdown being used. Berlin winning that trade with Meteor.
Mess up on the fragment there as well. Texture waiting here in mid, but takes an immense amount of damage. And Berlin with that TP up on top of the archway does manage to get the kill. 3 players now left standing for Gen.G. FPX still taking the time, still respecting these players that are alive. As Karen on that jiggle out, able to go ahead and backpedal away. Shadows traveling. Gets himself situated.
Still has the paranoia. There it goes. Didn't connect with anybody on FPX though. And theirs does connect onto him.
Just taking some timing shots. Sees the flash out. Does manage to find Autumn, but Berlin collects himself a 3rd elimination. Locky up. Couple shots there on the Ion, but cannot find the kill before the door gets shut. Now they have to try to break this one down. Lysor just flush against the wall. Ready for the catch. Recon available here from Lakia. Looks like for now it's going to be saving it.
Just making a ton of noise. Trying to flush them out.
All shots through. 2 players here in hell as the turret gets cleared out. Lysor still over at main. Even if his teammates do end up falling, he still has that lockdown, but it won't be necessary. Berlin collecting 4 and FPX shortening the gap.
And it's crazy to think that Gen.G only had enough economy there to afford to lose 1 round. Now they're back into the Odin and the Operator. Half armors for everybody. You have a lockdown of your own as well for Meteor. Still have that no command from Munchkin. So you can counter Lysor's lockdown in a couple different ways, potentially. See exactly how they want to do it. Pretty standard setup for Gen.G. Although Munchkin going over in towards B main. Meteor back over into A with his Killjoy utility. Lysor for now just going to use that turret to make sure if there's any aggressive peek outs like we saw earlier from Texture, that those are able to be accounted for a little bit better. Just working the map here. Our FPX just kind of feeling out the defenses of Gen.G. This is something they normally like to do, is they're happy to kind of take their time, try to figure out where you are, find your utility, clear it out if they can, or bait some out. Very patient. Our FPX actually, despite these kind of unorthodox compositions that maybe you would expect teams just kind of try to go for weird util dumps and stuff like that that'll catch their opponents off guards, but they're very diligent, and Berlin does a great job leading this squad.
Curious to see the approach here. Do they just open up with a lockdown? He's at the guide their way into the side. There is quite a bit of util here from Meteor, and he does have a lockdown, so could set up for a counter one. But it looks like for now they're going to continue to inch forward, but a smoke comes through. Locking off main. Again, time running low. FPX really trying to work this clock down, it would seem. Munchkin is going to get caught by a quick little prowler there. Sends out a pop flash. Life forward here on the side, swings out. Meteor able to take him down. Displaces him. Meteor finds a second. Munchkin able to get Ayong, and that's going to be Autumn taken out as well. 3K for Meteor. Gen.G move up by 3 once again. 6-3. The count with a couple more rounds they played out in a half.
Even though Life is able to get his way onto the site, that's when the no command gets popped and cuts off the rest of FPX. Great timing there from Munchkin. Waited perfectly, kept Life stuck behind that box, didn't give his life up, gave Meteor the opportunity to get that kill, and then it's just an absolute mow down of the FPX players as they try to come through that A main arch. Once again, gonna be leaving Meteor over here on this A site. Really liking the ability of this Killjoy utility to stall. Meteor's ability to play well on that short A angle. They're just gonna go for the early lockdown. And it's gonna be the counter lockdown immediately.
Yep. Orb take here for Ayong, now one away from having that Nightfall, but yeah, no way to clear these out, so it's just gonna be a stalemate for the moment. Each team respecting the respective ultimates, and Charon! He just hears the TP, knows exactly where Life is at, and that's the entire entry strategy for FPX falling to pieces.
He just knew with the angle of that toxic screen where they were thinking about sending that TP. Probably seen it sometime, somewhere in an FPX replay. Here. Brilliant stuff from Charon.
And it's just all for naught.
I'll find you.
Well, FPX, how do they try to work their way back into this round?
I mean, it's just amazing to think that this is Charon's first year. He's just unbelievable.
First year and second international appearance. It's Meteor waiting for this pressure coming through. Finds the first, cannot get that second follow-up. It's Berlin. He's looking to TP his way through, but again, Charon ready for it. Strikes it down, swings out, looking for another target. His Texture arrives, jumps down off the top of heaven, collects himself a second kill. With the early loss of life there, FPX, they cannot resteady themselves in the round. Gen.G now getting up to 7.
Texture bringing the people's operator from the top rope there, just absolutely crushing the hopes and dreams of FPX in this round. I mean, Charon, absolutely nuts in life. You can see it on his face. Starting to feel that pressure, starting to feel this overwhelming defensive force that Gen.G is on this map. Do have a Nightfall to work with, but one away from a bunch of ults or Gen.G.
Another full
Two
set.
away, excuse me.
Another full set here from FPX. I mean, Ayong, he does have the ult on live, but he does not have any armor. He's going glass cannon with the Vandal in hand. A lot of pressure being applied here in towards mid, so drone out from Lakia to try to scout. Then tucked back and defensive gate crash gets set up here from Life.
A little tricky. Shock Dart trying to force some movement. Ooh. Just barely missing.
Just on the outskirts of that one. Texture peeking out a little bit deeper. The fake out, the flash, the paranoia, all connecting. Texture bogged there on the walls. The Nightfall goes across, catches on to 3. The approach now coming through. Getting ready to push through market as Berlin on this lurk. Sees where the trail leads. Here's the footsteps, and Caron going to be taken down. Now Texture, not really paying attention, but Meteor counter swings out. Top of Heaven ramp. Lysor now working his way across these nanoswarms, but he's just getting ripped to pieces. The turret as well, helping to soften up this enemy KJ. Set up on the turret, push onto the corner. Meteor eating a little bit of damage, but eventually finds his mark. Kill found. 30 seconds. Tucks back behind the box. Re-swings, gets a headshot, takes him down. Meteor gets the 4K. The up shot wide from Texture, but Aoyang now in a 1v3. Door is shut. The pressure is there. Munchkin pushing in from behind the recon, getting the ping, the spam across. Aoyang down now to 22. He's just put in such an impossible situation. And Texture with a shorty will finish this off 8-3. FPX, can they get to 4?
I mean, the timings are just good enough for Gen.G. Once again, Berlin getting deep into enemy territory. Gets the first kill, but immediately Meteor's there to follow up. The rotations were just starting to come through for Gen.G. And it was just in the nick of time to keep Texture and that operator alive. And then Meteor once again, a destructive force on that A site. So many multi-kill rounds for him. 15 and 7. The man absolutely immovable as that killjoy on this map. Aoyang now gonna be moving up. Meteor gonna challenge off this flash, but FPX so far not taking the bait.
Fragment into the corner to see if anybody's still lingering. They back away before Aoyang can try to counter swing out. Another smoke going to be set up now. Dimensional drift in play from Life. Looking to lead the charge up through Cat. Spots out 3 players. Paranoia now crashing across. Quick exit. Looks for the kills. Finds the first one instant. This Meteor does get taken down. Solid opener, but does eat a decent amount of damage. Munchkin now creeping forward. Not sure if he's going to be ready for this one. Push into the smoke though. He's able to be snappy enough to take down Life, but still that backstab opportunity available from Lysor, who continues to play this out quietly. Position now reinforced. Checks for it. Munchkin still coming away with one before getting taken down. 3v3 now. The approach here out into Heaven. Texture finds the first. Autumn dead. Knives out. Texture finds Aoyang, and it's all on Berlin. He's played it out quietly, and now his presence is known. Cover going out. Smoke in, all the util used, and Berlin will be standing tall. Red Bull clutch to end up the half. FPX, they managed to get a 4th.
That's a huge round for their attacker side to make it 4-8. Much more doable on their defender side. A massive pistol round coming up.
Makes it feel a bit better as they move over onto the defending side, but they need to pile this one perfectly. They need to take away this upcoming pistol round. We'll take a look back at it. I mean, just utter chaos, but no one registering that Berlin was going to be behind the generator. And you can see the frustration on the coach's faces there, thinking that this was going to be a 9-3 half. FPX, they say otherwise. But there's still more work to be done if they want to once again be victorious here on this stage in front of this home crowd. Let's go ahead and take a look, though, at another OMEN player moment, this time with Meteor.
안녕하세요. 젠지에서 활동 중인 메테오 김태호라고 합니다. 오랜만에 국제대회라 좀 긴장을 했던 것 같고 그래도 긴장을 했지만 팀원들이 더 잘해줬기 때문에 이긴 것 같습니다. 스테이지 2랑 서울 챔피언스도 남아있기 때문에 만약 성적을 못 내더라도 그 다음에 낸다는 마인드로 게임할 것 같습니다.
2 quick kills found. Suddenly we were in a 2v2. The Outlaws now scooped up by him. This has got the neural theft reveals. Shots coming through. Tech's going to be noted up here on the half wall. Lakia swiftly dealing with that, now sending the drone out. King trying to find a timing, trying to play around that one, but Caron once more.
일단 2등이라는 아쉬운 성적을 냈지만 사실 우승을 했더라면 더 좋았을 텐데 우승을 했더라면 좀 더 저희가 자만해지지 않았을까라는 생각도 있고 그리고 항상 1등만 할 수 없으니까 2등도 해보고 3등도 해보는 게 저한테는 굉장히 마인드를 다시 잡기에 좋은 성적인 것 같습니다. 솔직히 저희 팀보다 다른 팀들을 비교하기는 좀 그렇고 항상 잘하는 상대들만 모인 곳이니까 우리 것만 잘하자라는 얘기를 많이 한 것 같습니다. 안녕하세요.
Concerns about potentially getting cocky there had they won that championship in stage 1. Right now, I think anything but. I think FPX, especially after that, Lotus, them being able to clinch things out, humbling Gen.G a little bit. And I think that they've come into these last 2 maps a lot more level-headed.
Yes, they look like they've been able to focus up, come in here with some determination. But a tough half As the defender side for trying to push, saw the foot, but that one way there. Gen.G's gonna now make a go of it. Paranoia at the ready.
And a bit of that leg there. Texture up and over the top. Frenzy in hand, but he will be able to find that kill, but Lysor quick to reply. Doesn't manage to put him down. Yes, Ayang able to find Munchkin. That Sheriff not getting value for him. Advantage now here in the hands of FPX. Gate crash back across.
They're expecting this to be A.
A little bit, but Life, he does have that follow-up gate crash ready to go, so can join in to try to reinforce his position, but Lysor, it feels like he's going to have to at least get one. All right, now he's creeping out into the open. Expecting this push coming through. Smoke down here on the back ramp. Meteor going for the pinch. Lysor moving, gets distracted, and then Meteor on that flank, able to collect the kill. Life now arriving, but he has to wait for the rest of the team. Anything else would be a bit too risky.
Spike planted.
Oh, but he gets such a swift headshot to take down Meteor. Recon gonna be cleared out. No other information gonna be given up. Spray across. Charon trying to keep this back ramp smoked off. Put some decent damage across here into Life. Push in, that's gonna be the fake out, that's the flash. Now it's all on Lakia here in boats. They're stopping their way towards him. The headshot onto one, onto two, but he cannot pivot back fast enough. One shot is all it would have taken. It's one shot that he does not get. Life will keep them in this as FPX win the pistol in the second half.
Man, Life there, so snappy. I mean, just able to get there in time, our FPX. Meteor trying to do what he can. And he gets taken down right out the rip. And it's all down to Lakia. Almost turns it in time. Just a split second ahead of him is Life. That fake out was huge to buy that extra space. Had to respect it. Did Gen.G. They pay the price, and yeah, Munchkin now starting to show some frustration. Felt like that should have been theirs.
Solid timing on the 0 point interrupts, stops the Paranoia from coming through, but still a lot of forward unscouted presence here on this B side of the map as Berlin just creeps back, managing to find Texture. Spam through, Lysor takes out Meteor. He's revealed, shock darts land at his feet, and they will be able to claim him. Still very solid damage dealt here to Gen.G. Munchkin slow creeping up and just trying to grab that weapon, manages to recover, but Karen caught up in the crossfire.
Just gonna juggle that Guardian over towards Lakia. He's the fuller health bar, so onto him. That gun will go. He's gonna go think about going over towards A. And that seems to be the direction he wants to go. Watching for the cross is Ayang. Spotting things out is Munchkin, just in case someone got past his view.
Last player standing.
Watching, waiting for it. Lakia will just take the opportunity, grab that orb, get towards that Hunter's Fury, which is only 2 away. Looks like he might also at least be able to get the plant down. Tap onto the door. Left. The call will come through. All of FPX getting ready to swarm. Lakia has been clutch, but this might just be a bridge too far. See what kind of damage he can deal.
Extremely difficult, cutting off his best angle with that smoke.
Prowler getting the catch, and he's just trained on that door, expecting it to be broken down a little bit faster. No further damage to be found, only Lysor dead. And all these Guardians and the Bulldog carried over. FPX now bringing the gap down to just 2 rounds.
Well, the good news here, if you're Gen.G, is you've got a Hunter's Fury. That's your kind of thing you can rest on. But, I mean, great job identifying that position with their utility is Gen.G, but the crossfire just too much for them to really get through there. Tough round any way you cut it. Now with full rifles in hand, feels like almost this could be the round that changes the map potentially. If FPX can get the win here, it's 8-7. If Gen.G can find a win, maybe they can find some footing on this attacker side, which is generally obviously difficult for teams on Ascent. Is that going to
Nano up and over
clear
the
other one? That's so good.
Clears out the Nano, clears out the enemy turret. Lysor maybe recalling that fast enough.
Can't use
point suppress here. Smokes go flying. Life ready with a flash, sends out the fake out, swings in. Texture somehow comes away with that kill. Life just couldn't quite line up the shots. Hunter's Fury now opened up here from the side of Lakia. He catches Lysor. Ayang able to avoid the follow-up shot. himself now down to 70 HP. Meteor at 20 on the opposite side. The spike, however, out here in the middle of nowhere. They have to recover it.
It's going to be really tricky. Young has a real shot at this.
Thrown over the top.
Where are
They get the ping out on. Quick clear. Can he get them both? Can't get either. Lakia, snappy as ever. Shuts it down. Gen.G will be able to deny the bonus conversion. They still lose out on multiple players.
Yeah, trying to go for this flash and push play through the smokes in towards benches, but able to be handled well enough there by Gen.G. Lakia able to fish one out with that Hunter's Fury. Then uses that drone very nicely. Again, it's been crucial in a couple of these rounds throughout these maps that Lakia still has that Owl drone late, and he's able to use it to bully off one of the FPX players from a key position so that Gen.G can reestablish themselves. This time around, dart towards mid to check. Wary again of that push, even the 0 point as well. Only gonna get life with it. He's gonna back off towards spawn. Texture now. Oh my.
Oh, Berlin is not ready for that push coming through. Gets caught off guard. Lysor making his way forward. Too much damage there from that nano swarm, but gets himself into a little bit of a deeper position. Ping gonna be coming down, identifying that the alarm bot is here.
But the positioning that Gen.G has, they've taken mid control. They could take B main control as well here very soon. They're trying to, they're considering it. With Texture being there for so long, not hearing any sound, but Gen.G doesn't feel comfortable just yet. Drone only gets a little bit of info. I don't think they saw Ayang.
It's hard to say, maybe a pixel out of place, but either way, they opt to go on the attack here towards this B site. Lysor set up here by switch, tucks into this cloud burst. He's trying to stay alive, but it's just too many targets. Light pushing forward, able to find Texture, finding just that one elimination, but it's quickly traded out. Attention drawn, but Ayang now dead. Munchkin dead to his own fragment. Not sure what happened there, but either way, Autumn is the last one standing. Plant now coming through a 1v3. To try to clutch this out.
Spike planted.
Just that singular snake bite. Charon jiggling. Notes him, but now they know exactly where this Viper is. Bite at the ready. Charon just eating a little bit of damage now. TP's out, cross, gets himself into the site safely. Autumn for now, maybe just able to try to contain them in this site, force them to go down to the spike, but winning the round is gonna prove to be very difficult. In fact, he's just gonna go ahead and back away and look to hold on to the weapon.
Yeah, I mean, Autumn's been really good this tournament so far. Hitting some huge shots, winning some big clutches, but this one just too difficult. Feels that it's gonna be wiser to save this gun. Gen.G gonna go up 10-6. Great space control here. Being really patient, using some early utility to clear that space at Market and at Pizza to make sure that Texture could set up, clear the alarm bot, then they call a freeze. Able to clear the corner, able to take out Lysor.
Does he just... Yep. Okay.
He just walked into it.
Solo has some words for him. I think he thought of that I think he thought that the previous pulse was the final one, but misjudging the timing.
Well, it's usually Meteor doing that into the lockdowns.
Right. Cover going out. Well, some comic relief, if nothing else. As Recon respotting out too much there.
Weaker buy now for FPX. Dimensional Drift, yes, but is this going to be a round where you're going to be able to invest it? Maybe if you can scoop up a gun for life, consider it. Including utility, trying to find a high pen
just painting
headshot.
a picture around them. The outline there, but Kill's not quite found. Dash across, Texture just gets himself over to switch, wanting to shut that door, it would seem. Looks back, but has missed Lysor. Got himself tucked away here at this back ramp. Reinforcements now getting ready to come through, but Lysor already taken down. The TP now working its way into the site. Blinding. Used, reinforce here at Boathouse. Tap onto the spike, and Berlin just gonna be penning through, able to find that shot. Munchkin interrupted on the plan. Berlin now trying to go for a TP play. It's a headshot to Lakia. Karen dead. Berlin. He's just annihilated them. Has to go for the reload. The right click's not really connecting. Meteor still relatively healthy, but now Meteor the last one standing. And Berlin will get it done. What in the hell is that?
Who does that? Who TP's up there? Right in the middle. There's no smoke. There's no cover.
Absolutely unthinkable. Berlin annihilates them. A Mastercard thrifty when they need it so desperately.
I cannot believe what they do. And that is just quintessential FPX right there. And Berlin just stands up and lets them know. Give that man some accolades. What a play. Texture gonna pop the Blade Storm to start off this round. Try to save up a little bit of extra economy here. Bought over a gun, it looks like. So they could get everybody else with those Vandals. But oh my word. Could that be the round that changes the destiny for FPX? Because that one looked like it had Gen.G written all over it, Achilleos.
Absolutely did. Now things very much slowed down. Knives here in the hands of Texture. Dimensional Drift available for life, does have an operator as well. Setting up a gate crash and starting to work his way across over in towards mid. This could end up being devastating depending on how far he decides to push.
I'll handle this.
There he goes.
Here. Here.
Spotting them all out. Munchkin maybe the only one not quite seen. Yep, just bonking him on the head. Lakia trying to chase, trying to get on top of him, but it's just going to be the gate crash back over into boats to keep himself safe on him in the meantime, able to find Munchkin. Takes him down just outside the window.
30 seconds left.
Smoke now across from Berlin, setting up some additional defenses here for this A site, but Gen.G very much committed to this push, and it's a one-way in fact. TP into main from Berlin. Did they suspect this at all? We'll have to wait and see, but it's Whip City from Texture. Night kills not found Autumn, able to get Karen.
10 seconds left.
Meteor fighting back just a little bit, but they are running out of time. The spike now stranded, and Berlin does it again! A four-piece into the three. Life continuing to put him on display. Says, look at this man. Look at this monster.
24-12 right now. The IGL for FPX getting it done on the Omen. Just ridiculous. Great backpedaling off of this pressure from Gen.G. And they just let them come through that door. They welcome them through, and they're saying yes again. This man is potentially dashing Gen.G's hopes of getting through 2-0 to the playoffs. And that's going to bring out the timeout.
You can tell pressure, the key word that you mentioned, building up here against Gen.G as the crowd continues to rally behind FPX to try to spur them onward. That backstab opportunity from Texture. 2 players in his sights. They just cannot find either of them. Not something that we typically see from him.
Very rare. Absolutely.
Perhaps the Gen.G camp getting a little bit rattled. So this timeout from Solo, an attempt to try to refocus the squad. Couple ults they're trying to work with here. That lockdown online. Munchkin, the null command, nearly there as well. But you look at FPX, they are about to have so much in the war chest.
Exactly, dude. I mean, it's crazy because Gen.G likely not going to invest the lockdown in this round, and then you're going to have a bunch of counter utility on FPX's side. And so this is really in favor of FPX in the alt economy, in the regular economy. Everything starting to shift their way. That one clutch from Berlin, right underneath the feet.
Nearly finding him. Ayong, though, fully blinded up, is going to be taken down, but not before he's able to find Karon. Texture entering here onto the site. Sets up a cloudburst, swings across, just trying to give himself an angle to claim this kill. Flash through, nothing spotted there. Meteor, fadeaway shot, takes out Life just through the corner. Turret now set up. Berlin going to have to clear that. Actually, TP's over to the side now. Lockdown invested. Turret does alert. Door, the rush down coming through, breaks it. Meteor tucking back into the corner, still wanting the challenge, but Berlin has to respect this, has to backpedal.
Amazing. The fact that Gen.G finds that timing, give themselves the space. It's still a couple sheriffs, a Guardian. Texture grabs the Vandal. Oh, Meteor, this lurk, though, is so brutal.
Do they suspect it? The answer's no, but he can't find the shot. And then Autumn just swings into the crosshair. A second for Meteor. Texture pushing, looking for a timing, but Lysor able to capitalize, finds it now. Lockdown gonna be invested, but time is running thin. Meteor finds the last 2 shots! And it's another Mastercard Thrift Feed brought to you by Meteor. What an absolute demon!
Meteor is a monster. He is a force of nature. An extinction level event. This man, such patience. I mean, this one, sure, the jump peek around the corner, but he's so ready. He's so aware. My goodness. The back and forth here. And now Gen.G.
I'm in the disbelief.
Oh, I am too. I'm in disbelief too. I don't blame you.
It's just absolutely insane.
Goodness.
The Thrifty's able to be pulled off here from the side of Gen.G. I mean, I'll tell you what it reminds me of. It reminds me of all the flawlesses we used to get when it was solo playing on that stage back at the first International Masters event on New Turn on Ascent. I mean, that is where they disrupted everyone's expectations time and time again. And some of these rounds, it looks like it's just destiny for FPX to get the victory, but Gen.G, they pulled the rug out from beneath them. So now a final timeout committed here from FPX, needing to get the team rallied back, get a round win.
It's just incredible sometimes, these Gen.G players. Their mechanics are top tier. That's why 3 of these players on Gen.G are among the few in Pacific who've gotten over 1,000 kills throughout their VCT Pacific career. They put together an all-star squad, a squad with tons of firepower, and that's one of those rounds that squad, it gets you wins that they have no business getting.
Pit now invested off the rip here from Autumn. Going to hold them back, force them away from this A site.
Caution.
Already Munchkin starting to make his way back through spawn over towards B. This is pretty much precisely where FPX want to corral the squad to.
This is what they want. They want to stagger these flashes, these prowlers, paranoia, just try to wipe Gen.G out before they even get started potentially if they were to go towards B. But for now, Gen.G taking their time. Not much info on what's been going on in mid. That toxic screen makes it a little bit more tricky to check it as frequently as you would like. They're not being super cautious with their footsteps. Here we go, no command pop.
Push coming through, but it's just a blind push. Unescorted here on the corner as Life will be able to find Lakia. No command pulsing, but nothing really mattering there. As they now swoop their way over towards A, but already Life set up on this angle. Lysworm pushing forward, stops up. Meteor drills out, managing to find that headshot. Munchkin now taking down Berlin. That's going to be them cutting back across over towards this B site. Ion, however, can disrupt it all. Nightfall at the ready, sends it. TP into the B site, however, Calron gets himself here. Still can't hear a damn thing. Meteor creeping around the back. Ion, has he read this? What? The fade away from Meteor! Keeps them in the round. Autumn and Live still long rotations. As Meteor thinking about checking, and as he does, he delivers himself unto death. Autumn able to collect that. Vandal now here into the hand of Live. Caron just tucked up against the box. Flash up over the top. It does catch on to him, but he hears the footsteps. Looks for the first. Can find it. It cannot get the second. A costly round, but one that goes away of FPX all the same. They shorten the gap even more. 2 rounds separating as they get themselves up to 9.
What are these flicks? What are these flicks? They defy logic. I mean, Meteor there, though, just oversteps, thought maybe he could catch a player of FPX off guard if he repeaks that angle. This is a great setup, giving up all this space, and the no command pops, and they all just turn their attention in towards Market. And Ion has been outrageous on these peaks. He's so fast on them today, and it makes it so difficult for Gen.G to react. It is Peeker's advantage, for sure. Now, going to 11-9. Gen.G, though, having to cut some guns. Only 3 Vandals able to be purchased, but as we've seen, they're no slouches with the Sheriffs. Just wrapping in now, over towards A. Not much info for either side really to work with here. Meteor's tucked in right outside of that alarm bot in Pizza. The rest of Gen.G considering a move back over towards B. Probably just talking this one out, talking about how they want to make this execute. Lakia going to use the Owl drone to hopefully keep some attention over towards A. A little bit of fake utility there. It's the real hit, potentially going to be over here at B.
Spotted one, but wasn't able to check into Wine, which is where he wanted that drone to get to. This very much does touch him further in towards this site. Entry from Texture, dashing his way over. TP out though, Life now joining in with that gate crash. It's the reveal! Texture able to capitalize. Wallbang shot pushes up over top of the fragment, disrespecting it and catching Life off guard. Cool. Nice shot back from Berlin in a similar position, but this time Meteor will not give him the time of day. He will not give him that opportunity, that chance to go for another clutch. Gen.G firmly in control. Autumn and Ayung to see if they can deal any damage, if they can somehow bring this back.
There. Where are you?
So difficult. Not a lot of util to work with. The money. A little bit bad for a couple players. Should have enough for another buy, but
One of those moments where you want to play for this one, but it just seems like the odds are so very stacked against you. Just given the economic situation, having to go for the save, it's likely going to be necessary. They continue to push up. Time dwindling. Couple shots through. Get some damage. Ayung able to find one, but Meteor takes down Autumn. Munchkin takes down Ayung. And Gen.G get themselves now up to match point. FPX need 3 consecutive rounds to take us to yet another overtime.
it's incredible the way that Texture maneuvers here. Able to get into his own smoke and then using Munchkin's fragment to completely catch Life off guard. Had no idea, never suspected it. Meteor turns into Berlin, takes him down. And then FPX feeling the pressure, feeling like they needed to go for it. And they will be short on funds for a full buy. Sheriff for Lysor, a Bulldog for Life. Half armor for most of the other players. Ayong with that. With that
take flight.
Last cannon. Yeah.
Berlin just
you should run.
Getting himself over here, lockdown now. Gonna be invested. Wait, run the clock down a little bit, then start working their way forward. But Alarm Bot Nano still set up here for Lysor. Berlin backs away. There's barely enough time. That 0 point stops him from re-TPing forward, but Karon's gonna be just taken down by the Nano. A kill found. Meteor now gonna also buy some space with some of that util of his own. Push up, spots multiple players, but Lysor takes him down. Fantastic Sheriff shot, giving Meteor a taste of his own medicine. Now the push coming through. Texture able to stabilize with his own second. Pops that tailwind, looks for the third. Can't quite make it happen, but Lakia is there for the alley-oop. Strikes him down, but now it is all on Lakia. Misses the timing, cannot get Ayung. He does have some shot cards, but does he have the lineup? Hold the half. To bounce in, no, it's nowhere near on the mark. He can just hold it. As they will be able to retain these weapons. FPX still in with an opportunity.
Oh my goodness. It is going down to the wire potentially once again. Staring down another overtime are these two teams potentially. Texture doing what he can, but those opening shots to clear space at the front of the site, so good for FPX. And Lakia there with that Hunter's Fury thought he maybe could have one more player alive. And maybe they could have got that done. Now the Blade Storm again for Texture. Couldn't find much value last time. See if this time around could be the difference maker. At the very least, Lakia able to hang on to that Odin. And they're just, I think, maybe thinking about hitting this B site.
Down to the force them back. Flash out. Up over the top here from Texture. Seeking target, but none spotted. Two players now once again tucked away inside of boats. The gate crash arriving. Life TP's his way forward. Shots going damn close. Texture down to 2 HP. That connection was found from Berlin. Life though counter sprayed out. Falls down to 5. Drone to check. Spots out 2. Spray across. Berlin just taking a smattering of damage there from the Odin. Keeps himself alive. And for now, Gen.G still going to be held at bay. Berlin creeping forward. Going to perhaps try to catch them off guard. Smoke, however, dissipating. Spotted. He has to fall back. TP's once again here in the boathouse.
They still have to play for the rotation. FPX has to hold over towards A, so Gen.G can wait this out.
Dart sent through Lakia, able to wall bang onto one Texture. Getting Berlin as Lakia falls. 4v3, but it may as well be a 3v2 considering Texture and Life's HP. But FPX, for all the marbles. Can they get themselves over the line here in this round? They absolutely need to. Otherwise, Gen.G walking away victorious. Spam across, checking out the box. Shots through, Life able to find Munchkin. Catches him there in the head. Meteor now looking to take some space, working his way up this ramp, looking to play on this one-way setup. Autumn eating quite a bit of damage, but Meteor cannot confirm the kill. Sees, finding no one. Taeyong getting Charon. Meteor here on the flank, he jumps! He absolutely squanders it as Ion collects the third! And FPX are not finished yet! One more round to take us into overtime.
The Guardians singing here for FPX, hitting some phenomenal shots. The crowd willing FPX on. The hometown favorites trying to push us to the second overtime. Oh my goodness, of this match. Oh my goodness.
Seemingly just mimicking his opponent's movements. He sees Ion jump up in the air. He accidentally presses spacebar to match. Offsets it. And stops him from being able to finish this game right here, right now. Gen.G. One last round. Texture opening things up in a brutal way. Doesn't go up to the top of Gen. TP forward here from Karen. Absolutely fearless. And now Ion going to be taken down. Mask goes on. Dimensional Drift here in play. The Life absolutely needs to deliver. Scouts out around the back. Nothing going to be spotted. Lockya potentially in a position to maybe get caught. As turret goes up. Life knowing exactly where Meteor's at, but Meteor strikes him. Lockya not registering that Berlin was in front of him. Does get taken down, but now a 2v4. Lysor does recover a Vandal, gets rid of that Stinger, gives himself a bit of a better opportunity. The 0 point comes across. It looks to shut him down. TP forward here into the smoke. They just spam across. Meteor says, nah, no more of your tricks. Finds the kill, gets the finisher. It's another 4K. As Gen.G take down FPX on Ascent 13-11. They win the series, and they punch their ticket to playoffs.
What an astounding match between these two teams. Insanely well fought by FPX and Gen.G. Neither side ever giving up. The Lotus, an overtime thriller. Gen.G able to punch back on FPX's map pick of Sunset. And here on Ascent, the decider, Gen.G just barely gets the 13-11 to win. But a tremendous performance by FPX, a well-deserved round of applause.
And I think a performance that none of us could have ever anticipated. Yes, FPX looking incredibly strong, stronger than ever coming into this tournament. But Gen.G, they've always seemed like a different beast here in 2024. FPX pushed them to the absolute limit, took them down on their pick of Lotus, nearly took us to another overtime there on Ascent. But for Gen.G, maybe can breathe a little bit more easily. They get the 2-0 result that they're looking for. But this was them being tested more than they probably had anticipated. FPX, we look forward to seeing them more in the future because this team is a fascinating and enthralling watch.
Please, I mean, you certainly got to feel like the odds are good that FPX is going to make playoffs with the way they're playing right now because they are phenomenal. They make great decisions. They throw so many different looks at you.
And the other thing is, and I don't necessarily fully believe in transitive property, but if FPX are coming out here and they look like this, imagine what we can get from EDG, who bested them in that grand final. If this is going to be the bar set for the Chinese team, then good lord, I cannot wait to see EDG joining the fight as well.
Please. I mean, I would love that. You know, this FPX team, just as good as EDG, so yeah. Those playoffs are going to be scary for anyone going up against those two squads. God, this TP from Berlin. I thought that might have been the moment that everything was going to change here, that it was going to be FPX.
And it was back-to-back rounds.
Yeah.
And to be able to persevere past that, all credit to the side of Gen.G, but good lord. I don't care what team you are at this event, if you're going up against FPX, I would be sweating bullets.
Oh God, yeah, but just a real quick talk about Gen.G, and I feel like a broken record, but their resilience, unbreakable.
Absolutely. What an incredible performance, what an incredible series, but now we've got Yinsu standing by on stage with Charon.
Oh, what a fantastic victory that was for Gen.G. And I'm now joined by Karen here on stage. Luna is going to do a bit of a translation, and Jen as well. First of all, massive congratulations. You only joined this team back in December. It feels like this is the very start of your career, but you're already so consistent. Back-to-back international tournaments, back-to-back playoffs as well here. How do you do it? How are you guys so good?
其实像我们 Karen 选手现在来到 Gen.G 其实是很短的时间，但是你能够做到连续2次进入到世界赛事，并且能够做到晋级到了淘汰赛，你们是怎么做到的呢？
승리 축하드립니다. 카론 선수 12월에 팀에 영입된 이후에 계속해서 2연속 국제대회 출전에 2연속 국제대회 플레이오프 진출이라는 엄청난 결과를 이루고 있는데 어떻게 이렇게 잘하는 걸까요?
일단 저희 코치 감독님들하고 팀원 형들이 저를 잘 이끌어 주어가지고 여기까지 온 것 같고, 그리고 저희 팀원 간의 그 약간 뭐라 해야 되지, 팀 합의나 같이 저희가 친해져가지고 이런 게임적인 부분에서도 그런 게 좋은 작용을 하는 것 같습니다.
Well, props to the coaching staff and my teammates for leading me throughout the international events and every single match. And also, we have a great bond going on of a brotherhood and a friendship. Also, the team synergy going on, so that explains why we're so strong.
其实我觉得是我们的教练组以及对团队里面的哥哥们一直在引领着我，在每一次的世界赛当中的每一场比赛都是这样帮助着我，以及我们队伍里面有非常好的连接，非常好的兄弟情谊，也是一直在帮助着我。
Of course, for the next round, as you know, the 4 teams that have already made playoffs from each region will get to choose which team they face. It does feel like I don't think any team will want to choose you guys because you're looking so good right now. But who would you want to face this time?
那其实，在淘汰赛已经有4支队伍可能会等待着Gen.G的到来，但我相信可能他们并不一定会想去选你们。那你觉得你会想去面对哪一支队伍呢？
네, 플레이오프에 올라가면 위에서 기다리고 있는 1번 시드 팀들이 좀 상대가 누가 될지를 뽑게 할 수 있잖아요. 근데 아무도 젠지를 뽑기 싫을 것 같은데 그래도 카론 선수나 아니면 젠지의 입장에서는 플레이오프에서 누구를 만나고 싶나요?
저는 그 플레이오프에서 그
스나틱, 페이퍼렉스, 백티, EDG.
저 개인적으로 백티 만나고 싶습니다.
100 Thieves.
Oh, okay.
他们想要面对100T。
Yep, 100 Thieves. Well, Gen.G have made it through, but don't go anywhere because after this, G2 and Team Heretics will be taking the stage.
The hometown heroes are hoping to see if lightning can strike twice on that stage, but in their way is one of the Pacific region's best. Gen.G versus FPX.
Texture out for blood. Lysor, though, holding the line outside of B. Takes him down. Autumn just tapping away, finds one, and Lakia cannot get the flick. Autumn says, nah, son, I'm better than you with Young. Scoops it up.
Lakia.
As Life comes up with one, Karen mows down 3. Texture now, his own showstopper in hand, sends it, gets the kill. And my God, what an explosive, chaotic, and messy round. Molly finds one, Karen able to take out Life, and now Lakia gonna be traded out. Oh, shots flying, things looking good. It's all on Meteor, and he cannot make it happen. The pit invested in Karen, everything to do. Spots one, swings out of it though, and Autumn will collect the 4K. 16-14, FPX. They do not let the map get away from them. There's nothing more that Life can realistically do here. Just looks for any kind of exit frags that he can potentially get. Now the double shot sent, has to go over to the Classic. Looks for the right click, but it's going to be Texture who takes him down. Comes out of this one, has the op, and Life gets a shot. Meteor going to be dead. I am fighting too. Life is creeping in from the flank. Gets the shot, and FPX get the lead. Mid able to find the catch on the Life. There's the reveal. The bang through as the ping comes across, and Munchkin gonna be able to find himself 3. But now it's a 2v3. Life gonna be taken down. Meteor able to just go ahead and finish it off.
Whoa!
Sunset out of the way. Ascent on the horizon. The action will continue. They've squandered their time, and Meteor has held the line. A Mastercard Thrifty and a 4K from Meteor with some of the most gorgeous shots that I have seen. Forward here on the side, swings out. Meteor able to take him down. Displaces him. Meteor finds a second Munchkin. 3K from Meteor. Trying to go for a TP play.
What?
Gets a headshot on Talakia. Karen dead. Berlin. He's just annihilated them. Media the last one standing. And Berlin will get it done. What in the hell is that? Looking for a timing, but Lysor able to capitalize, finds it now. Lockdown going to be invested, but time is running thin. Meteor finds the last 2 shots.
Oh, yeah.
Gen.G take down FPX on Ascent 13-11. They win the series, and they punch their ticket to playoffs.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Guy yesterday said it's more on the way. I done made a lot of money and it's more on the way. I done got a couple plaques and it's more on the way. I put a lot of people on and it's more on the way. Lego popping up. If life a marathon, I got no choice but run amok. I've been sliding on these tracks, my haters need a salt truck. And it still won't melt the ice, and it's black. And I'm back, you talking down, what is that? Bro, you act like we ain't blessed or something. God ain't flexing something. If you want me on your set or something, cut a check or something. We been bringing dreams to life like Freddy Krueger, we ain't done. I've been moving on this blind faith from staring at the sun. Just when it sound like they don't see it, let alone what it feel like. Dog, why you worry about them? Go get your own life. Counting everybody pockets like you work for Levi. Oh my, that won't get you nowhere.
I came way too far from hiding, seeking from the police. But it came way too far, my gang was sitting in the nosebleed. Praying down on my knees, then got back up, we in the floor seats. Yeah, looking at full court games, like of course we had to go steps on full course meals, now it's more on the way. Why would I stress about these bills? I got more on the way. I'm a stellar winning politician, more on the way. Pull up deep, I'm never solo, and it's more on the way. I done put a lot of people on, and got no thank you. I ain't saying I'm God or nothing, but I'm Allen Iverson. When I talk about crosses, I ain't trying to break your ankles. Tell them I've been stepping for so long, I got cankles. Wanna make me mad, try to come tell me what Jesus can't do. Make me mad. Well, you better be glad you ain't no villain, Jesus saved you. Baby glad. Everybody used to be like, what's that smell? Jesus bathed you. And the real ones always recognize me cause I'm fake proof. Every time I'm lit, I don't get bit cause I'm snake proof. Had to tell that sin, I can shake. And I told Goliath, it's a 30, I can take it. It's a 30. I came too far from living dirty.
Ayy, gave me no respect. Lonely on me neck. Zeros on the check. What did y'all expect? Been around, homies kept it holy from the lobby to the penthouse. Blessings coming ODI. I need a list now. Cause it's more on the way. Made a lot of hits and it's more on the way. I done caused a lot of.
Welcome back to day 3 of Masters Shanghai and our second match of the day. It's going to be Team Heretics taking on G2 Esports. A spot in the playoffs is on the line, and they could be joining Gen.G, who just came hot off of a big win over FPX. I'm Golden Boy alongside with Mimi. You got Kukuka there as well. We're going to yap about this matchup because it's going to be an exciting one. We've got honestly, a fascinating matchup here because it's going to be some firsts, all right? Because here's the deal, right? This is going to be Americas versus EMEA, which, you know, we talk about all the time. It's, you know, it's this narrative we mention all the time. But the thing is, though, is that both of these teams have never beaten the opposing team's region before. So there's a little opportunity for someone to do something cool today. A nice little breaking up.
Yeah, both these teams kind of have a similar history at global events. Like the core of G2, we saw them go to Iceland with the guard. They went out 0-2. One of the teams they lost to was HyperX, and then Optic was the other squad, the Top America squad. And it was basically the same thing for Team Heretics in our first global event, Madrid, of this year, right? Losing to HyperX and then losing to Sentinels, the Top American squad at that time. They've now both picked up their first global win here in Shanghai and are looking to get their second and qualify to playoffs.
Yeah, exactly. And the fashion in which they did it, of course, is very important, right? G2 first counter starting very well on that breeze, then losing 1-13, and then coming back from a 9-3. Hear me out. And then Heretics, right, putting Wood in that duelist role because Minibu is not able to be here, but still getting the win. Okay, it wasn't against the strongest team in the competition, but hey, they got it.
For sure, for sure. But let's go ahead, though, and recap, you know, that G2 win because they had to dig deep to pull off that massive comeback against T1. And also, begrudgingly, I'm sure, against their former teammate and Saya player, but Leaf didn't give a care about any of that crap.
You said begrudgingly, but I feel like that motivated them even more.
Potentially, but you saw the love affair between Valen and Saya.
The love affair?
You saw it in real
calling it?
I think it's safe to say it was a romantic comedy in real time.
About the game.
Hear me out. Amazing retakes that we saw coming in from G2. I think is definitely something that we need to highlight and is going to be very, very important here because as we're saying, especially on that third map, it looked like everything was lost after losing on that half 9-3 and that, you know, very bad loss on Iceland.
Yeah, I mean, the comeback was ridiculous. Jonah in this tweet saying that they haven't really been known as a comeback team, and that's very much true in Americas, but they come back from 3-9 on that third map. And to me, this is really just proof of the growth, right? You think back to that roster who played at Iceland, who, you know, they were playing great opposition, but the game kind of fell apart to them. But here, they show that strength. They managed to come back in, and Autumn had some other thoughts about Leaf, too.
I didn't even notice that.
I hadn't seen that tweet.
Yeah, I had not seen that tweet. You guys said that there was a unsavory word in there, but I didn't see the tweet.
Like context, though. Autumn has coached Leaf in the past.
Yes,
on Cloud9.
I love it. That's just way
I mean, he has reason to say that because Leaf was definitely a force to be
monstrous in that game. It was just absurd what this guy was doing. But I mean, you were talking about their retakes. I feel like the other big thing was the way that they were like kind of having a lot of these really well put together executes on their attacking side. This is when they were playing that kind of Gen.G style comp with the Astra and the Yoru. And while Icy's not normally a guy who's like lighting up the world in terms of the kill counts, he does so well on that Yoru in combination with the team system. Yeah. They're a super drilled squad, and I think they showed that on that breeze.
That's the thing, like there were so many layers to this team, okay? You have Leaf locking down the sides, but then the executes and the Yoru utility that was combined with Valence and Trent that was just following on everything. Yeah. It was so good to see. How could they not win?
Yeah, and also, you know, you mentioned Leaf, and it was just great to see him back on the global stage yet again. And when he showed up big time. This guy was impactful.
The thing is, it's been a while since we've seen Leaf at a global, but every time he's showing up to global events, he's performing. I remember like the first year of VALORANT international competition. This guy at Berlin was lights out playing with Cloud9 then. Now 3 years later, he's still doing it on a new team, and crucially, on a new role, right? Like he's doing this on the Killjoy and the Cypher, and I love the way he plays around his utility. I think a lot of the rounds where he's playing Cypher, and I think he like weaves in and out of his cages and does such a good job of isolating the right pick. If you see a team executing into his site, you don't doubt that he's gonna get 2-3 kills and stop that exit.
Yeah, exactly, because it's also a big part of his own decision, right? Like he wanted to be the Sentinel, try out something new, and he fits so well for the role because, as you're saying, you can leave him alone and it doesn't matter if it's from the attack, just anchoring aside, like being completely alone, just covering or even going on the lurk, he's going to be
I'm just convinced you can put Leaf in pretty much any role and he'll pop off.
I honestly think he's like perennially one of the at least from America's, one of the most underrated players. This guy has been so consistently strong on Cloud9 last year. Before that at global events, he's just such an incredible player and also a super vocal guy who has a lot of ideas and stuff to the team.
Exactly. He's provided so much to G2. But let's go ahead and see, though, what the man himself had to say when he had to catch up with Yinsu earlier on.
Is she in the cave?
I got Leaf here with me from G2. Now, you're about to go up against Team Heretics today, and I feel like you and Gen.G Fishy are probably two of the best players in your role right now. So how are you feeling about this matchup?
I feel like I love Fortnite, and I love Gen.G Fishy.
I love one of those things. But yeah, thank you very much, Leaf.
Thank you.
Okay, as a former Fortnite commentator, that was great. I genuinely love that. Oh, man. All right, but look, you know, even though...
Do you think you could box Gen.G Fishy?
If I could box Gen.G Fishy? Hell no. I cannot fight him in a 1v1 box fight,
good.
even till this day.
And the worst part is that he would win, and then he would smile at you and be like, "That was so fun."
He will literally do the World Cup thing. He'll just put his thumbs up. But there's actually a very interesting narrative that has been built here. The real drama, some might say, because you see, you know, the Heretics coach, Neilzinho, actually is looking for revenge against his former team, organization, because it has nothing to do with the current G2 lineup. But it is actually kind of cool to see Neilzinho, you know, have another stab at the G2 organization here and take an opportunity to take him down a peg.
Yeah, exactly. Also, I want to pick up on something that PattyTech said yesterday on the
because PattyTech was also on that.
Yeah. That's the thing. That's the thing. It's like every player in EMEA has at some point been in G2. Yeah, when they were in Europe, of course. But PattyTech also said that he felt like he has some personal, like, kind of vendetta against them because there was some backstabbing, some shady things. His words, not mine. Hear me out. He wants to take down G2, the organization again, not the players. But I'm really looking forward to it. We're talking about motivation, right? Maybe against a player. I'm telling you, PattyTech has a very strong one.
Well, let's go ahead and see what Neilzinho had to say ahead of today's matchup.
We have a huge game ahead of us today. I'm joined by Team Heretics coach, Neilzinho. Now, you kind of made your name as the G2 coach a while ago, a long time ago, but this team is very, very different to the team that you used to be on. So what do you think sets Heretics apart right now from this G2?
I think it's going to be a really close game. Like, it's completely different G2 to what I was in, you know, like Woot and, you know, NS were like 14 when I was in G2. So, yeah, it's a completely different roster, a completely different region. Obviously, it would have been nice to play them with our full strength roster and like a lot more practice under our belts, but I'm just excited to play the org again. Me and Patty are going to look for revenge, so yeah, it's going to be a fun game.
I can't wait to see it. Thank you very much for your time.
And look, here's the deal, right? When Heretics showed up at Madrid, we were all really excited for them, and they played great. I mean, undoubtedly, they played great. But unfortunately, they went 0-2. But this time around, they decided to come out the gate swinging, and they did. With PattyTech on the roster once again, the GOAT sub, the sub of all subs, the super sub, some might say. And wow, what a performance that they had against DRG. And look, you could make the case, DRG, maybe not the strongest team in comparison.
And I think
but man, when I look at what they did, they just were so nasty.
No, I think you should make the argument that it was one of the weaker opposition that you could get at this event.
For sure.
But I think that's actually perfect for Team Heretics.
It's a warm-up,
yeah,
right?
They're bringing in a new player, and I mean, man, they warmed up. They stomped them 13-5 on each map, and we saw great stuff from them. PattyTech and Woot, the coordination was on point between the two. PattyTech was kind of fitting back into some of these same ideas.
I just love we say they brought in a new player, but they really didn't.
I brought back an old player.
At what point are we just going to say that Heretics has a 6-man roster?
Yeah, I think
I mean, they kind of do.
Yeah.
I think we should, but I think it's very important something that you're mentioning, Mimi. The coordination between Woot and PattyTech, even though they were the ones that were like dodging each other, was really on point.
They were setting each other nice.
It's really good to see that the protocol stays the same and you can slot players in.
And Woot was incredible. It was such a good debut for this
I can't
kid
wait to see more.
on the global stage. He is looking lights out right now, and they were implementing so much of the good stuff we saw from them in EMEA, even with the change-up. This is a Team Heretics who looks super dangerous. This is going to be a big task for G2 today.
Oh, 100%. If Woot has half the game that he had against DRG, we're looking at a good old-fashioned slobber knocker, people. It's now time to send it over to the stage because we're going to get this one underway. It's G2 and Team Heretics.
We gotta stay away. We gotta stay away. Team Heretics. G2.
Since the dawn of time in Valorant, it's always been EU versus NA. And here we are again singing a very similar song, this time with fresh faces. It's G2 versus Team Heretics. A slot in the playoffs is up for grabs. It's a question of who wants it more.
And remember the stakes, 4 days off. If you win this match, a chance to prepare for the playoffs, it would be massive. But already looking at these map vetoes here, we're gonna be starting off on Lotus.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see, especially because Team Heretics decides to go for this map. It's a map that they have a lot of experience in. Change the compositions during the middle of the stage, and I want to see how they react now that Wood is slotting in. It makes a lot of sense to just keep him on the race because that's what he decided to go for Sunset. But hey, maybe they have something cooked up.
We're also seeing G2 kind of lock into the bind here, which wasn't something they were really often picking throughout the Americas stage. But we did see some great performances, such as taking down 100 Thieves on what has been their best map there with bind. So I think two great strengths for both of these squads to start off the series.
Now, if you are a Stat Stanley and you happen to go, check out what G2's record is on this throughout the season, it isn't great. We were talking about this before, but it does make me wonder, right, Mimi? Like what does G2 see in this bind map that they felt so confident here to take Team Heretics on against, right?
I wonder if it comes a little bit down to what Team Heretics is running on this map. They run a really kind of unique comp with an Omen Viper and then like double initiator with the Yoru. I've been kind of not a huge fan of the solo Yoru comps on this map. I think it limits your options on dive when you don't have that raise. And also I think you lack some stall with that composition. Yeah. So I wonder if they see a weakness there.
But there's a big problem. Are they even going to run the Yoru? Because you're talking about the raise not being there, but Wood
running with old info.
Exactly. So, maybe that goes up against them. But when we think about the Lotus, this is the map that they managed to get
sunglasses,
that huge a comeback in the other day. Feeling very comfortable about the retakes and how they were interpreting the map. If they manage to do it again, I mean, it would be surprising, but we also understand why Heretics decided to pick up this match. We heard in the interview the other day, hey, we're just going to be looking at what we did good, what G2
they're running on limited practice.
Exactly. They only have what they have, so hey, let's go to Lotus. That's always a good choice.
The one issue always is picking into Lotus. We've seen this with a lot of teams who are big Lotus pickers, is your opponent starts... That's a fine thing to say. Don't laugh at me. Oh, thank you. But when you pick into this map, your opponent is almost always going to be choosing that attacking side. And if you can win that pistol, get ult online for your raise, say on the bonus, the snowball can be huge. But as we look at our agent select here, Team Heretics is going to go back to that double initiator comp that they've looked great on throughout EMEA.
Yeah, exactly. The question was, are they going to go for the double controller? Are they going to stick to this? And Patitek is just going to take on the duty of the fade and what's on the raise. It's definitely going to be interesting because, this is not the composition that they were running when Patitek was back in there, so I don't know how much practice and how much synergy we're going to see.
We have an awesome head-to-head here between Gen.G, Fishy, and Leaf. They were lighting the world on fire in both of their last two games. Watching these Sentinel players is going to be a fun one here for a shot in playoffs.
All right, well, let's go ahead and send it over to your casters. These guys enjoyed the night shift. You got Doug and Baby Bay on the call.
Thank you so much, GB. NA versus EU, G2 versus Heretics. It doesn't get any better than this. A spot in playoffs on the line. And these are two teams that there's plenty to be excited about for, Dre.
Yeah, it's going to be a banger, especially on this Lotus map. I mean, both teams are really, really good at it. And the players that are going to stick out to me the most is going to be that head-to-head with Leaf and Gen.G Fishy, who have both been playing spectacular for both their sides.
Yeah, that's what Mimi was just talking about. I believe the way she put it was lighting the world on fire, and that's just such an apt way to describe it. We'll see how things play out. G2 starting off on the attacking side, a little bit of a lean towards mid early on, and there is some defensive presence already, courtesy of Rians and Patitek.
And this fault line could be disaster for G2, and it's all off of Patitek's first info, but I feel like G2 are sniffing it out of the water. They don't want anything to do with this front B.
Yeah, I think Rian's used it right at the beginning of the round too, so if they were to want to hit it, there is a timing window, albeit slight, but a timing window that they could hit. But they choose to head towards a little bit of an exploratory mission with no real information of what's happening on the other side because they didn't have any presence here at the beginning. They've spotted Boo, a little bit of a jump spot.
They're so slow, G2 right now. They're really letting it cook and settle in. And they're hitting the right site right now.
Yeah, there's that fault line that you said. It's back up online. Oh, Leaf having to dance around that early bit of utility. Feeling some of the pressure. They're going to split the door down, and they're going to crunch B.
There's so many players here for
Heretics. That fault line, there they are on the swing. A 1-for-1 is traded. Patek managing to get both and stay alive for now. But it's an overwhelming flood from G2. Meanwhile, Leaf, who was there the entire time, strikes when the moment is right.
He put on so much pressure this entire round, and he closes it out. Leaf being a complete menace in front B while that split came through, and the trades went in favor of G2.
And it was a perfect setup. He just bided his time from beginning to end. Remember, he was the one that was spotted at the very beginning. That crunch call was perfect.
Exactly. He was supposed to be first contact there that entire time to get the info on where the players are on that B site. And that opened up the window of opportunity after G2 feinted that A site. They opened the door, sent the Fade Prowler in there and split B. It really caught Team Heretics off guard in the middle of their rotations. And Patek, I mean, he almost brought it back, and he's been great so far.
The game has been brought back. We're already into the next round. Heretics with a couple of sheriffs to their name. And a triple stack A. And of course, that's where G2's headed.
And this is very similar to last round. So conditioning, again, towards the A. This time, though, to change the pace. It's faster. They have better guns. Why not take the space aggressively?
And Leaf is not nearly as far up. He just had his turret cleared mid. He's going to be controlling that link flank. Meanwhile, G2 full steam ahead towards A. But again, this is where the majority of the stack is. If they can avoid disaster, if they can avoid some of these messy rounds, they should be okay. And it looks like they're only going to lose one, or at least have only lost one so far. Icy with a massive round 3 so far. And that's all it'll be. Big frags for the youngster. Getting his confidence, getting his frag going online is big for G2 early on.
And he's so close to that showstopper already. And I do like that he got these 2 kills on the entry. He was 1 HP after he took down the first player of Heretics on that A site. And then he takes out his counterpart of Woot, who has been, I mean, yesterday he was just out of this world, right?
Yeah, he was absolutely insane.
It will be complete light armor buy here from the side of Heretics, and Leaf, I mean, him and the Outlaw are like twins at this point, and this could be a deadly thorn for Team Heretics.
A little bit of a peek C. There may be a challenge. You just heard that first shot rattle off. No damage dealt, but presence made and pressure felt.
There.
Pressure for sure, and G2 understand that the fault line came from the A side of the map. Rians used that early from that tree area. And this is wise of G2 to double back and re-clear that info. A lot of teams like to throw the breach stun and then head another way.
Leaf has made a fair amount of noise C, but they're not fully biting on this. There are still 2 members from the Heretics defense that are playing A.
Look at how G2 are baiting out all this utility from Heretics on this A refight. They're gonna have the advantage when it comes to an actual site hit. But Gen.G Fishy's trips might have something to say about that.
And it was a trip that Leaf tried clearing out earlier. He threw a nano out and wasn't able to clear that trip out. Finally falls. There's the cam that he was looking for as well.
Got immense info there. And you see Rians, who rotated off. He's already here for the refight.
Doesn't have a fault line, but he does have more utility to play around. Tapping the door and going B. Woot's able to get the first with a paranoia in his face. Tries to catch a spam on the second. Patek not able to connect either. The eye goes up. The kills go through as they're all blinded. They all fall. Great round from Heretics.
Yeah, and G2 did a really good job of manipulating all the rotations from Heretics, but it just came down to that 1v1 with Jonah P against Woot. And that kill opened up the retake and the flood for Heretics to take that B site. And you just saw Rians just chucking flashes, all his breach utility in there. This is what opened up the entire moment for the retake and just enabled Woot to get online.
Jonah P gets that kill. onto Woot, the site is entirely free. They're able to waltz in, get comfortable.
Exactly. Showstopper will be online soon, though, with this C default from the side of G2. Another fault line invested towards A as well, and Jonah P is going to be communicating that to his team.
That's the second time there that Leaf uses a nano to try to clear the trips, and it's just a bit off the mark.
I love how he buys the Outlaw again. What a maniac. Who might get caught in transition here. Doesn't like what he's seeing. That wall goes up. He might have to fall back or he could get punished here. He's way too close.
Yeah, he's playing a dangerous game. The paranoia, the dog, he's able to TP away. But with the rocket hot to trot behind him, somehow manages to find safe passage out. Woot's timing is really nice here, but he's got a couple of targets to pick from, and he can't land a single one. Now all attention A.
Jonah P may have gotten taken out the last round, but he got it this time. And now they freeze off of that.
I really like this. Icy's in a really good position. The Seize is out, but the spike is planted. No real punish, as they're gonna attempt to flood down numbers, but instantly equalized. Gotta keep a close eye on Icy on the minimap as Gen.G Fishy goes in towards Heaven. Icy's waiting for his moment to strike. The timing is great for him. He can provide a lot of damage here, but Heretics picking them apart one by one. It's all on Icy now, and he's just gonna get dropped, spammed through the smokes, overwhelmed and done.
I thought for a second there, Heretics were gonna miss that raise nade because that tether got so much value on that back side of A. Two players got stuck in there. A raise nade would have killed everybody, but unfortunately, Jonah P took Woot out early on. But they were so poised on that retake. They took their time, they were patient. They waited for mistakes to be made from the side of G2, and they just spammed through smokes. You're getting kills like that. I mean, it's always gonna go into your favor, I guess.
Yeah, those are tough kills to have to deal with. But a great response from Heretics, you're right. They were really patient on that retake. Resolute, some might say. And it found immense value. The buy for G2, suboptimal. 2 Stingers and a couple of Sheriffs. This time a little bit more pace towards B. Rien's the only one here, but as they break the panel, reinforcements arrive.
And they already checked that. This is the value that we see from the breach. This is why Heretics plays it. They can be very quick to re-clear space. And Rien's is not afraid to just, you know, use every single piece of utility he has in order to do that. They're very explosive with the composition that they have.
Cam goes up, 4 of them spotted, and yeah, it gets cleared, but that will cause some problems as Woot is taking so much space across the middle of the map. He has to understand the rotations are coming through. Here's the footsteps. 3 spotted, none found.
There.
What a wide swing there from Valen. Understanding that his teammates took a couple footsteps, somebody could be there. He has to be that leader for his team and go wide. Breaking the crosshair of Woot. And that's so rare to do because that guy was going nuclear yesterday when people were swinging him like that.
As the door gets tapped, Boo feeling a lot of the pressure. Remember, the buy on the side of G2 at the beginning of the round was less than stellar. Valen managing to upgrade a weapon. A rifle now in hand and B wide open.
What a great call from Valen. Bomb's not going down yet, though, and this gives Heretics a little bit more time to potentially flood in. But the patience.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that Rien's used his fall line there instead of using it for a retake flood. Either way, not going to be on the cards, at least for the next couple of seconds. 2 members of G2 playing in the smokes, waiting for the right time to flood out from Heaven. And look at the hell beneath them. 4 of the 5 members playing close to sight. Icy gonna meet his demise on the other side of that shore. Gen.G Fishy trying to hit a clip. Almost does. Rien's now with Rolling Thunder, 56 HP in a 1v2. Remember, Valen with the superior weaponry will clean him up. The Mastercard Thrifty, the way of G2 in the lead as well.
What an amazing round called by Valen there. And he stepped up for his team and also took 3 players out. I mean, they started with C, go all the way back to A, and then pivot to B. And just that front B kill right here, this wide swing, that was so massive to get that kill. It opened up the opportunity. It opened up the entire map for them to just finesse around. And the post plant for G2, yeah, they had bad guns, but they were trading back and forth, ping-ponging. It was a beautiful round, a beautiful post plant. That being said, Heretics now have 3 ultimates online. Let's see what they can cook up with them in this round.
I wonder how much of this they'll choose to invest. They have 2 sheriffs to go alongside those 3 rifles and the 3 ults that you were mentioning.
They haven't seen a fault line out yet. So they're just very wary of a trap, maybe towards that C. We saw the one-way go up, but this deep camera from Gen.G Fishy gives Heretics so much info, they're gonna be able to cheat over towards this A side of the map. And even if G2 decide to try to split and go B, last second, that fault line could be so pivotal in this round.
There's the fault line. Jonah P falls.
That's ult!
Oh, he's got his ult online, and it is triggered.
Oh my gosh.
And it's gonna be surrounded by the Nightfall.
Spike down A.
Walls closing in, and G2 with nowhere to go. A decisive round from Heretics, as Leaf can't put up a fight.
Still waiting.
They did such a good job of masking the presence of Rians on that breach. Not using that fault line early as they have been. They've been conditioning it at A a couple times, and he's cheating over towards the C side of the map. This time, he uses it once that door is tapped, and then gets the breach ult off of it, and it's just all she wrote from that point on. That was really nice, and that deep camera from Gen.G Fishy, it just gave them all the info they needed to in order to make that play. And that's gonna be a timeout for the side of G2. Josh not liking what they've seen so far.
An early opportunity for the leader to make any adjustments that he might. You can see him back there on your screen, very vocal, very animated.
Yeah. And what a showing so far from the rookie of Icy. It's his 2nd international match, and he's at the top of the leaderboard. It is still 3-3 though. Everybody from G2 is gonna have to step it up and match Icy's pace right now if they want to take out this powerhouse team of Heretics who just seem to just have the never-ending honeymoon phase.
4 ults on the side of the attack. They don't really have the weapons to go with it, but they can, given the tools that they have, steal away one here potentially.
And a new look from the side of Heretics, this time the breach starting on the C side of the map.
Woot's over there too with his ult online.
The problem is no one from G2 is on this side of the map, so if a fault line is invested, they're not gonna know if the breach is there or not.
I mean, that had a trap written all over it. Woot satcheled out.
They don't know any of this information. Look at how aggressive Heretics are.
The problem is they're so far away. If G2 strike fast, they're not gonna be able to get here in time to stop the plant.
The tether.
Paranoia's the ult's used. Boo has arrived, but Rians and Woot are still so far away. And look at that, they're just playing with the door. They're not fully committing to A here. Icy inserted.
This breach utility so far from Rians has been so good. With that aftershock going down though, that opens up the opportunity for this Killjoy ult.
That's just gonna slow things down for just a moment. Remember, Icy is still inserted, but Boo was looking towards stairs the last time he tried peeking over here. He may be aware as to what's going on. Meanwhile, the pit invested the flood out. Woot finds Trent. The pit will fall, and so will Valen.
I got the spike.
Icy finding a little bit of space, but Leaf not around for long. And now a 1v4 for the duelist, with Spike well out of reach, and no real way to find space on the site. No satchels, every single crosshair trained on this doorway.
And a shorty.
There's no shot.
Oh, Woot just jump spotted him on top of it. Ah. Rians will be the one to clean up the round. And he's doing such a good job so far on this defensive side. G2 wanted to commit to that A hit, but that fault line on the rotation just stunned all of that A lane and denied G2 from actually taking the site. That along with the trip, it was too much for G2 to handle. They didn't like what they saw. And since Heretics has been playing these retakes at such a weird pace, right? They've been taking their time the last couple rounds. This time they're able to flood in with that showstopper. And it's just so hard if you're G2 to get a grasp on how this team is liking to play, especially when you're in this post-plant scenarios.
Fast towards B once more with the Prowler to trail the way. Sees nade not going to connect. Rian's invested his fault line early as well.
Heretics right now are using a lot of utility very early on. So if I'm the side of G2, I want to maybe bait out even more utility and just stack up and maybe just do a 5-man hit onto a site. Because you know they're not going to have all the utility to hold.
Yeah, you just have to guess which site. It has to be the right one. They've gotten past this one already. You see Trent and Icy on the other side of the wall.
Rians has a flash for Boo here.
And the fault line again.
Yep.
They're doing such a good job of using Rian's fault line to delay. Forcing G2 to potentially reconsider.
Wait, that's a little bait.
Yeah.
Spike down.
That tether
A.
was to nothing.
It worked against them. I've never seen that before. It's so unfortunate. But that Omen TP, it could be so deceiving. Leaf needs to go huge here.
Yeah, he's got to find a little bit of value. He's going to cross over, draw the rotations. As Rian started to turn back A. It's just Boo who's here now. Leaf gets a second. Well, they're trying to contact out, but Boo's spotting it all. Only one found. The paranoia traded.
Another fault line.
And the nade at his feet. 13 seconds left. They've got him surrounded. Attention divided. As they have to deal with 3 members of the defense.
Planted.
And they have to fight Boo here in Tree, but the flash misses. It doesn't matter for Valen.
Yeah, because he doesn't. A tap of the door, 2v2. Icy with ult online. Valen has this as well.
One enemy remaining.
Patatek will fall. And there's the ult. Rians with so much to do, and the rocket in his face cannot convert.
Finally an answer back for G2.
Anyone have any
Valen
spins?
coming up
I may have
huge,
doubted my
but we're
fingers.
seeing that value from this breach. It's actually just messing with the brains of G2 and Valen. But in this round, Valen steps it up huge with his mechanics, getting trades onto the site.
Oh, and also Leaf getting the 2 openers on the other side of the map.
Yeah.
Created that window for them to be able to strike. It was very nicely done.
I have to point out, though, that even though Leaf got 2 kills on the C side of the map, Rians didn't take the bait. And he was doubling back and forth, seeing if there was going to be a lurk at A. So the prep for Heretics right now has been really good on this map. And that's a part of the prep. They understand that when Leaf likes to go for these C lurk plays, he jump spots it. He does this a lot in North American Valorant.
They have crosshairs trained all over G2 right now. Ben Fishy getting a second with the op. And now G2 forced to reach deep into that playbook. See what else they can find. The 5v2 here are gonna have to do with the trips. The op is somehow rotated back.
Cage trigger.
With another opportunity to deal damage.
It's definitely not something that you see every day, you know,
No.
Cypher with the operator, but I mean, sometimes when things are so unconventional like that, you can get immense value from them. And this should just be a save for G2. I mean, it's a 2v5 in this scenario.
Yeah, and the money's a little spotty too.
Yeah. And you're definitely going to see Rians
30
and
seconds
Patty
left.
Tech wanting to hunt, wanting to try to get these guns out because they're coming close to their ults. I mean, even if they die, they're only going to be 2 off of ult.
They spotted Jonah P, and you have to assume, well, now confirmed, Icy's close by.
Oh, they're totally pinched here.
Paranoia is not going to connect. They desperately need to hang on to these weapons as best as they can, trying to white knuckle their way into it and traded 1 for 1. 4 on the other side, and the weapons will not be saved.
It got scrappy there, but the job was done. And another eco. Or maybe a little bit of a scrappy buy now. What a shot. That was clean.
Even that high-low as they were staring down B.
He pre-fired that. That was so sick from Gen.G. And it's the initiators from the side of Heretics that are really coming up huge here for their team. Patty Tech sitting at 10, Rian sitting at 9.
1 round separating these 2 teams, and 2 rifles in the hands of the attack. Meanwhile, for Heretics, guns, utility aplenty.
Boo has been playing this A side of the map so good, especially when he's alone in solo. I mean, we saw him bait out a rocket in one of those previous rounds and not die, and then his team comes back for the retake and they win it. This time, he's alone again. but he knows his timing's down packed. He knows that when there's nothing being shown at C or front B, that there's probably players creeping up. He's so wise to back up there. Oh, I feel like Icy may have just slipped the net. That Prowler didn't connect.
Possibly. G2 are back to their misdirecting ways. The jump spot A caused rotations back over, and then they went back C and cleared the trip. Or the cam, excuse me, but Leaf will fall anyway. The paranoia in his face, and he connects with 2. It's another slaughter. Icy again left alone in the face of a 1v5.
30 seconds left.
These last couple of rounds have been so dominant on the side of the defense.
And this is really unfamiliar territory for G2 and Icy himself. Usually he's not the one that's last alive in a lot of these rounds when G2 plays. But he's having such a good map so far.
10 seconds left.
I mean, look, he's baiting out op shots left and right. He's doing all he can in these moments. But it's all for broke. And Gen.G Fishy with another huge round with that Cypher operator.
Yeah, he gets his one right here, and then when the paranoia connects, he collapses. That's brutal.
Yeah.
One enemy
And
remaining.
HyperX right now are a step ahead of G2. They know that when they take that A default space early on and they're not pressuring anything, they like to commit to like a B split. And that's why you saw Rians there holding the fault line out, trying to hit that broken door area. This time he just needs to go front B after Gen.G gets those kills, but...
Oh. Face your fear!
Nightfall goes out and the Prowler will follow. HyperX here close by. 3 members on the site, the other 2 quick on the rotate. G2 have found a lot of space here, but they're not comfortable.
Okay.
You're gonna see that Breach C's potentially delay the bomb just inevitably. Yeah, the nade delays. Now it's gonna be the Breach C's, and now they're gonna flood in. This is so beautiful from HyperX.
The satchel, the Omen, he's gotten on top of them!
Spike down.
HyperX once again!
One enemy remaining.
Just obliterating G2! These retakes have been so overwhelming. They've been so smothering.
The layers of utility is so insane, and it's too much. G2 are not able to weather the storm there. They did a really good job of tapping the bomb, baiting that raised nade out. But then the flood and these cages that Gen.G Fishy held onto to allow Woot to just fly over and be uncontested there. I mean, he has breach flashes setting him up. On top of that, he's able to dunk on somebody.
Just made it look easy. The last round of the half will not have a great buy for G2, and now you've got to deal with Odin spam on the other side and an eye to set everything up. Wasn't able to connect and find a kill with it.
These fault lines, Doug.
They're so miserable to play against. Oh, he does get a kill with the rocket, but there it is. Now Rolling Thunder invested. Icy's ahead of it. 64 HP, now they've got the Nightfall again. I feel like he just had that up.
Yeah. There's so much utility.
The decay, the flash, the spam, they're all dead.
Spike down A.
An 8-4 half the way of Team HyperX.
And it felt so fast. It was like a blink of an eye, and this half is already over. I mean, G2 did a really good job of manipulating rotations in the early round, but HyperX are putting such a pace on them with these retakes. They're already positioned with all the delay to just flood in.
They're forcing them into uncomfortable positions, and then you're right, just when they think they have a window they can settle into, they get pounced on. 4 rounds to close out the half. An unbelievable performance from HyperX so far.
And Trent right now.
He's had a rough half. We're actually gonna pop over to the Omen player moment and take a listen to Valen and see what he has to say here at halftime.
What's up guys, I'm Valen and I'm the in-game leader for G2 Esports. First win obviously feels great on the international stage, and it's very relief feeling because that was one of the hardest matches I feel like I've played in a long time. They were kind of mechanically diffing us most of the game, and for us to be able to close that and actually win even with I would say mid performances from most of us, except Leaf was obviously incredible today, but I know we can perform way better, and we still won today, so it feels good.
He's already used here in this series, but I mean, Hunter's Fury, instead of trying to set up for Trent, but Leaf is just killing everyone. 3 more, doesn't get the 4th, of course he does. He is unstoppable. Saya tries to go for the challenge, but he cannot.
I mean, we just have a great dynamic on the team, so it helps make my life easy, and regardless of the situation at hand, we're able to kind of bounce back. I would say, honestly, this hasn't always been our identity. I think the turning point for us was our regional game versus Loud to qualify for playoffs. We got dominated, and vibes, in all honesty, were terrible. People were just mad nervous, couldn't bounce back from anything. And so this match just proved that we can do a complete 180 even on a bigger scale. So it gives me a lot of confidence going into these next matches that we're gonna be able to close them out even cleaner. And once we hit that playoff stage, man, we're gonna be locked in, and I just can't wait for that.
There's a need for them to be locked in. You heard Valen there talking about it. The leader for G2, he finds himself down 4 rounds. Maybe the defensive side will have a little bit more to contribute. And yeah, we've got to mention it very quickly. We talked about it at the end of that last half. Trent has struggled, currently sitting at 0-12 against a team like HyperX that rides momentum so well that really just seems to pounce on any moment of weakness that's shown.
Yeah.
They're going to smother that.
And just that one door tap alone from Boo, it keeps all 4 players of G2 here. And this contact here as well. And that allows HyperX to already be leaned towards the C side. And they're just going to explode on Leaf.
Yes, some util setup here. Armor and a classic. Plenty spotted. We'll dodge the fault line. Pop his nano, but that's really all he can do.
Yeah.
He does his damnedest, but that's it.
And the rotations are not quite here yet for G2, so this should be a 5-on-5 post plant versus retake.
Spike planted.
The Roomba has been cleared. Remember, it's just 2 ghosts.
Yeah, and there's no util for HyperX right now, so it's just aim.
We're 1 for 1 here. G2 really having a hard time trying to control this. But they continue to push forward, and finally we're starting to see the tides turn. Trent and Johnny both so weak though. I mean, a funny look drops them both.
1 enemy
The spam's
remaining.
coming through. Trent will fall. Jonah P with 15 HP decides he tries to take the fight to HyperX, and there's not much more he can do.
HyperX, the mechanics are on point. In that post plant, they understood they had no utility, so they had to play a little bit more up, maybe try to bait out some of the utility close up and then fall back and ultimately play that mound area. And at that point, you just spam. Hope that your teammates did enough chip damage. That's exactly what happened.
Yeah, they did it beautifully.
And the trades in the beginning were in the favor of G2 when it came down to the actual site hit.
They're pouncing again, Dre. This feels like this one's getting out of hand.
They're not allowing G2 to breathe at all.
Leaf, the only one with upgraded weaponry, or Marshall towards C. And again, this annoying tap at the door.
Yeah.
They're doing such a good job of just, I mean, smothering and introducing doubt into G2.
And they're also setting up the future halves. HyperX love to do this with their defaults. And that's a huge kill from Gen.G Fishy. And G2 at this moment, they're gonna have to just hold their setup and just gamble that they're gonna commit, but Benji's gonna get all the info and call his team back. There's no need for HyperX to proceed here.
It certainly would be safer to rotate away. And it seems like that's what they're gonna try to do. Valen falls to the hands of the Outlaw. You already see the rotation starting to come back from G2.
I mean, it's just good fundamental play, Doug.
Yeah, the one thing though is, I mean, G2's ahead of this. The one benefit that HyperX have here is that Benji's already on site. And they have superior weaponry, of course.
Yeah. This nade could be really massive.
Holds it. I thought he was going to strike a little bit sooner. He was waiting for the suck.
1 enemy remaining.
But it's still just not enough. G2 will go down in this round with a whimper as Heretics get to 10.
A really good anti-eco, just fundamentally sound gameplay right now from Heretics. They show the same A default as they showed on the pistol round. They tap the door the same way. They cut noise. That allows Gen.G Fishy to see what's going on at C. And then once he gets that kill, he's just a human drone and he's able to call his team back. And yeah, G2 were kind of ahead of that, but the problem is he could have been anywhere. He could have been pushed up in spawn, he could have been pushed up in water, maybe even on B. So G2 had to take so much time to re-clear that space, and looks like it's going to be a fight for A control here from both sides.
This has the opportunity of getting messy. Boo takes a fair amount of damage. The Paranoia and the Dog come out as kills are traded 1 for 1, but Trent finally getting on the scoreboard and doing so in a massive way.
Needing to step up big. Needing to just get on the board, honestly, get some confidence going for himself. And he did just that.
Nade soars by.
Player standing.
Wood falls. And Patatek can't be too far off.
He's been really good though so far, Doug. 14 and 5 right now.
Yeah, but Spectre good in a 1v4. Not that good.
Yeah.
Big round from G2 to avoid the bonus, to keep this thing close. And the truth is, Heretics, I mean, the bonus buy wasn't great. It was 2 rifles, if I'm not mistaken, an Outlaw, and then the 2 Spectres. So
yeah,
tough for them to really be able to convert. But again, for G2, you still have to execute it, and they did.
But with that being said, Heretics get to see how G2 like to fight A when they do that.
Yeah.
And that fault line going towards that slant area, like right in front of that broken door, I mean, that could be crucial in taking this space, because we saw all the players of G2 kind of flooding to just be in that area and take gunfights that way.
Yeah.
This is what you see right now. You see Rians just holding that fault line out.
Icy consistently tucks in that spot that you were mentioning, and they're wise to it. They invest the Dog to suss him out, so he has to satchel out and give the space up.
But all that utility being thrown and shown allows Heretics to just lean away again. And the conditioning once more, they've shown this so many rounds. Tapping the door like that. Does G2 read into this and understand that it's fake? They need to re-clear this A and get the info so they can lean.
That was a big cue right there. Leaf seeing the Dog come out certainly helps. And so Heretics now pivoting back. A swing of the pendulum back towards A, where Boo is taking a little bit of space, contacting his way further and further towards A.
Toxins going up.
The wall goes up and Heretics forced to try to find a way past it. The satchel, the eye, Jonah P, crispy with it. A second
30
falls.
seconds left. Last player standing.
Boo with much to do there. Can't really make it happen.
Couldn't quite get it out, huh?
Found a little bit of space here. A tap to bait the swing. Rians goes forward. Jonah P with 3 and G2 up to 6.
Yeah, Leaf had a huge start to that round for G2. And getting up numbers just ultimately allowed G2 to paint a better picture of what Heretics wanted to do. And of course, you know, cosmetic stun right here. Go figure. But still, great crosshair plays from Jonah P.
Yeah, 1000%.
So once more, we're going to see Leaf on the Outlaw going up against Ecos. Already building up towards a KJ ult.
Oh, this time he's not playing C, like we've seen the last couple of times. Unfortunate for him too, because they were prepared for it. They had the fault line, they had the fade eye. There's so many smokes they're gonna have to get through. Just see a refresher, and then their nanos just on the other side. Leaf not able to land the first shot. Alarm bot goes down, forcing a stalemate.
Yeah, I mean, good job from Heretics to bait out that Killjoy utility on that C side of the map. I mean, maybe now if they want to go back A, push Icy and Trent off of these lines, they might have an opportunity for Gen.G Fishy to get a lurk through C. That's why you're seeing them leave him here on this mound area of the map.
Yeah, try to catch a timing like he did a couple of rounds ago, where he's so far up. As soon as that wall goes down, whew, I don't think either of them saw that. Now the dog confirming some presence. Remember, they don't really have much for guns here. They invest the fault line. They dump util back onto the site.
Left.
No ults on the side of G2 to speak of. Joan P 1 point away, but that's really it.
Spike planted.
Still a lot of good utility for G2 for this retake.
Oh, and the guns certainly help. This has the potential to get messy, though. They must be careful. Woo.
I mean, it was.
Yeah.
It was messy for sure. But the gun advantage is just too much. And I like that idea from the side of G2. I mean, they're cycling utility on C. It's very standard, right? Getting the wall up on A, Trent trying to get some spam through the wall, and then Icy just giving up that site. He's been so good on this map so far. I'm so impressed with him. I mean, from the start of the season that he's had, joining this team
to now
late, and to being on an international stage, doing what he's doing right now.
Yeah, the kid has shown a ton of poise.
That causes a timeout for the side of Team Heretics. And G2 have a good understanding of how they want to play these retake scenarios. Icy knows that, why not? Just give up the entire A site there, let them use all their utility to take it, and then you have the advantage in the retake, because not only do you have gun advantage, but you have util advantage on top of that.
Right, right.
When you're running a breach comp, you kind of have to use the utility to get in.
Yeah.
You can't really hold on to it much. And with the way Rians has been playing this map so far, he's been using a lot of it, just piece after piece after piece, layering it.
3 rounds of difference maker in this opening map of best of 3 with playoffs on the line.
And I wonder now if we're just going to see a full commit after this A default from Heretics, because a lot of these rounds, other than the anti-eco round, they've been taking that A space, they've been tapping the door and just leaving, going back towards C, where Leaf has been having a deep line. So I wonder if maybe now they just decide to do a full commit into that tree area, you know, with that fault line, and maybe breach ult the site.
And maybe Boo with a TP or something like that. It explains why they invested the timeout. Woot's also 1 away from having his ult. And an op in the hands of Leaf. Oh, and he's going to be playing A.
He's going to face them right here.
Off of the tap of the orb. With Woot 1 away from ult. A tap of the orb. A spam through the wall.
G2 have been opening this door up, but it's been riflers. Are Heretics going to be ready for this operator?
He's going to be given a sliver. Oh.
Wise. Heretics should have a good idea now that this is a retake, potentially, and Leaf almost gets his head taken clean off.
A narrow miss.
Yeah.
This is a really nice exec, and if they can do all of this without having to invest Rian's ult, this post plan is going to get so much stronger.
Spike planted.
Once this trip breaks, you're going to see Heretics wanting to push up towards spawn with that breach ult potentially. You already see them positioning for it.
Yeah, the problem is they don't really know how many are on the other side. Only 1 gun has been fired, only 1 set of utility has been seen, now seeing 3. So they know this is where the majority of the ult is coming from. That forces the Rolling Thunder to go back spawn. And now G2 have an opportunity to push in from their defensive side, but the first already falls. Woot on the swing. And an Omen smoke keeping him back. The spike has been ticking for a couple of seconds now.
Oh, it's too hard.
Yeah, I don't think G2 have a timing in. That's so well done by Heretics.
Dream Seer. My ult is ready.
The breach utility is so good from Rians. I mean, he's just guaranteeing somebody being hit almost every single round by a fault line, by a seize, the flashes. I mean, this guy's doing it all. He's got a triple-double to his name right now.
And that's what we were talking about at the beginning, right? If they can get through that exec and he still keeps the ult, that secures it.
Yep.
And that's exactly what they did. Also, the comms in that instance, for them to be that crispy and that clean, it's really impressive because, again, as soon as those 3 pieces of ult util came out, they understood where the retake was coming from. That's a snap decision right there from Rians.
Yep, and it's going to be this A brawl from both sides. Who will come out on top here? Icy's so low.
Icy's dead. Oh, but Jonah P strikes back.
What an animal.
The way of the defense. But it's traded back, of course it is.
I have the spot.
This series wouldn't suggest otherwise. Leaf trying to dance in and out of the door, trying to provide a little bit of cover
remaining
for Trent. And it's Boo who falls with ult and Spike. He will get away.
And we can just take a breath right now. Boo has a little bit of time to consider how he wants to play this 1v2.
He doesn't have that much time. They're already here. Spotting one, potentially both. Boo takes a step back. Giving position away, not once, but twice. And now they invest the lockdown to secure the round. Leaf lands a shot. And that's another for G2.
What a fight. Leaf actually coming up huge in that moment, protecting Trent, who was stuck. So much of Patatek's utility was hitting Trent in that moment, but Leaf just jiggling, constantly pre-firing, tagging up Patatek so he can't push all the way up. Good teamwork and good trading from G2. And Jonah P, you mentioned it. I mean, this guy was an animal in this round. It was looking like disaster for the side of G2 up until that moment. Heretics countered the rollout of Icy.
The guy had nowhere to go. Speaking of Icy, op in hand. And a PK. They're not going to put that wall up, but the smoke will counter it.
Yeah. And with that, Icy just doesn't want to sit there behind a smoke. Opts to rotate. Let Valen hold it. Let a rifler hold behind that smoke. Why not? And both raises have Showstopper online.
It's going to be chaotic. I believe it tagged just one. The Nightfall did. Now a second use. And both rockets up and online. The chaos ensues as Wu gets two. Posted up backside to get a three-year third. Not able to get the fourth as Leaf is there on the trade. Numbers the way of the attack. The spike planted. And options limited for G2.
And it almost feels like you kind of have to go for this. You do have money for the next round, but if you lose this round, Heretics is on match point.
Can he try to scoop up the op, maybe?
Yeah, he wants to.
Yeah, that's possibly the best he can do. He's gonna challenge it. He's grabbed it.
Yoink.
He's getting away with it. And he's gonna survive.
No, he's actually hunting.
Leaf should be able to pick that op back up. Oh, where'd it go?
Where is it?
Match
He didn't get it.
I can hold an area pretty well myself. Make sure to
Heartbreak for G2. And Heretics in these post-plant scenarios.
Wow.
Yeah, they just take the fight to G2. I mean, again, the layering of the utility. If you give all the space, they have an answer for it. So hard to play against this Heretics team with how they're playing the map so far.
They've been so impressive this tournament. I know it's early, but they look really freaking good, man.
And it's not the Woot show that it was yesterday. I mean, this is the Initiator show. It's so impressive.
Honestly, it feels like a complete effort. We've talked about Patty and Rian's a lot, but Gen.G Fishy's had his big moments. Woot's not, you know, double, triple positive or anything like that, but he's having massive impact as well.
Yeah, so explosive at the end there.
Yeah.
Even that last shot, you know, after he gets those rocket kills.
Yeah.
So snappy with it. And you're totally right, it has been a full unit doing things together. I mean, even Boo on that defensive side, he had so much value living. Just the mere fact of not dying gave his team so much value on that defensive side. That being said, Jonah P will have the Viper's Pit online and potentially invest it right away onto the C. Maybe try to funnel Heretics into going A or B.
Yeah, potentially. We'll see what the call is. There was a timeout in between this. Now we're potentially faced with the last round of the map. Jonah P choosing to hold on to the ult for now. Icy's inserted, now Pit invested. How do Heretics respond to this?
And I think G2, they want to try to fight Heretics as they're running up lane here with this Omen Flash. You're going to see the Viper Wall potentially come up and then isolate just the straight fights in the lane.
What's the contact here? The alarm bot?
Yeah.
As soon as the alarm bot goes off, the panel goes down.
Exactly.
Paranoia goes out.
But this is a new look from Heretics, Doug.
Oh, they thought they set the trap, and they did!
Spike down.
It looked like Heretics were ready for it. But G2 strike. Benji Fishy's gotten out onto the site, but he's alone, B. Getting a fadeaway kill on the Valen. Looking for a second on a Jonah P and will connect.
Last player
Oh, what a tragic way for this to go. But Benji Fishy still with a fighting chance. He's got to scoop up the spike. Or just frag his way through. Icy's weak, Trent is not, but remember, he has struggled this map. He will connect here, and we will play at least another round.
And another good round for Icy, holding it down. The spray down, once that door breaks, he dodged the breach fault line.
See if we take another look at that again. Because again, the idea is the intentions were there for both teams.
And the Omen
fault line
flash
calls out the flash, and that's what it was. That was so clean. We talked about the alarm bot potentially being contact. No, it was the fault line that triggered everything.
Yeah.
Bye for Heretics, not great here. 2 Sheriffs.
Yet another A default from Heretics. But once they sniff out this Killjoy utility, they're gonna have an understanding that potentially he's alone. And we've seen how deadly Heretics are. Leaf can't go anywhere.
He's got nowhere to go. Somehow manages to dodge all of it without taking a single lick of damage. Meanwhile, again, a gunfight at the door.
There.
And an advantaged wave. Heretics, they've upgraded weapons. Trent jumped his way out into his death. Patatek with 2.
Bring them down.
And Jonah P in a 1v4.
I cannot believe this is the way that this has all happened.
Unless he can pull off a miracle.
It would have to be clinical.
He's got to isolate here on the first. He knows there's at least one close by, 10 HP left, and that triggers the fault line. There's nowhere for Jonah P to go. In the face of an attempt at a comeback, Heretics hold strong.
And who else to close out the map than Reigns? What a nice map from Heretics. G2 coming back, showing some resilience. But this is Heretics map pick for a reason.
A very impressive showing. We'll see what map 2 has on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere. Bind next.
Nice! Let's go! Pedro. Nice! Let's go! Nice! Let's go!
I made it to my happy place, got the sun in my eyes and a smile on my face, yeah. I made it to my happy place, it ain't rained in a while, woke up early today. I feel good, happy faces, I'm so happy that I made it to my happy place.
Team Heretics, they continue their winning ways here in Masters Shanghai. I'm now joined by their coach, Neil Zinho. Now, I think the biggest concern everybody had coming into this tournament is how you're going to maintain that synergy and chemistry you guys are so well known for. But after seeing that map, it feels like you have zero issues with the util, the suppressiveness of the util and the synergy. So what have you guys been doing to make sure that you maintain that level?
Yeah, so, I mean, we've not had as much practice time, like I've said before, but we put a lot of effort into kind of dry running the utility, make sure it's perfect over and over and over again. So even, you know, having one person coming in, it's not too big of a change. You just need to learn the lineups and stuff again. So, yeah, just hard work, repetition, the usual.
Well,
that's it.
All right, well, thank you very much, Neil, and best of luck on map 2.
Hard work and preparation is the name of the game, and that is a Team Heretics win on Lotus, and they look good doing it. An absolutely dominant defensive side. Everyone popped off. You basically couldn't have asked for a better start for Heretics. Really, I guess, proving to everyone, like, yes, sure, you know, they made quick work of DRG, but the reality is this is a team that is a force to be reckoned with no matter what.
And I think that Neil Zinho is so right in what he's saying. The defensive utility, the initiator's utility was so good on this map. Round after round, it was literally what was defining G2. Team Heretics getting those wins. Lotus defender map. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, they put together an incredible defensive side.
Yeah.
The biggest things that were looking great to me was their ideas for kind of re-clearing space in the mid-round with this breach and the trap plays they were setting up. But especially a couple of those later rounds on that defensive half is where that was especially shining. Here we're taking a look at one of those rounds. This was round number 9, where you know, they have these really good setups where they're kind of pushing G2 away. So a lot of times G2 was ending up wanting to play towards these weaker sides. They were hitting into B, they were trying to kind of hit late into C after pulling out that util. But the guy shutting down these late setups was Gen.G Fishy, who was pulling out the AWP and just doing some nasty things.
He
boxing them. Did you say that he was boxing them?
1v1 box fight? No, that wasn't a 1v1 box fight, but it might as well.
It was a 1v3.
1v3 box fight, actually, yeah.
Yeah, but time after time, Gen.G was having so much impact with this operator. Don't get me wrong, Leaf was trying to do the same, doing the same with the Outlaw in the second half. But man, what Gen.G and Patitek were able to achieve here, and what Rians was doing with every single piece of utility, not only setting his teammates up, but also himself. Even his ultimates, everything was so curated that, again, I think Neil hit the nail in the head with what he was saying. Just server time, just run the utility time and time again, make sure it's perfect, and make sure that everything has a good result, good outcome.
Yeah, and I think another thing that is really going to give people confidence in Team Heretics is they got this map win in dominant fashion when the MVP wasn't Woot. The DRG, it was about Woot. Today was about the teamwork, the coordination of the utility, and also Rian. So when we're talking about young Turkish talent, there's not one of those players on this team. This Rian's guy is ridiculous too. When I was watching him in EMEA, he so consistently is putting up massive performances, even when he's playing on these hyper-supportive roles like the Breach. His util timing is really well done, but even as that guy kind of swinging into round 2nd or 3rd, he's super effective and is finding a ton of opportunities for individual prowess.
Yeah, and don't forget, the first time that we saw Rians on stage was in Madrid, and everybody was thinking, how is he going to perform in the international stage? And it was brutal for their opponents, right?
Hey, you forget about it, but he's also one of the rookies this year.
Exactly. Yeah. They're all young in Team Heretics. They bet on the young talent, and he definitely paid off.
Yeah, you're telling me about it too, right? Like Boo's like the one older guy on the team.
Yeah, that's actually very true. You know, he's covering for the boys there. All right, well, let's go ahead and see how Josh RT is going to try and bring this team back into the fray. We got Yinsu standing by.
I'm now joined by the coach of G2, Josh RT. Now, coming into the second map, I think it's a little bit surprising that you wanted to go to take Heretics to Bind, a map that they found a lot of success on in EMEA. Are you able to explain to me a little bit about why you guys made that decision?
It's one of those things where we're playing into our strengths. Although like they have an immaculate record on Bind, we have to keep in mind like they're playing with a sub. They might have to change a comp a little bit. So we're just relying on our strengths here to get this win.
Well, you guys are great when it comes to the anti-strat, so I can't wait to see it. Thank you very much for your time.
Yeah, well, there you have it. Bind is going to be the next map coming up here. And yeah, I mean, the question that I saw when I saw the Bind pick come through from G2 just made me wonder what they were going to do with this. What was the intention? So to hear Josh RT simply say, we're playing into our strengths, I am curious to see how that plays out for them, given, honestly, Team Heretics It looked disgusting.
I'm a little surprised by that answer because I feel like generally when you're picking into a map like this, one of your opponent's strengths, you tend to really focus on like having a really strong game plan. Maybe he just didn't want to let on in the interview. But generally when G2, and they sometimes will make bolder picks like this, they tend to have that really strong kind of counter strat idea.
Yeah, like they're seeing something that maybe we're not.
I imagine that if they haven't, the reason they're doing so is A, the short turnaround from playing the other day, and B, the fact that they might have thought that this Team HyperX roster is going to change some of their comps and ideas with a sub.
I think that the bigger idea behind it is Team HyperX will not expect them to pick Bind onto them, right? It's not a map that they found a massive success in. Yes, their losses have been very, very close, but there are some things that still need to be improved. Plus, again, Yunsu was mentioning, you're very good at anti-strat with G2, but what are you going to anti-strat here? Because there's so many variables. It could be literally the composition that they were running in EMEA later in the stage, but they can also go back to what they were doing when Patitech was back in the roster, playing with the KO instead of the Sky.
And again, that was anti-stratting that really got G2 here, getting a lot of those big upsets in America. But looking at these comps now, it looks like they're going to be going into this Sky Sova composition. We've seen them kind of play into the Sova on this map in the past in EMEA, and they're really one of the few teams, I think, staying away from this Gecko comp that G2's running that has become really prevalent.
Yeah, exactly. I'm really looking forward to see if Patitech is going to maintain the level that we're seeing from him. On the same side, I want to look at Trent. You're mentioning the Gecko. I think that he's super strong, and you have very, very good set plays, and he didn't have a good first map.
Well, let's see how this plays out. You got Team HyperX up 1-0, but G2 needs to fight back to force that map 3. Let's send it back over to your casters. It's Doug and Baby Bay on the call.
Thank you so much, GB. This is an interesting one, Dre, because yes, it's a strength for HyperX, and Josh acknowledged that. He also said it was a strength of theirs on the side of G2, and obviously there's a lot more to be said than just what your record is on the map, but that is a pretty big part of the equation, and their record on the map is not great.
Yeah, not on this G2 roster, but the guard in general, before they made it over to, partnerships, they were historically pretty good on a map like Bind. VALORANT has a really good idea of how to call on this map. And yeah, their record might not show it, but they've looked great in other moments. So their fundamentals on this map are what carries them the most. But how do you play against an OMEN? This is not something you see every day.
An OMEN Sova,
yeah.
less.
When was the last time you saw Sova on Bind?
Oddly enough, though, I feel like the last time I saw an OMEN on Bind was Marved, like way back in the day. But alas, G2 on the attack. Dog clearing up. Long, Patitech taking a slight step back. He's gonna punish here, isn't he? Oh, the goof is so nice, but he somehow stays alive and gets 2. Everything was set up well, but you didn't account for Patitech.
He's been so good on these pistol rounds. It's not over yet, but I can't help but feel like this is
one enemy
it's
remaining.
Pretty freaking close to over.
Yeah. Icy again.
Yep.
And
the last one alive.
And he has armor. They bought him this ghost.
Well, he's gotten one down. Still hasn't taken any damage. A tap of the spike, but he can't convert. There's too many things to overcome.
I mean, it was such a good start from G2. They waited out all the OMEN utility, and this flash was perfect. But somehow Patitech just gets 2 while full blind, and nobody looking there. VALORANT last second. It just doesn't connect.
That's so tough too, because sometimes we'll see when the Gecko Dizzy is flashing back, sometimes it'll hit you or it'll hit one of your teammates, but that time that wasn't the case, and Patitech still gets away with 2.
He's been so good on these pistol rounds.
Yeah, he's been insane.
I mean, it's like he's almost always good for 2. It's so hard to play against a player like that.
And now they're reaping the benefits of his efforts.
I'm not sure if I agree with that wide swing from Jonah either. I mean, you're scanned by a dart, surely.
Perhaps feeling the need to force a play.
They're feeling the pressure right now.
Yeah, it's tough to say. But G2 with her pistols, with no real other choice but to go forward, attempt to do so. Trent's got to get tapped. The The spike is left back and long.
Yeah. And I mean, he got spammed through a smoke right there, just based off of that Gecko flash going over the top.
Yeah, the timing.
That was the cue.
Deploying drone.
A recollection of the spike. As the drone goes out, they're going to get the money off of that.
Look at the utility.
Yeah, there's still just so much left to do here. And again, the weaponry is just not enough to put up a fight. So Heretics will get the second, and they'll do so in pretty clean fashion. Keep an eye on what this next bonus potentially will hold. A Guardian, and then 2 Spectres and a Marshal.
It was a flawless round. I mean, they got the picks early on. Jonah P getting caught out there, trying to catch that orb tap, potentially.
Dre,
gets punished.
They're investing into this a little bit here. A judge for Boo?
Oh, this could be disaster. And Woot is actually saving for an operator already. He's sitting at 3.6 thousand.
Well, what's tough, too, is he didn't take any damage. So he doesn't even have to buy armor into this round.
And a Marshal on this map. I mean, it could do so much just getting those tags.
He's going to have a shot at it as he's playing down long. The flash first to move.
That orb gathered will give G2 the information that the Raze is holding towards this octagon area. And that's why you see Leaf kind of creeping up on short A.
Gen.G Fishy will fall. That bonus success seeming less and less likely. As Trent having to deal and reckon with the challenge at his re-ends. The absolute freak of nature that he was in the previous map seems to continue as he gets the best of Leaf with the Spectre.
And I think Leaf expected some help there from Trent, but he kind of just left him alone on an island.
A second flash out and the flank coming through. Woot will fall as G2 push forward. A judge in a 1v4 is not a great position to be in.
Oh, he gets an upgrade.
Icy's going to be the first to spot him.
Any damage is good here for Boo.
He's going to get away. Oh. That was a little messy, but yeah, he is going to get away. He gets a kill onto Icy as well.
Really good round off the back of Leaf there, creeping up on short A as his team pressured all that B area of the map. You know, B long, hookah. Once he gets that kill, it opens up the entire site, and Dizzy's allowed to get that bomb down. The big difference in composition here is we have a Gecko on one side, a Sova on the other. And the Gecko allows you to do things like, you know, plant the bomb and fight at the same time. But Woot has that operator online, sitting on top truck.
There's a little bit of challenge this way. Icy going forward. And Heretics just showing so much respect. The potential of a cruncher too as Trent falls. The dog comes out, the rocket's not gonna find any value. I mean, this is such a great response from Heretics.
Wow.
They bend a little bit, but they don't break. Happy to give up the space, happy to deal with the rocket in their face, but they stay alive and then they strike back.
And now it's just discipline. The name of the game, waiting for the rotations to come in. Boo is able to throw smokes from across the map. We're seeing the value of the Omen.
Toxin screen down.
There where Brim is a little bit more limited by space. Boo just so close to Leaf here. What's the call? A hard freeze to suggest a flip? And they're gonna TP back, but I don't think they know that Boo's here. I don't think they know that Boo's this close.
Cover going out.
Leaf is slowly creeping out, but he missed his timing. He gets taken out, and that should be the end of the round and a save for G2. That operator from Woot, that save, bearing fruit. I mean, he gets that kill, gets the rocket online, and then off of the tap. I mean, he has his own little showstopper. G2 have been doing a lot of these plays where off of early contact and Icy's rocket, they try to like catch somebody out in the choke. But Heretics, they're too smart. Oh, what a shot that was.
Yeah, they're super smart, and also their guys frag. Yeah. Those Ninos are the truth, bro.
Yeah,
they look so good.
They're really good. But I also think we're seeing a lot of uncharacteristic things from, I mean, a lot of the members other than Icy on this team of G2. I mean, Trent has had a really rough series so far. And he's just been kind of unlucky in some of the moments as well. That's a high one-way on purpose from Boo to give the op line. That is so cool. The micro things, the mind games.
One way
G2 read into it.
Yeah, you're right. They read right into it, and the dog out. They have a really good idea that he's here. TP's to some attempt at safety, but there are people on the other side of this. There's a little bit of help from Rians, but he doesn't swing at the right time.
And that's the G2 we know. That's a really good punish and a start to the round. But they're still so spread out.
Oh, and they weren't expecting Pat attack there. As soon as they get an advantage, Heretics strike back.
Look at these one-ways. They're stopped dead in their tracks.
That's another benefit that OMEN offers you. Right? You don't have that same flexibility with the Brim.
Yeah. Thrash should get online here after Trent plants with Dizzy, with Little Bro.
P forcing to make a play, striking right out of the smoke onto Boo.
Much needed.
3 members on the other side. A little bit of spam to tag. But they make their way out, and now Thrash invested. Heretics having to wait this one out.
Ollie. Oh.
And now the utility game starts.
Yeah.
I mean, they have a lot of space around the site, but time is short, and Jonah P is patient.
God, they played this post plant to a T, it feels like. As I say that, Benji takes the head off of Balin.
You gotta be careful here. It's just a tap.
There's no time.
Yeah, there's no time.
Just going for damage now.
Yeah, trying to keep them around and die to the spike.
A good comeback into the round for G2. I thought it was going to be another scenario like the last, where they're down numbers, but Jonah P taking things into his own hands, pushing that CT smoke, finding the timing, and Rians, he's shocking the smoke there to try to thwart anybody from making a play like that, because Boo was isolated. But Jonah, he was too healthy to be bothered by a single shock dart. And that's why you hear the laughs.
Got his ass.
It's good to know the vibes are still high.
And that's the G2 we know on this map. Once they get the bomb down, they cycle the utility, they drain the clock down, and then they play together. Man, these OMEN one-ways are so annoying to play against. You have to use utility to clear them. If you don't, there might be an op behind it, there might be a rifler there. A really, really slow default from G2. No space gathered. It's been 40 seconds. I mean, look at that one-way. How many one-ways does this guy have? He's shown me like 2 new one-ways. That one in post-octagon, this one in hookah. I've never seen that. And he's just cycling them.
This high one?
Yeah, this high one is... I don't know if it's on purpose or what this time around.
They're trying to crunch sand. Jonah P's close by as Patatek gives some of the space back. Oh, that flash is going to be disastrous. Doesn't swing though, doesn't challenge. Boo's there to hold the line over his shoulder. If they try to flip back A, they don't have any info. But they're going to try anyway.
It is the right call.
They just have to be careful.
Yeah.
Rian's here, 2 shocks. The spam through. Little man doesn't fall, but Leaf does.
Standing ahead.
And Trent is sitting low right now. Oh, he's regaining some of his HP.
Patatek investing his ult. Rian's with the potential to do it as well. Trent taking so much damage. Now both ults used. This really awkward now 2v3. Jonah P with 3. And Rian's with no choice but to take a step back.
Jonah P is playing at another level right now these last 2 rounds. He's had so much impact. getting the trades. I mean, even the entries. And then in the post plant, I mean, the last round, he just lived there in elbow that entire time on B site. This time, sitting on the top box of short A. Taking the head clean off of some player's back sight. That allows him to get the Seekers online. Right now, G2, their whole game plan is playing a slow default and then waiting for the mistakes of Heretics. And that push through the TP was a mistake. Gen.G was stuck there the entire round.
Yeah, he couldn't play the game.
Yep. Once that TP goes through from the side of G2, I mean, there's 2 players geared and waiting for Gen.G Fishy.
From got his ass to 6-2, Jonah P looking really nice for G2 right now.
Seriously.
There was an attempt at a trap, A short from Heretics. There was a dart, aggressive push-up and a smoke on the other side, but there was no one there to receive it.
Yeah, I don't think VALORANT saw the smoke either. But they still have an idea because of that dart, like you said. And that's why you see them all leaning towards that B site. Leaf is so wary about that lurk.
They've gotten past the one way. It's not going to feel good. It's traded
Spike
1 for 1.
B.
There's still one rifle in the hands of Heretics, but it's on the opposite side of the map.
Your trail.
That's bomb.
Yeah, but they still have so much advantage here, surely, unless Patatek can be a hero once more. Only 1 target found. Can Gen.G Fishy upgrade a weapon? I don't think there's anything on the way.
Spike planted.
And Rians is so slowly making his way over.
Does have a Phantom to his name, though. And it looks like they will be going for this retake.
A lot to do for Rians here. If Gen.G can find one, that's certainly going to help, but a 1v2. Oh, he's gotten into 1! Fallon playing tight left. Put in his way, and Rians looked like he was going to land the shot, but the leader for G2 saves the round.
For a second there, I thought he was in the Matrix, just jumping over all the shots of Valen. But yeah, he recovered the spray there. And that'll cause a timeout for Team Heretics. And right now, the name of the game for G2 has just been waiting for the mistakes of Heretics. In this round, they understand that it's a scrappy buy for Heretics. Icy, heads up play to step back there, dodge all the utility, get the trade onto his counterpart of Woot. And then just secure the round win like that. I mean, it got scrappy for sure. But right now, G2 look like they're in the driver's seat. They look like they're controlling the pace of the game.
And it's gotten him to a lead, and as you mentioned, it's gotten him to the timeout as well. You wonder here what more Heretics have prepared and cooked up with this crazy comp that, you know, Americas doesn't see very often, if ever.
Yeah, and normally they run an even crazier comp of a Yoru when they have Miniboo.
This is somehow more vanilla.
Yeah, right? Just a little bit. That being said, we're going to be going into round 8. And there's a lot of good ults online for the side of G2. If they can get onto a site, I mean, it's going to be near impossible for a retake to happen, or at least it should be. But with the way things have been going with Heretics, I mean, they're making the chaos and the scrap to their favor. I mean, sometimes they just steal things away, and Woot will have that operator. We saw how impactful he was the first time around he had it. But we're just going to see another very, very slow default from the side of G2. Try to get info on where this operator could be. I think they have a good idea that there could be one in play.
Flash and the Dizzy.
Ah, but it was a team flash.
Yeah, but a little bit of space was still found, but they don't take it. I thought they were going to try to creep up a little bit closer and play out a hookah.
And I mean, we just saw a Sky and a Gecko around hookah, and now you're seeing a Raze and Shower. I mean, this has got to be all red flags for Heretics. Why is the Raze sitting on this side of the map, not with the initiator utility? And that's why no one's moving. G2 can play into that as well.
Poison orb emitting.
Roomba to set up Leaf in the Shower area.
Poison's off.
And this is all a feint right now. Jonah P is going to try to fake the B hit from long, and they're going to split A.
A little bit of reinforcements coming into the TP. Valen has his ult online. Rians will fall, and there it is. U-Haul will be cleared. There's no one there. The pit invested on the site. Gen.G Fishy will fall as Icy with high ground, not able to connect onto the first shot. Patty's been playing in this pit this entire time. A preposterous position as the pit goes down. Number still in the way of the attack. Jonah P holding showers. Who's gonna have to 1v3 to pull this off, and he just can't.
Really good macro play from G2 right now. Feinting the Sky utility at B, keeping 2 players there, and then the TP with the split. Icy has been so good at holding these angles and killing the players of Heretics who are swinging in, trying to disrupt the actual hits. And then that's where you see the Breach all come out, the Viper's Pit, to make it nearly impossible to retake. A great conversion off of the ultimates being used for G2.
On the other side of a timeout as well.
By the way, Jonah P is close to another ult, and Icy as well. And this time, a convincing A split off the rip. Trying to punish anybody here. Any bad guns.
There was an attempt at a punish there from Woot.
Whoa, how does Leaf go down?
He just got overwhelmed.
Spike planted. Thanks, Wings.
But the Gecko is deeming to be a problem right now. That extra body.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, it's just, it looks so fundamental right now for G2. And then that happens.
Well,
and that.
The fundies don't matter if you get shot in the face.
Yeah.
Poison's on.
Still so much utility.
Yeah, he's just baiting the swing.
Yeah, and there's still another flash for Jonah as well. I mean, I've seen Gen.G do ridiculous things, but the way that G2 are playing this post-plant scenario.
One enemy remaining.
There's just not enough time.
Yeah.
Holy smokes, was damage done. Wait a second.
Nah, no time at all.
He got his.
Yeah, he did.
He got his. But G2 again, man, they look good.
Full control, my friend.
Yep. Well, maybe not full at the end there. Gen.G Fishy took a lot of control out of their hands.
Yeah. But still, just even Valen just understanding that, okay, it's my turn to go.
Yeah.
And we're securing the round win no matter what. I'm going to throw my body at him, make sure he gets off the bomb. He's going to have no time. You can clean him up for sure. Guaranteed. If he tries to stick it, it's GG. And that's with no ults invested. And now, look, another snowball round, a potential snowball round. Gecko ult, Raze ult, the Seekers. I mean, they can be explosive again. Run it back.
The Dogs should have gotten a lot of info showers too here, and now the Rocket online. They know they want to crunch towards it, and it's going to succeed. Wood will fall. Boo on the reposition, and Rians has gotten back sight. He tries to tuck into the smoke, but he just finds passage into the next round.
A dismantling of the defense. Valen is calling such a good attack side right now. It's not over yet, though. We've seen more ridiculous things happen before in this tournament.
They have a couple of ults to play around. The question is, do they choose to invest? The snap onto Valen is good. The tap is there, but there's still much to be done.
One enemy remaining.
It's all on Rians now. And again, with the spike being planted, it's borderline insurmountable. The spam onto the first is certainly going to help things. But time is just not on his side. So G2 will get to 7, and as Josh said, this is one of their strengths, and we see why.
Yeah, Valen right now calling such a good map. The back-to-back A-split call. I mean, if you're Heretics right now, you kind of have to read into the fact that when G2 have all these ults online, they tend to go A with them because they're just powerful to do it.
Fishy just ran it down at the bomb, bro. What a menace.
I mean, it did kind of seem that way, didn't it?
Yeah, I mean, he did. Not wrong about that one. Trent still sitting on that thrash. And now you're seeing the disrespect now. Confidence in the hands of G2. Trent sneaking by that one way. It's the first time we've seen G2 even peek this one way off the start of a round.
Refreshed. Trent on the swing and Patatek on the snap. What?
Yeah, and Trent in these moments so far, he's been kind of hesitant on when he peaks. That little jiggle is his demise there. But Jonah P has been such a stable player for them so far.
How much more stability can he provide? Still alive in the round.
They're concussed.
G2 down numbers and now understanding where Leaf is.
The problem is this Viper's Pit is almost working against Heretics because it is keeping Rins here still. So it's actually in favor for G2, and they're gonna contact out. They have the man advantage right here. Boo has to go huge, but Icy saw his head.
And he took it clean off.
30 seconds left.
And now the follow-up with the dog. They're overwhelming Heretics. Jonah B is so clean.
Patatek needed to stay alive there, but wasn't able to do so. Meanwhile, Leaf looking for Riens and will find him.
Planted.
Gen.G Fishy in a 1v3 with a Guardian in hand.
Another 1v3.
Yeah, and this one might feel like the most difficult of them all.
I mean, this one has slept. It's slipped away. It's completely slipped away for Team Heretics. Both teams
Last round
on
in the
both
half.
attack sides have had such a good game plan going into the matches.
There.
Yeah, you're right. He spotted him, pinged him out on the minimap, and then dropped him. And again, I want to mention the conversation that Josh had with Yinsu before this map started. It takes a lot of guts and a lot of trust in your team to pick a map that's your opposition's arguably strongest. 4-1. But they're having their way with them right now.
Yeah. And you know what? Playing to your strengths will never be a bad thing. And now, another change of pace. Trent still sitting on Thrash, but Jonah P with the operator. No one towards the B side of the map so far for Heretics. And that dog doesn't get
look
any value.
Oh, it had to have looked. They had to have known. They somehow got above it. Woot's still somehow alive. Finally falls. Valen holds strong, and now they're going to go, but they're going to have to get past this Hunter Fury.
It connects.
It's ripping him to shreds. But the spike is handed off.
Oh, Leaf's
Winged
in here.
plant, and Leaf is all the way up. Now Patatek and Boo to try to keep this thing alive. To try to salvage another round before the half ends. A 2v2. Trent on the swing. Boo and Patatek with so much space to gain. And time is of the essence. The flash first. Finds nothing. They have no idea where they are. Hello. Trent, surprise. He spotted them both. A reposition as the Dizzy goes up. A little ring around the rosy. Valen's trying to swing back around. And Valen with 3. G2 with 9. A dominant half.
They're playing together. They're getting the trades. They're playing way more disciplined than they did on the last map. They look great, Doug.
They look exceptional. We're going to take a look at it one more time. This fight in Showers really kind of secured things. Valen had a massive round, man.
Yeah. And then Leaf slipping the net right there. Beautiful.
It was perfect. During halftime of the first map, we had an opportunity to listen to an OMEN player moment from Valen. Now we're going to get to do the same, but this time with Boo from Team Heretics. Take a listen.
Hello, this is Bo, and I'm playing for Team Heretics. It feels good to win the first game, obviously. It's a nice start for the tournament. Coming up to the game, we had a lot of struggles. Obviously, the scrim time was extremely low. There was a lot of stuff like with question mark, but that was not something we could control. So the way we looked at it is like, whatever happens, happens. We're just gonna do our best.
They're just so comfortable giving up this space. But this time the Paranoid did not connect. However, Gen.G Fishy and Woot still do.
This kid.
Oh,
kid!
My goodness.
I think since Madrid we did change a lot, even though you consider like we have different players in different roles, we're still the same team. And I think one of the biggest changes is our emotional state on the stage. I think in Madrid we were carried away a lot on both games. Like we had huge leads, which we threw away. We worked on that during MEA, and now I think we have a healthy balance of like we're still getting hype, like you see Benji standing up, like you see us screaming, but we reset real fast. We focus up, and like it's a clean slate, and then after the round we can celebrate again.
A sign there said, hope everyone have fun. Heretics did on map 1, but it doesn't seem like they're having much fun here on Bind, a map that historically has been very good for them. It doesn't really seem like that's the case when you look at the timeline, when you look at how this map has gone, Dre. It's been G2 all the way.
Yeah, but a lot of their success on this map has been with that Yoru composition. So yeah, it's a mere change onto a Raze for Woot, who's more comfortable on that than the Yoru. And he's looked great on Raze so far, but it's a different animal when you're going against a drilled team like G2 on a map like Bind.
The attack side will have to tell a different story or else we're headed to split.
And this is so unique from G2. 2 initiators in spawn right now. And they're able to be here for this hit. This is going to be a flood for G2 potentially. Oh, they're waiting for the backside fight.
They know it's there. That or the timing didn't really allow them to get much further up. Rians is there to greet them. The shots from Tren a little unsteady, but the kill connects anyway.
Someone's there.
Flash out.
One enemy remaining.
And that too will fall.
That Gecko will force the issue onto that defuse, and Leaf will clean up the round.
A pistol that needed to go the way of Heretics falls on American soil.
And G2 read right into that. And yeah, Rians did all he could there. I mean, maybe he shouldn't have gotten both kills there. Oh, they lined up for him. But G2 were 2 steps ahead right there. They were waiting in spawn for that, and then they waited for the backside fight. They dodged the flash. He had the crossfire. And we're seeing the value of Gecko on a map like Bind so far. This is why Gecko has been in the meta.
He's been so prevalent.
Yeah, on attack, you can have an extra body to fight while there's somebody planting the bomb, the little wingman. In this case, I mean, Boo has to shoot the Dizzy there. And that opens up Leaf the opportunity to get free kills.
Icy with a Bulldog in hand. Getting a little bit of info early on.
Yeah. But G2, they love playing this plant delay setup.
And they forced really hard into this.
Yeah.
They're going for broke. Again, the same fight, in the same location. This time, different results, though. In the face of the force.
One enemy remaining.
G2 holds strong. Yeah, Rians gets his one. That's all it'll be. 11-3 the way of G2.
So convincing right now. I mean, just no life for Heretics.
Dude, they're smiling. The coaching staff is laughing in the middle of this. They're having a good time.
Yeah. A great game plan was put into effect from Josh and Valen. I mean, it's been easy breezy this entire time. I mean, the way Heretics started, I thought maybe this was going to slip out of hand for G2, but they brought it back. Now they're running with it.
And they're not slowing down.
Nah. And now this is an eco round to go on to match point for G2.
Yeah.
I mean, this is just like everything.
They went for broke on the previous round, and it just didn't go their way.
Slow round being played from the side of Heretics. I mean, there's not much you can really do in this scenario.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't have a lot of room to work with in terms of conditioning and stuff like that.
Poison orb emitting.
That smoke will thwart Leaf off, yeah.
Yeah, he's just getting pushed off the angle.
But he's okay with that. He's got his own Viper orb to match there.
Right.
And you see, I mean, Heretics, they have to respect it.
Because who knows what's waiting on the other side, yeah.
The timings of the utility for G2 are really good right now. That wall will be in full effect once a hit comes in, if it does end up towards B. But I think this is going to be a similar round to how G2 did the Sky Flash onto the B site into a TP play. But G2 are willing to give up back sight. They don't care. They understand that there could be a player in U-Haul. And Valen needs to get off of that smoke. He might get timing here.
Yeah, to be careful. You play a dangerous game.
There's the reposition.
The paranoia didn't really seem to bother Icy at all. As the nade's the one that's going to get the kill with 10 seconds left. They've gotten a little bit of space. At least on the site, they've gotten the kills they're looking for as well, but it hasn't been upgraded. Somehow another one landed.
One enemy remaining.
They're going to snatch this thing back?
Boo is ridiculous right now. These shots have been so crisp. And it's all down to Leaf here in a 1v4 with his favorite gun. He gets an upgrade though. Probably better for the situation.
And it's still not going to be enough. And yes, Heretics still have a long way to go, but a thrifty win like that, when you've got Boo tapping people with the Sheriff, that's the kind of round that can be a spark. That's the kind of round that can be a catalyst for something.
Yeah. And even if you don't win this map, let's say, you want to at least win as many rounds as you can, much like G2 did on Heretic's map pick, so you can show that you still have some fight left into you and get some momentum on your side. Because if you just get rinsed by a team, I mean, going into that map 3, it's not going to be fun for you.
No, it's a terrible feeling to go into.
A very aggressive shower fight to get that showstopper online for Icy, who has been having such a good series so far.
14 and 12 currently for the Duelist, the newest addition to the squad.
Man.
He was faced with an abundance of questions about whether or not he fit at the beginning of his tenure. But on the international stage, has answered every single one so far.
He's been looking so comfortable every match he plays. A very slow approach from Heretics once again.
They're playing so far back, they're expecting the showers crunch, which makes sense, given the flash, given the fact that they fought for it early and got the orb. I understand why.
Exactly. What a unique Viper orb on the attacking side. It's on that default of sight.
I have the spike.
Spike scooped up.
I mean,
and a shimmy B.
G2 are so willing to just play a 2-1-2 with Icy leaning towards whichever site with all this utility and a showstopper. Once this hit comes in, you're going to see the showstopper come out.
There it is. He has one satchel, gets out, doesn't connect. And Heretics are getting some of the kills that they need. Time is short, though, again. They play such a dangerous game, and now 10 seconds left. They have to somehow find a way to weather this. Balance left in a 1v2. Patatek and Woot to keep him back. The swing is there, but it won't connect. Heretics get another.
And the sheriffs right now for Heretics are hitting, Doug. It's been probably the best thing we've seen them do on this map. I mean, the previous round was Boo. This time, Rians.
My ult is ready.
Clean shots, so precise. Oh my gosh.
Almost snapped onto the third, too.
Yeah, and the quick switch sheriff shot. It's not something you see every day, but he only had one in the chamber there. And now all of a sudden, ults are coming online for Team Heretics. And an eco round for G2. A potential snowball to bring it back a little bit.
Boo has an outlaw, too. You mentioned that eco. These are free frags.
Oh, yeah.
The freest.
And he heard Trent there as well.
So he knows there's more.
Easy pick'ems.
Just on the other side of this wall, Trent will fall.
They're not trying to mess around with Icy anymore. Boo's sitting at 16 HP. I mean, it's a 5v2. Just group up, use your utility on the hit. Don't cut any corners. Even the Sova Dart in the spawn smoke. G2 right now need to just get as many guns out of the hands of Team Heretics as they can, but I don't think they're going to get much right now.
No, a flawless round. And I think in that round, we saw a little condensed package on why Heretics are so much fun to watch and why people are so excited about them. You have things like Boo just fighting 3 with an outlaw, and yes, it wasn't an eco, but to have the gall to stand there and take the fight, while also, once they do commit to the side hit, the dart backside, every single corner check, the smokes into spawn, like, they play both at such a fun style. And again, it makes sense why people are excited for these guys.
But the question is it too late? Was that attacking side of G2 too much for Team Heretics to handle? Or is the 9-3 curse a real thing?
They're up to 6 now as another timeout is called, this time from G2.
Yeah. And look at the ults online.
We'll take a look at that as soon as we get back into that. I do want to get your thoughts here on this, though, because as momentum starts to shift the way of Heretics, as they're starting to put this together, as they're having to find an attempt at a comeback with this crazy comp, if you're G2, what are you looking to shore up? Because these last couple of rounds really haven't gone their way.
I think re-clearing should be the name of the game for G2 so far.
Sure.
Because they've played really passive almost every single round up until that, that eco round, which on the eco round, it's fine. We can play a little bit loose. Let's see what's going on.
It's an eco, yeah.
Because Team Heretics have been playing these rounds so slow.
Yeah, they have.
Much like G2 did on their attacking side.
Yeah.
So I feel like G2 right now, they need to consistently try to re-clear space, play up in the beginning, and then maybe fall back, push back if you get pushed off. And if you get pushed off, then you re-clear. Now, speaking of the ults, you got Sova ult online, Patatek sitting on the Seekers, and an OMEN ult, which is not something you see every day.
Scanning ahead.
And used
Right here.
instantly.
Oh, they hear this. No commitment, though.
I've got your trail.
There was one tag. With the ult. They're fully committing onto this B, aren't they? A couple of ults already used, and a kill found off the spam on a Patatek.
That's nice.
That certainly will help stifle this comeback attempt.
Good flash from Jonah.
A beautiful flash. But Rian's continuing to cause problems. One of two that remain against a healthy G2.
The numbers are definitely in favor for G2. That Molly will miss.
There's not a ton of utility here. Boo has a paranoia. This Rian's has drones, but you don't really want to step into a drone in a 2v3 like this.
Oh, good paranoia to delay the retake. That allows Rians to reposition. And also Boo to get into the site.
They're digging their heels into the site here. Refusing to relent. One will fall, but Boo with 30 HP, how does he get two? There's no way, surely. Surely there's no way. Yeah. Icy gets it to half, takes the fight, gets G2 to map point.
Great work from Valen to just sit and spawn and just delay as much as possible, live for as long as possible, get the info on where the players are, and that opens up the opportunity for Jonah, for I think it was Leaf and Icy in that scenario, to just play together there and get the trades onto site. They weathered the storm. They allowed the chaos to not overtake them. And then Icy just knew. He just had an inkling that Boo was somewhere on site. Frustration in that post plant.
That's pretty good.
3 ults on the side of the defense. Who are looking to take us to the third map.
It's such a good bait, Doug.
Icy's in such a good spot.
Almost the 30, gets it on the fadeaway.
Connecting off of the util from Trent.
And that's another showstopper online. I mean, this should be game right here. 5v2, so many ults online for G2. What an answer back this map has been.
Strength shown. And Boo's trying to navigate this pit.
Oh, it's so hard.
It's impossible.
I mean, 3 players at spawn for G2, and Valen, he's willing to give all of A-site. They're willing to give this up.
Yeah, that right there.
That's a big kill, though.
Will help. But still, a 2v4 with all of those ults.
G2 are playing. They're playing the right way right now. I mean, it's nearly impossible to lose this round.
One enemy remaining.
There goes all the ults. And it secures the kills. Now Boo with knife out. Trying to plan A. Will succeed. But that might be the last song he sings in this map.
Cover going out.
Boo in a 1v4. The smoke to provide some cover. But the ace for Icy to send us to map 3. A dominant performance from the #2 America seed. They say every banger ends on split. We'll see if that's the case on the other side of this break.
Defenders win.
You're safer here than anyplace else. Now just lock yourself in and keep quiet. It's almost time to lock up the house. And then your party will really begin. You'll slip up one of these days. We're all locked in now. Once the door is locked, there's no way out.
Gen.G Fishy just ran it down at the bomb, bro. What a menace.
You're better than that, dog. Fortnite player.
Nice, boys! These kids.
All right, well, we hear some fighting words over there in the G2 camp, and G2 manages to pull off the win on Bind, an NA team winning Bind. So, you know, that makes sense.
Pearl's gone, NA needs Bind back in the pool. But,
Yeah.
I mean, they look great. That attacking side from G2 was incredible. Started off with all these, like, really slow rounds, and then after a while, they just kind of started slamming A every time.
Yeah, it was very funny because, as you're saying at the beginning, it's all about the default. You know, let's hold a little bit. Let's see what Team HyperX is going to be doing. Also, with Wu playing on the operator, they had to take a little bit more time to kind of spot that menace before, you know, deciding to go onto some sides. But, you know, after that, they just run it down. Probably just Jonapi and Icy just deciding that they were going to be gods.
And they were just feeling it.
Yeah, totally. And but like the impact, the same impact that we saw from the initiators and Team HyperX in Lotus, we were seeing from Jonapi and Trent in this one. It was amazing. Like how many times, even with our brilliant observers, we were just seeing the blind, the DZ blind in every single of the Team HyperX players.
Yeah, and to be honest, I was compelled to see what Team HyperX had cooking with this composition, which I know kind of running the Omen, running the Soviets, a little more common in EMEA, but in North America, in Americas, it has been almost 100% these either Gecko KO or Gecko Sky compositions. And you really see the power of it here, right? That combo is so tough to deal with. First Sky Flash is coming in, then that Gecko's coming in at the same time, and you can't really break the Dizzy. The layering of the utility was just just beautiful. And you saw the result for Icy. He was feasting in this game. And for a guy who's like kind of been the like ire of criticism in
been a bit of a punching bag,
so
I think, in the region.
And
sure.
I think at times that has been warranted. He's had some pretty rough performances throughout the Americas run. But here in the global stage, where it really matters, a game away from playoffs, he's stepping up big time.
Oh, definitely. And the moment that they needed to do it, they were saying that they didn't believe that they were a comeback team. Well, they were starting to do it, because if they want to make it to playoffs, it has to be with this third map. It's going to be very interesting. But again, I'm very happy to see that he's having this kind of performance.
Yeah, again, like G2, I think like showing this back-to-back, these comebacks, they haven't closed the deal yet, but they did get it done on this second map, is again just showing the growth from this team from the first 2 times we saw them when they were making that like debut at Iceland and ended up falling flat in 2 games there, to the team who, for people who don't know them, they decided to stick together after not making partnership, went all the way down through tier 2, won Ascension as a squad, have made it all the way to Americas, and are now here at an international event, 1 map away from playoffs. It's an incredible run.
Grizzled young veterans.
Yeah,
you know, that's
they're
what it
all
feels
like 20, but they've been playing together for, it feels like 10 years.
Yeah, it's truly incredible. Of course, that is now going to take us over to map number 3. It's going to be split. So I was looking at the numbers, because, you know, I'm just
You're a
digging
numbers
some
guy.
numbers. I'm a numbers guy this event. And correct me if I'm wrong here, but for G2, I mean, this is not. Oh, sorry. Is it split?
I think it might be split.
Might be split.
We'll see.
Well, you know what? Next time on Dragon Ball.
I'm going to say that Ascent is Team Heretics permaban, and it says also that it's banned. So I'm going to say that it's split, and I'm going to apologize.
Oh yeah, Ascent is banned on the screen.
I've been doing my homework here. We apologize. It looks
crazy.
like it's Ascent, but it is split. I'll tell you that.
It's crazy how my eyes work. I just don't look at the bands. I'm just looking at them.
I didn't look, but I was like, I would be very surprised if I hadn't spotted that one, because that would be a treat.
But the guys to be looking at heading into this third map, which is, to clarify, split, have to be Gen.G, Fishy, and Leaf. These 2 have been kind of the icons for their respective team. Leaf even kind of bringing up Gen.G's name quite a lot, but they're both incredibly impactful lurkers. And I think for both these teams, on their attacking side of split, what pressure these 2 players can provide with either a lurk setup towards that C or A extremity, creating space, really is kind of make or break for their respective IGL, be it Valen or Boo, in what options they have to call in the mid-round. And both these guys, I think, really have a chance to make a huge impact on that.
And hear me out. We've been talking about the compositions, maybe some changes, but what we do know is that Gen.G is going to be on that Cypher. Like, why would they change something that has been so strong in EMEA? Just wait 5 minutes until they change the composition.
Imagine.
I mean, but that's also going to be the question. When they had a previous composition, they've been trying up with some different agents, but I really feel like the one that they're running now really suits them, and they feel really comfortable. But the impact that both Leaf and Gen.G can have on both of the sides, it's so massive that it's going to be #1 priority here.
Can you remind us what comp they've been playing recently in the EMEA?
It's OMEN Viper, Cypher, Sky, Race. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So most teams, I think, across regions are still running a lot of the solo Sky stuff on this map, sticking to that double controller, which has been honestly really solid. I think this is the one map where I'm kind of still down with solo Sky to happen. But again, to kind of reel this one back more so to the implications as we get ready to hop into the Agent Select Tier 4 split, this is a huge win if you can get into playoffs this early, right? You have that guaranteed 4 days off before you're getting into playoffs. Have that time to rest, to come up with new ideas, to scrim. Especially for Team Heretics, they were saying they've only scrimmed 1 day with this roster.
And it's crazy. You were talking about, you know, the history of G2, the history of these players, but for Team Heretics, for the organization, this was the org that won First Strike back in the day in EMEA, but ever since then, it has not been an easy ride for them. Not even achieving much in Tier 2, then the partnership starts, and the team is just not looking good. Boo tried his best, Gen.G joined for 1 match at the end of the year, and now this year, they grabbed all this young talent, and in every single event, there is something against them. A player not being there, the visas not being ready, someone not being old enough to even play.
But they still rise to the occasion, though. That's the thing that makes this team so incredible. It's,
that's the thing. Can you imagine? They're 1 map away from making it into playoffs. It's definitely like the resurgence, finally, of the team that was great one time.
And you have to remember what happened when they appeared in Madrid. They played two of the teams who made it into the top 4 of that event, HyperX and Sentinels. They had both those squads on the ropes at times. They played 2 close series, ended up losing them both, going down and getting eliminated 0-2. So I feel like there is that pressure on now for them to actually make the playoffs, to show us what they've been showing throughout the year in EMEA.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a pressure-filled moment for both of these young teams here. You know, even though G2, you know, they have shown and proven time and time again throughout the core's history that when they need to rise to the occasion and meet the moment, they have done so, whether it's qualifying for the league, which is the biggest achievement that this team has accomplished, right? Getting into the IL in America is a massive step for them. And if they're able to accomplish this here, it would be big because this G2 team, let's not forget, right? Go back to Reykjavik, the struggle that the guard had to be able to make an even morsel of an impact at all. And now here they are on the precipice of being able to qualify. But on the other side, and to your point, Kukuka, you know, Heretics, they're doing this with adjustments, barely any practice. A Woot who's filling into now that primary duelist role, even though it feels like
looking bad.
It's as natural as applesauce for him, for real. But honestly, I just think that both of these teams have really shown some true grit in this matchup. They've shown true grit in their appearance here. And they both deserve, you know, like to have this opportunity to make it to the playoffs. That's how I feel. I just think that they've really, really shown us that when push comes to shove, they can step up.
Yeah, they're both really young teams, too.
Yeah.
G2 has been together for a long time, but all those boys, I mean, for most of them, it was kind of their first big roster. Icy's a rookie this year. Team Heretics have rookies of their own, and they're also a team with so much fresh talent in this game. So it's going to be great to get into this third map. We are waiting right now.
That's
Lobby
right.
crashed out. They're remaking, so we're hoping to get in soon.
I love that. That is the iconic Fortnite pick that I.
What does that mean? Cursed?
I don't know, but
you should be the one.
Could have been a
You're the
misspelling.
youngster here. You should be the one telling us what it means.
Yeah.
I don't know what it means.
Give us the internet info.
I'm not
Give us the internet info, okay, boomer.
I don't watch TikTok. I'm not relatable.
I didn't mention TikTok.
Dang, called out in real time. Just I'm trying to antagonize you guys over here. That's all I'm good for.
Spam the chat. I'm actually interested to see. I'm just doing your
Spam
job
the chat.
now. Have to update on the delay. Have to say to spam
I
the
was
chat.
ready to update everyone. Okay, you took my job. I'm only here for one thing, Mimi. I'm the fleshy meat bag that throws a commercial break.
50-50.
Oh,
Well, it started, the votes are starting to kick in now.
I'm actually
But it's still almost
going to make an impact?
50-50. The what, sorry?
The time difference.
The time
The time
difference.
zones.
Oh yeah, well right now it's 9 a.m. in the East Coast.
For the fans,
not for us.
I was so confused.
9:30 p.m.
Maybe that's the time zone making the difference for me of not knowing what you're saying.
Yeah, actually, yes, the jet lag's in. You can see Team Heretics fans stepping up big time here. They're rallying around their team. You know, maybe even some
Are you
people
not
also
going to say
feel
that
that
they're
way.
watching the Spanish stream?
That's could be.
I think there's a lot of English-speaking fans of Team Heretics.
As they should be.
I don't think they have a highly regionalized fan base, but there are a lot of Spanish fans.
I'd say most part.
I mean, they popped off in Madrid.
Yeah,
Like,
they really showed out.
People lost their mind for them in Madrid. That was actually pretty awesome to see. Of course,
G2 also, they didn't have a huge number, but the people who showed up for them in Americas were loud every time. They made themselves heard, and I feel like this is a team who has really gained more and more fans as you've seen their run. Valen especially, every time you hear that guy talk, he just exudes maturity and knowledge,
and wholesomeness. I think he's very humble. He's very.
I mean, just the whole narrative of they declined tier 1 offers to stay together in tier 2.
Not many people would do that.
Yeah, no one else did that.
Yeah.
No other team really did that.
Yeah, well, in the Americas region, at the very least, right?
Sure,
They
at
were the
least
only ones that did.
But I feel like they are the best example. There have been other teams who've done the Ascension Gauntlet,
Yeah.
but it's never been as long-standing.
And sometimes it wasn't
as G2 had.
for them. It was purely choice, right? They stuck together because they felt confident that they could.
Yeah, because they've hit the tier 1 heights before. They've been to a global event before, and they have to start from scratch.
Yeah, no, for sure. If you're just joining us, you can see at the bottom left of your screen there.
Right.
Ignore. Huh?
You can hold up like your 2 fingers and see.
What? No, I was just saying tech pause. You know, the graphic at the bottom.
You're
killing me right now, Mimi. You're trolling me, okay? No, but yeah, we got a little bit of an issue on stage, but we're getting that sorted. I believe we should be good to go. Players, as I could see on the screen, are loading in.
I want to see something crazy, please.
You know what's incredible, though? I mean, we're going to be talking about these players for a long time.
That's
you
what
know?
I want. I want it to not make sense. Whomever wins this, I want it to not make sense. And if Team Heretics wins, let's just bring back the fact that both Neil and Patatek said that they, you know, but you know, it's gonna be boring.
Patatek is playing
Wait, what?
Wood is on
correct?
Viper?
We know that there was a tech pause, but is it big? Because this is the thing, right?
It's a bold move, Cotton.
Viper. It doesn't make sense, so I like it.
Well, EMEA analyst, go ahead, tell us how often do we get this?
Right?
This is this is weird. I mean, we were talking about Wood stepping up for the race, but for the team, but I didn't expect this one.
Job's not done yet. Winner here is going to advance to the playoffs.
What are they
Who takes it all? Let's send it back over to Doug and Baby Bay.
Thank you so much, GB. Yeah, it's only fitting that an NA versus EU clash with playoffs on the line ends on split. And of course, it's going to be with a little bit of spice added to it. Woot, who's been the duelist this entire tournament, switching over to the Viper O while Patatek takes the reins on the Rays. I'm really excited for this one, Dre.
Yeah, and it's not unfamiliarity for Woot. He plays Viper on this map, and Mini Boo's normally the Rays, so I think it's more of just a comfort pick for the gang. And I mean, this is gonna be interesting, because the last time we saw G2 play this, they lost to 100 Thieves, but they looked really good with the Fade change. They normally ran the Cypher with the Breach.
Where are you?
An early eye mid from Trent.
Bring them down.
And a fault line B main, but it's all a ruse because they're leaning towards A. The flash does connect from Reigns, but they still don't know. It's not guaranteed information.
No, but there's enough to make him suspicious. Patatek first to feel the contact and first to fall. Rian trying to catch a really nice timing, but with the paranoia in his face, has to give the space back up. And now a nade at his lap somehow still gets a parting gift and a kill.
That could have been really bad for Heretics, but they bring it back. And the lurking breach opens up the map. That's all the space gained.
The classic lurking breach. That's just crazy, but he's gonna find space. The thing is, though, the 3 members of G2 that are up are weak.
A good fault line to delay the retake.
This has the potential to still go sideways for G2 here. They're not out of the woodworks yet. Choppy waters to be
30
navigated.
seconds left.
Look at the minimap. Woot is still on A site.
He's
thinking
paranoid.
that maybe there's a lurk or something going on.
Yeah. Unaware of the fact that they're all here.
Spike planted.
Now that's going to buy a little bit of time. Jonah P's fault line might be back online here very soon. Woot now pushing forward with a ghost in hand. A classic for Boo. First corner cleared. Plenty of noise being made by Valen. Does he have any idea of Jonah P's position? No. Stuck a barrel in his ear, not able to land the shots on the second. The pistol goes the way of G2.
And I thought Woot was gonna read into that. I mean, I felt like the jump spot of Valen in that spot was so obvious that it was gonna be somebody on the default box. And he kind of half cleared it, but Jonah P has been so crispy in these last 2 maps. I mean, he really brought it back and was a big factor of why they won that bind. I mean, they started down 0-3 because Patatek was going crazy on the pistol rounds. I mean, this time around, he gets dropped.
We're starting to see some of the chess game play out. A little bit of early utility from Gen.G Fishy, setting up all of his traps A.
Dropping spike.
That fade eye didn't connect on anybody top ramp, but it's all to show pressure there on purpose and have Heretics read into it. You see Valen hanging around here trying to hear if there's any reclear utility on the A ramp side.
Woot's gonna get ahead of the orb. He's gonna find a timing. He just doesn't really have a gun to do much with. That's just tough, man. Trying to make a play. If they end back B, there's the teeth of this stack.
Good mid-rounding from G2.
Yeah, really nice.
to reposition, go vents, and just split this A site.
Gen.G Fishy's going to be ahead of it all, but he's here by himself.
And he does that?
How much more can they get away with here?
I mean, you wanted spiciness.
Well,
you have it.
Well, Leaf's going to clean up Rians.
Yeah.
Leaving Patatek and Boo on their own.
Spike planted.
And so Boo, again, is the last one standing. And they know exactly where he is.
Yeah, so much committed onto him as well. The fault line, the Omen flash, he can't play anywhere.
Yeah, that sucks.
Nice anti-eco from G2.
In the line of fire.
And yeah, we may have seen a crazy shot from Gen.G there. But the spacing and the trading, just all too good for G2. I mean, look at this. Okay.
Right.
Yup.
Right.
Yup.
Uh-huh. Sure.
I mean, sometimes the bullets don't hit the mark at all, and then other times it just is a magnet to the head.
Other times they're heat-seeking.
I mean, I see. Imagine being him in that moment.
There's just not much you can do.
Doesn't even know how he died.
Much more formidable weapons in this round for both sides.
And only Trent's Fade Eye shown in mid here. No fault line B. Kind of similar to the pistol, but not really. I wonder if Woot was going to spam off of this trip being broken.
They're so close to it. That's a miserable trip to try to clear. There's really no easy way to do it. The dog is the one that takes first contact.
Yeah.
Poison's off.
And I thought for a second Jonah P was going to position his fault line here to hit into that vent, but he didn't need to do anything there. And all this mid control, all this mid space gain from G2, this is a big part of the map to control. I mean, now the defenders are forced to back off into their respective sites and play setups. And this is what you want when you're running a breach. You want the enemy team to be playing in sites. This split might be huge.
They have no idea that they're here. The flash didn't tag anyone garage from Rians, and they're so far up already. That's going to be the cue, but Rians has dodged the utility himself. So is Boo. Valen able to get the best of him. Oh, that would have been filthy.
Poison's off.
Numbers the way of the attack. The site is wide open. The spike is planted.
Spike.
Now it's on Patatek and Gen.G Fishy to pull this one off.
Yeah, and they're taking all this spawn space. 3 players of G2 playing a post spawn and spawn. It is not planned for them. Keep that in mind.
Yeah,
it might play a factor into this.
They're looking for the fights.
Poison's off.
Oh, the proactivity from G2 is too good right now.
Enemy remaining.
The shots will land. Gen.G Fishy is left alone. And as he tries to go up under the ropes, all he meets is bullets from Leaf. That's now 3. The way of the attack. The bone is fully online.
And G2 played a great macro round here. And Valen getting this kill, this trade onto Reigns there, and just living and allowing his teammates to split and get the trade onto the site player. I mean, it's beautiful. Taking control of all that mid space allows the breach to get a lot of value when players are just funneled back into the site. Heretics did a good job of getting proactive in that B main, but they didn't get the trades to go their way.
They've got to know the Boo's close here.
A new look to the anti-eco. It's B main pressure, B main control for G2. Maybe trying to set up a future round.
Again, the flash just a bit off. As far as timing goes, not connecting onto anyone and potentially giving false info. You see the idea here. It's very similar to what we saw in the previous round or 2 rounds ago. The trip is the contact. The trip is the cue.
Exactly. G2 are playing such a slow round. Oh, that's so nice.
That's what they did a couple of rounds ago. It's a really cool idea. And then they use the satchel to clear it out, and they vacate the space. I mean, they're just toying with Heretics here.
Heretics do have a read onto this, but can they actually hold the site? Jonah P will be committing the breach ult.
Yeah, I mean, there's nowhere for Patatek to go. As Rian tries to swing out and try to capture timing on a fight, he's just met with a barrage of bullets. Boo with the Sheriff in a 1v4. We've seen this one before.
Yeah. I mean, this is surely impossible. He's hit some nice share of shots before, but G2 right now, there's no corners being skipped right now.
Yeah, yeah.
They have all bases covered, and it's already 4-0. This is getting out of control. This is why you're seeing a timeout from Team Heretics. They're holding positions for their teammates as they're scaling. The utility is on point right now. Even the micro things like Trent in that mid area using the Prowler to have the trip activate on it and then running through so he doesn't get hit by it.
Behind it, yeah.
If someone's in vent there or anything, he gets a free kill potentially.
Right.
He doesn't get slowed down by anything like that of the sort.
This so far has felt like a VALORANT masterclass.
Yeah.
On how they've approached the map, on how they've decided to play around with their emotions mid and then hit extremities. It's just been really nice. It helps that Jonah P is having a really good game, but G2 look good here, man.
It's really reminiscent to the attacking side of Bind, where they just kind of just played this chess game. The only difference here is that G2 won the attack pistol.
Yeah.
And the bonus. It's got to be a good feeling.
So on the other side of this timeout, Heretics with pistols, or excuse me, with rifles, and still looking for their first round of the map. No real meaningful ults. Kind of on the precipice here. Boo has his online, yes, but
right there.
Not much more.
And a change of pace here. G2 gonna take the matter into their own hands and take fast A ramp control with this breach, fault line, and satchels from Icy.
And the fade over the top to make sure.
Oh yeah.
In case there was anyone there, but no one found.
Okay.
And that little hesitation.
Oh, this is dangerous. Oh, that's so dangerous. And the mollies and 3 members waiting on the other side. Woot.
Spike down.
Not on the duelist, but still dealing damage. Now VALORANT creeping forward, clearing the trips. Getting out onto the site. Leaf and Jonah P.
Spike planted.
Really close.
But Leaf has slipped the net. I think Heretics are semi-aware that there could be a lurk somewhere.
Yeah, they don't have any control heaven. They've got to be careful for that.
But if Leaf plays his cards right, it could be disaster for Heretics.
This is really nice.
Good delay.
They're using really nice scaling utility from Jonah P in order to create some space. VALORANT now tucked.
They're in such good positions for that, but how does Leaf go down there?
Spike has been going on for a long time! What a hold! Boo's forced to make a play here. Time is up, the Ascent. Yeah, Jonah P spotted. Fancy footwork will buy just enough time. The kills go the way of Boo, but the round goes the way of G2.
Heretics did a really good job catching Icy off guard with that re-clear utility. But VALORANT, he crept through A main, gets the trade, and then doesn't die to the trip on site. He was so aware of that. And then in that post plant, I mean, the number of rounds that G2 wins on the post plant,
it's criminal.
It's insane. I mean, Jonah P's utility there to just delay and allow Leaf to creep up into that heaven area. And yeah, he gets like absolutely obliterated by Gen.G Fishy.
Me dying
but that
made them speed up. And then
exactly what he just said, Doug. I don't even need to say it.
Well, we don't have time to say it either as we're back into the next round. Boo with the rifle in hand. And he is A, where Leaf is taking a little bit of space.
I thought for a second he was just going to go straight into the A site.
This is going to end up back.
He hears all the rotations.
Yeah. So they can call them back towards A. Or Leaf could just scale into spawn.
This is...
What's interesting here, though, is that the rotation isn't coming through already. Now it's starting to lean B, but Leaf is so far behind them, and they have no idea who will fall, and now they realize they've been infiltrated.
How did he get there?
Uh-oh, wait. Who's ahead of this? Oh, they get 2? They get all 3? It's gone horribly sideways. But Leaf and VALORANT still trying to stabilize. I don't think the paranoia connected. Patatech is here, but yeah, he's weak. The smoke keeping them at bay.
One enemy remaining.
Leaf has won the round by himself.
30 seconds left.
He's on for it all. Patatek has to play hero. Valen gets the kill. That was a Leaf round from beginning to end.
Did Valen just spam him through the smoke right there? And then, yeah, Leaf just in spawn within the first 20 seconds of the round. And while all that chaos happened for Heretics in a main, he's just picking them off like flies on the flank.
Down A.
That was so nicely done by Leaf, man.
This is nuts.
One enemy remaining.
Look at this. Oh, he saw the barrel.
Nice! Come on, Jake. Perfectly played.
Everything going the way of G2 right now.
It really was perfectly played. 9-1 for Valen, 9-2 for Leaf.
6 rounds on the attack, Doug. On split. The last time Heretics played this map, this comp, they got obliterated by Fnatic. And it's looking like G2 have taken that blueprint and applied it with their own.
There are 27 kills amongst 3 members on the side of G2. We're 7 rounds into the game.
My ult's ready.
Heretics with the numbers advantage here.
Yeah, but at this point, I feel like...
Uh-oh. There's still a rocket in the hands of Patatek. Somehow they both miss. Valen played a perfect round. He's going to have to do it again here if he wants to pull off this 1v3. Spotting the first, the pre-fire was so clean. Dealing damage. Oh, he's going to get it again, isn't he? He's going to pull this thing off. A 1v1. Valen, who's been the architect of a perfect round before, is going to have to do it again, and he delivers. The Red Bull clutch for G2.
The IGL, who has been putting up huge numbers in North American VCT. He does it again. And it's these scenarios, even the 2v3s, the 1v3s, that G2 are winning. Heretics had such a good early start to that round, but Valen answers back every time.
A 4K, 13-1.
He wants it.
This thing is out of hand.
Yeah. Right now, Heretics are definitely on the back foot.
I mean, they just burned their second time out.
You have to, though. If you don't, this might be another Fnatic situation. I feel like there's just not a lot in the tank right now for Team Heretics. They look slow. Lacking the discipline in that moment in the 3v1. But Valen played it great, to be fair.
He played it perfectly.
Yeah.
Again. And yeah, Trent doesn't have a kill again, but honestly, who cares right now?
This team is so impressive because everybody can step up when they need to.
Right.
There doesn't always have to be a star. That's the beautiful thing about this team. They're a real cohesive unit.
Fun little trip, B, but there's nobody on the site.
It's the masterclass that you were talking about. I mean, it's been the right call almost every single round, Doug. It's a free B site.
I see really nice spacing here.
It's a free bomb plant.
Yep.
And Jonah P also has the breach ult online. It's available.
He's got to be careful, though, because there's a flank coming from Rienz. That's such a deep hit.
He's playing for it. They're so aware.
Yeah, he knows. What a mess. How do Heretics get into this?
I don't know. This is such a good Viper's pit. And this is all just to delay.
Oh, did he TP past that? He did. Oh, he did get tagged, though. Jonah P feeling the pressure. Benji Fishy's already fallen. Every single member of Heretics crumble. Woot looking to connect on the spam, and he can't.
It's just an absolute stomp.
It's a slaughter.
The Viper's pit on the site. Jonah P with the breach ult timing to delay the retake.
From heaven, yeah.
Yeah, create pandemonium. Boo, yeah, he TP's past it, but I mean, all he has is a judge. I don't know what Heretics can actually do in this moment. I'm even at a loss for words.
I mean, they don't either.
I can't imagine what it feels like to be playing against what's going on with them right now and how this G2 roster is just, like you said, having their way with them.
A pit mid this time from Woot. Same trip we've seen the last couple of rounds.
But again, the pack of G2
Screen down.
are at the site where there's only one player. As I say that, Gen.G Fishy, of course, will rotate over and maybe sneak his way into the site. There he goes. Ask for Viper wall up from Woot to do so. But look at this. Both initiators at B trying to sell that it's a fake, and that's going to open up a ramp. Can Valorant do it again? I mean, he's still alive.
I mean, not anymore.
Yeah, he got taken out finally.
Barring something ridiculous, Heretics will find their first. A flawless round. Desperately needed.
Jeez. I thought for a second, you know, with Valen still being alive, that he would,
I mean, who knows?
have the potential to bring it back.
Yeah.
Because that's been the name of the game so far. Like I said, Heretics have actually been doing a decent job in these early rounds, getting the man advantage. It's just been those scenarios where the bomb is down and they have to scale in, where they're just getting caught out, not getting the trades.
Right. As soon as they get an advantage, it all falls apart.
Yeah.
Where are you?
And so into the next we go. An early satchel up, a ramps and eye to spot anyone early, and a wall to play behind.
Face your fear!
Another free sight.
Nightfall will not connect. Oh, but the utility is going to delay for so long. Woot tried to tuck under into hell and catch him slipping, but
Where is everyone hiding?
That's a big kill on the Leaf there. And they get full info that all 4 members are on site. What can they do with this, though?
Bring them down.
G2 may be cornered, but they play together so well. Are they going to be proactive? Are they going to triple swing?
tucked backside to Paranoia, connected onto a couple. Icy's in a really good spot, though. Clothesline. Jonah P, a 1v1.
The Professor.
Looking to put a clinic on, but can't land the shots, can't steady the aim. And Heretics will get their second.
Back-to-back rounds. They caught Leaf off guard there. And that's ultimately what allowed them to bring that back. G2 did a really good job of getting Icy in there. Everybody else throwing util for him and then going in after. But it ultimately was too much in all the pandemonium and the chaos on the site.
Yeah, Rian's hit a couple of really nice shots there. The pop-off still showing signs of life.
Yeah.
And you can see it, they're not out of it. They don't believe they are.
But they need to win these last 2 rounds. They absolutely have to win them.
Oh, 1000%. This is borderline insurmountable if this continues the way it's gone.
A key note here, yes, it's a mid default, but the bomb is sitting outside of B. So this will ultimately end up to be a B hit. Info gathered for G2 that B main orb was grabbed. Just another slow approach.
Screen down.
I wonder if G2 decide to invest any utility into B main, and there's the breach flash to take it. That should be called out from Boo to his team, and that's why you see on the minimap,
yeah,
Rians is rotating.
It.
Yep. So there will be 3 here for the actual hit. But this mid trip was not broken by G2 early on. So Gen.G Fishy, if he doesn't go down at all, there will be no mid lurk. Doesn't matter though, because it's a straight up B hit.
The Paranoia forces Icy to slam into the pillar.
Spam kill for Patatech. Yep.
Boo trying to find a little bit more.
There's a gap in the smoke.
Close on, yeah. Oh, they have no idea he's there! Jonah P turns on him, but it doesn't matter. Leaf in a 1v2.
One enemy remaining.
Or a 1v3, excuse me, gets them both. Gen.G Fishy the last.
Surely not.
Remaining for Heretics with 13 seconds left. Spots the cap. Now having to commit to the plant. 82 HP and 13 armor. Leaf is weak. He's battered. But can he play hero for G2 once more? Expecting the peak, Heaven, Leaf, Tux.
Oh my gosh.
He slipped under him. Oh, Gen.G Fishy was falling and Leaf lands the shots. The Red Bull clutch for G2 once more.
Another 1v3, this time it's Leaf. Oh my goodness. I mean, it feels like this one is over, Doug.
That might be the dagger.
I mean, Heretics are doing everything right in this scenario, and then Leaf just brings it back by his lonesome. Sucking the life out of them. Nice! Oh, everything showing for the way of G2.
Literally everything.
Yep.
It's just so tough when you're getting outplayed on the map the way that Heretics are, and then the clutches and crazy moments aren't going your way either. You're kind of left at a loss. Oh, the discipline box goes unchecked. Has claimed many a life, and there it grabs Ices. But they gotta know he's there, right? How does he get more?
Spike down A.
Okay. This time a 1v4. He's gotten it down to a 1v3. Gen.G Fishy's weak, Woot is as well.
That's not ready.
And they're facing him on the other side of the smoke. Very nicely handled by Heretics there. The reposition was great. A 9-3 half the way of G2, and I mean, it could have been worse, really. The last 3 rounds that they win come in the last 4 rounds of the half.
Such a rough map for Heretics right now. I mean, it's hard to even have hope.
Maybe they'll find it. On the other side of this break, we're going to throw down to the desk to break down the slaughter that has been the first half of Split.
So we're going to spend this next minute and change talking about Valen and how good he is at this particular video game, because my boy is cooking. Let's go, Valen. Maybe a little tiny bias there for
that's a little bit
for my future analyst.
I mean, he's been so good throughout this game. G2 in particular, I think some really well called rounds. Their executes have looked on point in terms of coordination, and on top of that, just the individual clutches are unbelievable.
They really are
the rounds that Valen and Leaf have been stealing.
Jesus, and I don't think it's only that. It's the clutches, of course, and the fact that the mid-rounding is so clean and crisp. On the other side, we see a Heretics that is just throwing this opportunities time after time. Here, Valen getting a 1v3 for free. Like, even the players spot them. I don't know if it's that they're tired, that they, are not expecting a player with such confidence in this kind of situation, but it's not only him. We also saw it from Leaf. We're seeing it from every single player.
This is the first time to me where I've watched Team Heretics this event, and I've been like, it makes sense. So this is a team with 1 day of scrimming heading into this. The team that's had a roster change into the event. They've definitely crumbled a little bit towards the tail end of this series on Split. But if you flip back over to G2, imagine what it means to these guys. We were talking about it during the tech pause, but this is a squad who stayed together, toiled down in Tier 2 to make it all the way back up through Ascension, made it to Americas, had a rough season to start, and then recovered.
Barely made it to
playoffs at the very last second by 2 rounds. 2 rounds. That was the difference to beat out Sentinels and make it to playoffs. And now they've pulled it over the line here and are half away from playoffs.
Yeah, they're almost there. But the thing is, could be a little magic in the air. Maybe if you're a Heretics fan, you're hoping for a little bit of a curse, a 9-3 curse. Maybe that could be the case. We'll see, though. Send it back to the casters.
Thank you so much, guys. Yeah, G2 4 rounds away from punching a ticket to playoffs. Their first international appearance, and for them to do so in flawless fashion without dropping a map, without dropping a series in the Swiss stage would be an impressive feat, but Heretics doing their damnedest to make sure that is not the case. Patatech is just destroyed, though. He gained so much space trade at the beginning, but it was all for naught because G2 are still holding the line. Leaf is a frenzy. Is that going to be enough to keep him back? Rian's close by at a distance, not going to be enough. Trent
Spike down.
still healthy, and Gen.G Fishy anything but.
And Trent still has a lot of utility to his name. But Gen.G in these moments, I mean, we've seen him pull it off before in this tap. It's actually the correct play.
Oh, that trip is so annoying. Oh, he tucked under it, almost landed the shot.
Trent very cautious.
Yeah, it's a stalemate.
With this Prowler, I mean, this is going to be too much.
This is textbook. This is textbook.
Gen.G can't hear
Trent's not forcing anything. Dre, that very well might be wraps.
Yeah, and it looked just like the approach from HyperX on Bind. They went down 9-3, and when they get on their attacking side, I mean, on Bind, it was the A site where they just ran it down. Yeah. In this case, it was the B. I mean, it's like they're trying to speed run their way out of here. Maybe they just want to go next. And Patatek here, I mean, it was a set play, you know, a rush play. He has a shorty, shorty armor and satchels, but the breach of Jonah P, that seize was just too good.
Yeah. HyperX choosing not to force into this round. Just Sheriffs.
Yeah, they learned from the last map, that's for sure.
Well, I mean,
in this case.
I don't really know what other option you have, though.
Yeah. Force and rush B again like they did on the last map? I don't know.
Gen.G took a little bit of damage there as he tried to scale up ramps.
Oh, man. They're going to run into Icy with a Judge here.
He's got full util.
Yeah, he doesn't even need to use it, Doug.
No.
I mean, this is just going to shred them down. They have no armor to their name.
If only he knew what was waiting on the other side of that wall.
Yeah. Here we go. Ah, too easy.
I like the patience on not forcing the swing on the second from Gen.G Fishy, but it's just a matter of time.
Yeah, they're
really nice
like
patience. A swing onto a weak Cypher is just too much. Rian's upgrades the weapon.
Oh, man.
But he's the last one to fight.
Yeah, he has a Judge, but... Oh, he doesn't need one.
Nope.
Apparently.
Not when you're hitting shots like that.
He has to win this round, that's the thing. He literally has to win this round. And it's just so hard to do that. Jonah P is just sitting back sight.
10 seconds left.
Should be an easy kill and a cleanup here
yeah,
for the likes of G2.
He's going to have no idea.
And our job gets a whole lot easier.
I believe this is the second 11-3 we've seen this series. The way of G2. This is about as must-win as we can possibly get.
I mean, they're going to buy out every single round from now on.
Yeah.
Win or lose.
Yep.
You have to. And for G2, I mean, just do damage. Don't let it slip away. Play the long game.
And I think that's a pretty safe bet with G2. We've seen how disciplined they are. We see how they don't like to force things. They don't take uncalculated risks. Well,
good entries?
Yeah. Great entries.
A good satchel play from Patatek. He beats the fault line of Jonah P.
Now they rotate back.
Yeah.
As silence is played over the site. Trent's going to be the first one there. He's got a Judge in hand. So they're going to have to reckon with that.
Oh, and Jonah P getting aggressive in B main.
Getting all that info.
Yeah, it allows Leaf to potentially sneak into A site. But look, they're so worried that there might have been a lurk already in sight. Oh, they're gonna make it in.
But I think they know, man. They saw the Viper util go up. Jonah P did until they know that it's a fake on the other side. Trent getting one. And Leaf has gotten past this, you're right. The spit will keep them back. He's so patient. Choosing not to spam, but he's not gonna find any more.
Good damage done, though.
Yeah.
2 players sitting on minus 50.
30 seconds left.
And Jonah P right now, I mean, if he really wants to, he can just go for all the exit kills. Make the economy of HyperX really bad. Make them have to be on light armor, potentially bulldogs even.
Oh, he's going fishing. He wanted to get a couple of cheeky kills, but we'll not allow it. So HyperX get to 4. You're right, they're going to carry a lot of rifles forward into the next round.
And if they wanted any resemblance of a comeback, I mean, they needed to win that cleanly. Because like I said, if the guns were taken away from them in that scenario, this was that satchel play, which was beautiful.
And the dive from Boo as well.
Yeah, that was good. But as I was saying, if their guns were gone, I mean, this next round would have been probably a wash.
Yeah, it's an eco.
Yeah.
They're expecting some of the early aggression. Look, they've got a fault line set up, a paranoia.
Oh, and this is so cool. It's to punish the satchel play.
But that was really cool. What really nicely played by Boo as well, to TP into Ramen to make him think that it was a TP into Garage.
Yeah. With the re-clear here from G2.
There's the fault line.
Oh, beautiful stun. But a 1-for-1 usually favors the attacking side.
Yeah, Icy was just a little ahead of it. Just half a second ahead of it.
Mm-hmm.
And he pays for it with his life. And so things slow down once more. Hear the flash go off mid.
Here.
Concerned about what might be there, but a refreshing of the smokes from Valen will keep them at bay.
I know exactly where you are.
Does he have his fault line? No, Jonah P doesn't.
Good delay from Jonah P, though.
Yeah, that's certainly going to help.
Omen flash next. This is all buying time for the rotations.
And the paranoia. He doesn't have any idea that there are two on the other side of the box, so they wait out the delay, they wait out the stuns, and they get the sight. A judge is such a brutal weapon to have in a position like this.
And that was a good job from Heretics to kind of just ball up behind that double box. And G2 weren't aware that they just snuck in there. They crept in. Not a lot of teams will push through into a Viper.
No.
Into a Omen flash. But I mean, when you're down so much, sometimes you have to make risky plays like that.
Yeah.
I mean, not sometimes. You kind of have to.
You're forced to, yeah. They're keeping energy up, man. They're down real big, but they're keeping energy up.
It's just so reminiscent of Bind.
Interesting decision there from G2 to play really aggressive off of the fault line and just demand the space garage. They get the orb in the hands of Icy, who's now 1 point away from having a showstopper in play.
It's such a good job because in these rounds, I mean, it's an eco round. I mean, just keep farming your ult economy up. At some point, you can just use every single ult to win one round. You're at match point.
Right.
I mean, maybe you don't even need to use them all. You know, you win a round with just one.
Yeah, just stagger him.
Who knows? So they are thinking of the bigger picture, the long con.
I've got your trail.
That will be an upgrade for Trent.
They use the Seekers to understand there's a little bit of a flank. Couldn't really tell how many were spotted. And so Heretics off of the space that they've gained and the spike that's been planted, they scale into sight. And they scale well past it. They're in spawn.
Oh, Valen's gonna drop here shortly.
Yeah, he has no idea.
A great flank around the back. How does Icy get that kill onto Boo?
Wood has been running after them this entire time, finally rewarded for his persistence.
One enemy remaining.
How has this gotten into a 1v1?
I have no idea.
Jonah P with the Sheriff? This is winnable.
Low, Doug.
Oh, it's so winnable! What a shot!
What was that? They stole the round away from Heretics. The Mastercard Thrifty. The Professor back at it again, taking Heretics to school.
That 1v, I mean, it should have never gotten to a 1v1.
That's how it happened. The satchel out with the Omen flash. Beautiful.
One enemy remaining.
Icy did so much work.
Oh, that's filthy. Yeah, look at
same, bro.
Icy, who's been popping off all series long, is reacting like that to his own teammate.
16 and 12 for Jonah P. Again, pace up ramps.
Oh, this is gonna be a full 4-man re-clear for G2. Protocols for if teams take a ramp.
Patek has his ult, but here's here alone. They're scaling towards B.
Oh my gosh, they just ran it down into B11.
They actually did. Patek's gonna fall potentially without using his ult to close the map. Heretics have gotten so much space on site though. No ult to speak of for G2. Full rifles though, full armor. And Heretics again scale into spawn. They've got a little bit of time here, too. Leaf is going to be reflanking in through Garage. But this crossfire, oh, they're so disciplined with it. It might not matter, though. As Benji Fishy's able to get one. Trent weak on the side. Will fall. If another numbers disadvantage is how this ends.
I swear.
Yeah. I don't think that'll be the case, so time's too short.
Yeah, they're just going for exits here, and it's really smart. Destroy the economy.
Oh, I thought they'd go the other way.
Oh my gosh.
Leaf's not able to get any of it. Jonah P will survive with rifle in hand, while Heretics carry 3 of their own into the next.
That was a really nice call from Heretics, and I mean, it was definitely a risk, but they deposit Patatek on that A ramp quick, really early in the round, and simultaneously, they're already running it up into B Heaven. I think they understand that G2 do have a really good reclear on that A ramp to punish anybody left there. And Patatek was just a body bag for them to take that B site for free.
Yeah, he was a sacrificial lamb.
And by the way, this is the first timeout called for G2. Yet another advantage. They have 2 to their name on this half.
Yeah, but this is interesting because this gives Heretics a chance to talk with their coach for the first time in, since what, round 8 of the first half?
That's a very good point.
It's been a while.
And if they want to come back, I mean, they're going to need help from their coach. And also, with the way that their ults are forming, I know the viewers can't see this, but I have to stress it right now, right here, right now. They have to be snowballing their ults 1 by 1 by 1 in order to win a round. Even the Omen ult, you need to somehow win a round. You need to cook up a strat to win a round with Omen ult by itself if you want to come back here.
We'll see if Nilzinho has something cooked up.
I mean, you have to, though, surely. There needs to be a snowball, and you cannot get ecoed again like they did by Jonah P.
Oh, I mean, they can't lose anything.
Yep.
Can't lose anything at all.
If they play their cards right, I mean, you can get at least 4. Potentially 4 in a row with these ults.
This would be a ridiculous attempt at a comeback, and they do have some of the pieces in this round to at least win this one. Not much to speak up on the side of G2.
That's a good start.
Toxin screen down.
G2 still continue to do a really good job of abusing that orb B, even when they're in an eco situation.
Cage triggered.
They're all huddled up in ramps. That's going to cause problems. They have to give some of the space up, yeah. So the trap that was set gets exposed. Is Leaf going to catch something here? No, he's got to clear all the way around the smoke. Meanwhile, here, you're right. You were mentioning it earlier for Heretics. If you can get through this without investing Patatek's ult or Woot's ult, it's huge.
Exactly. And then the next gun round, you just continue the snowball. Try to win one with that showstopper. Or if you get the site for free, you know.
Did the nade miss? I think the nade may have missed. Meanwhile, Patatek's able to get 3 because of it. A flawless round for Heretics to get to 7. And they did so without investing the 2 ults.
What are they going to cook up here? Because on the other side, I mean, G2 are sitting pretty. Patatek, these were some really nice shots. I mean, yeah, it's an eco, but I mean, these feel good and could potentially give him enough confidence to get some good entries.
Let's go, baby.
Benji's doing his best to will them back into this thing, man.
He really is.
They don't have a chance.
The problem is, for G2, they've got rifles again, they have an op in the hands of Icy, and they have 3 ults to play with, including the Rolling Thunder from Jonah P. They've left Icy on an island here.
Yeah, and that pit is invested into mid. Trent will lean back towards B to try to support Icy after he takes this shot, but can't help but feel like he's not going to be able to... Ooh, what a good orb.
Welcome to my world.
That pit's going to go out and cover him up. Yeah, he's got to give the space up.
That's info gathered, though, for this side of Heretics. They understand that there is a raise and a fade towards B site. A Viper is in mid. So it has to be Omen and Breach on A. And they don't want any of that.
Well, I mean, they were rotating back A and now having second thoughts about it.
Yeah, I mean, it could be so hard to run up against an Omen flash, a fault line, especially through that little choke on A main. So they're playing their cards perfectly right now. This is the perfect call.
Leaning into the advantages of the Viper ult that they have up and the wall they can play around.
And Doug, if they can hold on to this showstopper and save it for the retake breach ult, it's used.
Yeah, I mean, they had no way to have any info of what was happening on the site, so they had to invest it. I really like this positioning from Trent, but he swung out just a half a second too early. Now he will be down.
I can't help but feel like that was a huge mistake from Trent. I mean, you're already playing retake. Get out of there when you hear the showstopper.
Jonah P grabbed the hop. He still has his ult.
I don't know.
Do you invest it here?
I don't know if you do, Doug.
He's gonna try. Oh, it was the fault line. Icy just got destroyed. Tried satcheling out, but Patatek continues to impress. He continues to deliver to Heretics. What in the world? He doesn't even realize there's someone right next to him with the wall up. Leafs left in a 1v3. He's still trying to clear the pit, and he can't. Heretics will get to 8.
And again, I cannot help but feel like Trent should have given all of that sight as soon as he heard the showstopper. He put his team in such a bad position for that retake. Jonah P has an op to his name as a breach. I mean, and then we use the ult too. It's like, oh my gosh, I think G2 made a huge blunder here by investing that. Breach ultimate. It's a 4v5. Icy had already dropped. It's a 2v3 scenario. I get it. You clutched out a lot of rounds on your attacking side, but all you need is one round to close it out.
5 of the last 6 going the way of those Niños.
They gave them a chance.
Yeah, G2 still on map point. They've been there for a little while now. And now another eco buy. Stingers and Sheriffs. And Trent's gonna have his ult online soon. Icy's only halfway there, but Jonah P is a distant memory now.
I mean, this is so tense right now for both sides.
You can't help but feel like the momentum's away of the attack, though.
Yeah.
I've got them.
Although the last time G2 won a round, it was a thrifty, so, I mean, who knows? Maybe they can pull it off again. Nage traded flash up, Icy filling. That was very nicely done to clear that back out. Meanwhile, Wood's gone behind enemy lines. Somehow, Jonah P knows though, and he drops him. That's one step closer.
30 seconds left.
He hears that. Oh, but he's not able to land the shots. Boo's gotten back out on the site. He's got the spike in hand. He's got help over his shoulder. And he's gotten Heretics that much closer to their 9th round.
I mean, it was looking dicey, but
10 seconds left.
they got the job done. Oh, wait.
Worthless.
That's a really good fault line.
Jonah P in a 1v3. All staring at elbow. Benji Fishy will fall, make it to an ace to potentially close the map. Can he pull it off? They're both right there. The spam onto the first, they're both weak. He's gonna connect it all! And Jonah P aces his way to take G2 to playoffs. What a finish!
What an unbelievable showing from G2. They went down the first map on Lotus and brought it back in spectacular fashion. G2 are here to play, they're the truth, and they make it to playoffs. That 4-day break is gonna be amazing for the boys. Emotions at a high.
Just when it seemed like the comeback was on. 2 thrifty wins to close the map for G2. What a performance.
A 1v4 to close it out.
And an ace for Jonah P. The value he's provided to this squad, not just in that series, but really all season, all year, has been invaluable. For it to end like that, that's just dumb.
Yeah. I mean, it was, to be fair, it was what was happening all map long. So maybe it was just right. Maybe it was deserved.
Poetic.
Yeah.
22 and 14 for Jonah P. Not too shabby of a way to punch a ticket to playoffs for your team. It's ridiculous. Valorant had some outrageous moments. I mean, the first half was clinical.
It was not only from a macro standpoint, but also the individual prowess too, right?
Yeah.
All the clutches. I mean, Leaf doing this instant play, you know, taking the timing into spawn, Valorant clutching it out with the 1v3. And that's kind of where the plot was lost. I mean, Valorant's wide swinging and there was no aim there for Heretics. They fell asleep behind the wheel. I feel like any other day, I mean, just yesterday, Heretics would maybe one-tap the wide swing from Valen there.
Yeah. It's just so tough to overcome that when you've created such a massive lead on one half. You've created such a buffer for yourself where it doesn't have to be perfect, it doesn't have to be clean, it doesn't have to be pretty. You can just kind of stumble your way through the last couple of rounds if you have to, and again, that's what they did.
Yeah.
I think there's still plenty to be excited for, though, for if you're a fan of Heretics. I mean, the grit that they showed, the fact that, I mean, you saw it, they were hyped all the way up until the end, but G2 advanced. We're going to throw it down to Yinsu for the Verizon post-match interview with Icy.
G2, they've done it. They locked themselves in a spot for playoffs here at Masters Shanghai. I am now joined by Icy and Luna here, who's going to do some translations. First of all, Icy, huge congratulations. You've been grinding for so long in this scene, and you finally make an international event. Did you expect yourself and your team to be able to make it playoffs right off the bat this quickly?
其实像我们的 IC 选手已经在这个行业深耕了非常之久，然后才进入到了我们的世界比赛当中。那你有没有预想到能够这么快的就进入到我们的淘汰赛呢？
I mean, going into these games, like, you know, every game I'm confident, and, you know, I have a great team behind me. So, you know, just always playing confident, game by game, and I kind of expected this, so.
我一直都是非常的自信的，因为当我的背后有这么强大的队伍的时候，在每一场比赛当中，你都是可以非常自信的去面对的。
I think a lot of the Americas fans also expected you guys to make it as well. I wanted to ask you a little bit about this game because your coach, Josh RT, said the reason that you guys chose Bind, which is still a bit of a surprise, I think, for a lot of people, is that you know your strength, you know what you guys can do. But I wanted to ask you, being on that server today, what did you think your strength really was? Was there something about Heretics that you just felt like you had over them?
那其实之前你们的教练也说过，你们选择 Bind 这张图的原因是因为你们在这张图上打得特别好，所以想问一问你，你觉得你们在这张地图上面做得特别好的部分是什么呢？以及针对今天的对手，你觉得你们做的是最好的是什么呢？
I mean, going into Bind, you know, like, it's one of our stronger maps, and I feel like we're just playing together, communicating well, and just, you know, doing things together. And when you do things together in this game, like, things will work in your favor. So a lot of it was our good communication and just sticking to our plan, and I think our game plan worked, so.
因为其实这也是一张我们非常强势的图，在这张图里面会感受到我们都团结一致。当然，当所有的人团结在一起去努力的时候，你就会发现一切都迎刃而解了。
And super quickly, I've got to ask you because I'm going to ask everyone. But of course, the next round, you don't get to choose who you play. In fact, the other teams get to choose who they want to play. Is there anyone that you are hoping would choose you?
There's no one in specific, but, you know, if I were to choose maybe 100 Thieves for the rematch, or, you know, EDG would be a fun game against the home crowd.
You want to rematch with
100 Thieves.
那其实呢，刚刚的问题是，其实，在下一轮当中是由淘汰赛当中的4支队伍来选择他们。但是如果他们能够选择的时候，会想要选择谁？他会说，如果有机会的话，我会想要跟100 Thieves 再打一次再相遇的一场，再打一场比赛，又或者是想要面对 EDG。
All right, thank you very much. Luna, thank you very much. Icy as well. I mean, you heard the man. 100 Thieves, EDG, choose them, choose them.
And G2 Esports pick up the win. You can see the stuffed animals are happy about that.
I actually can't see you over the stuffed animal.
You can't. Hello, friend. How are you? Yes. But yeah, I mean, overall, guys, what a day, right? Just we had 6 maps, just good games across the board. Kukuka. I would direct a question to Mimi, but I can't physically see her right now.
I know.
So yeah, I mean, overall though, G2 Esports, very well played in a dominant way for them to close out this one, despite it kind of slipping toward the end there.
Yeah, exactly. Overall, I think I'm very happy that we've seen two very competitive matches. So, you know, we might be forgetting about that last one, but if we take, you know, a trip down memory lane and we think about what happened during that first match, yeah, Texture was able to do this.
Yes, our HyperX Reflex moment of the day. Texture, you got to give it to him. I mean, that was nuts. And honestly, it's befitting of a sponsorship segment. A HyperX Reflex moment, you know? Hell yeah.
He's just so fast. I'm really excited to watch Texture play in playoffs for Gen.G. I think the team that everyone was expecting to be one of our kind of quick teams to make it out of groups. It was 2 tough games, but they get it done for Gen.G. But G2, I think a lot of people weren't sure if they'd make it out or thought it would be a longer road. So it's so massive for these guys to be able to get that kind of easier route in, get some time off, maybe even get to explore Shanghai a little bit more. I'm really excited to watch more from this team. They're really stepping up at the global level.
I think that there are also teams like, maybe not Gen.G so much, but I think that G2 is a team that is going to benefit from the experience of playing from the Swiss stage.
Yeah, now Dan's over there. Okay.
This penguin is huge. Can we talk about
It's
that?
average.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, it's huge.
Well, folks, with day 3 coming to a close, let's go ahead and take a look at the Swiss bracket, shall we? All right, so G2 as well as Gen.G make it to the next round where they will await who their opponent is. They don't have a choice. They're just gonna have to accept their fate.
The format is so cool.
I love it.
See them? Yeah. I feel like 100 Thieves is gonna pick G2.
I mean, Boostio's been talking a lot of.
Wait, because there's also a draw, right? Maybe they don't even have a
They might not have a
If they're
choice.
the last one, maybe they're stuck with Gen.G because who's gonna pick Gen.G?
Honestly, that would be so hilariously ironic.
Yes.
And it would just be perfect. Just Boostio talking all this crap, and then right at the end,
he gets to choose between the two, and it's like, G2, Gen.G. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with Gen.G.
Yeah. But no, I think he literally tweeted, if G2's winning, then this is a Mickey Mouse tournament, which is just the most ridiculously wrong thing. But his trash talk is next level, man.
But it would be funnier if he actually chose any other team but them.
Yeah, it would genuinely be, or if they did not have a choice and they had to pick them no matter what, would also be funny. Although I don't know if that would necessarily be the case. But anyway, coming up tomorrow, though, is going to be our first elimination matches. Oh, yeah, I'll take the bear here. The first elimination matches for our 0-1 teams. You can see the schedule there. We're going to be saying goodbye to 2 of these squads tomorrow. And of course, we'll see them in the next stage of play, but it is going to be sad to be saying goodbye to them so soon. Here you got Leviathan going up against T1, and then it's going to be Dragon Ranger Gaming taking on Foot Esports.
Yeah, I think that Lev T1 game is going to be an especially exciting one for me. T1 and Lev both losing really close games. Yeah. T1, a team I think has been kind of inconsistent, both in Pacific and sometimes at their global appearances.
But they have the chance to.
Yeah, but they have a lot of potential. And Lev as well, I think, looked a little shaky at times, especially in their more macro play. But they definitely have a ton of firepower on both those rosters. It should make that a really fun game to kick things off.
Hear me out, though. What if DRG wins? That'd be hype.
I mean, we've seen FPX already start to pop off.
No, I don't. I quite love them all, but honestly, that'd be something else, though.
Yeah. It
Right?
definitely would be very exciting. I think it's a bit sad that, of course, we have to say goodbye to 2 teams. But hey, we were also talking about how taxing and difficult it was for some of these teams to even make it through playoffs. And if they are to win tomorrow, it's still not over. They have to wait. At the end of the day, we'll have another draw, and they will go against the teams that have lost today. And hear me out, there is no easy opponent from then on. So they're going to have to prove a lot of things, not only to themselves, but also to us.
Yeah.
And also to him.
And
also
to
to him. Most importantly to
Nice
him.
little guy.
Well, folks, as we take a look at the time here, it's 10:30 at night.
I gotta go to bed.
Yeah, I think we've been up since like 7 a.m. So it's time to go to bed. But we thank you all so much for tuning in. We got some great matches for you tomorrow. We're going to be saying goodbye to 2 squads, but the journey continues here in Shanghai. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you then, folks. Have a good morning, I believe, if you're in NA and EU.
Any bias?
Yeah, right. I know, right? But take care, everyone. See you soon. Downtown Heroes are hoping to see if lightning can strike twice on that stage, but in their way is one of the Pacific region's best. Gen.G versus FPX.
Texture out for blood. Lysor, though, holding the line outside of B. Takes him down. Autumn is tapping away, finds one, and Lakia cannot get the flick. Autumn says, nah, son, I'm better than you with the up. Scoops it up. As Life comes up with one, Karen mows down three. Texture now, his own showstopper in hand, sends it, gets the kill. And my God, what an explosive, chaotic, and messy round. Molly finds one, Karen able to take out Life, but now Lakia gonna be traded out. Oh, shots flying, things looking good. It's all on Meteor, and he cannot make it happen. The pit invested in Karen, everything to do. Spots one, swings out of it though, and Autumn will collect the 4K. 16-14, FPX. They do not let the map get away from them. There's nothing more that Life can realistically do here. Just looks for any kind of exit frags that he can potentially get. Now the double shot set, has to go over to the classic. Looks for the right click, but it's gonna be Texture who takes him down. Comes out of this one, has the op, and Life gets the shot. Meteor gonna be dead. I am fighting too. Life is creeping in from the flank, gets the shot, and FPX get the lead. Mid able to find the catch on the Life. There's the reveal. The bang through as the ping comes across, and Munchkin gonna be able to find himself three. But now the 2v3. Life gonna be taken down. Meteor able to just go ahead and finish it off.
Whoa!
Sunset out of the way. Ascent on the horizon. The action will continue. They've squandered their time, and Meteor has held the line. A Mastercard thrifty and a 4K from Meteor with some of the most gorgeous shots that I have seen. Forward here on the side, swings out. Meteor able to take him down. Displaces him. Meteor finds a second Munchkin. 3K from Meteor. Trying to go for a TP play. Gets a headshot onto Lakia. Karen dead. Berlin. He's just annihilated them. Meteor the last one standing. And Berlin will get it done. What in the hell is that? Looking for a timing, but Lysor able to capitalize, finds it now. Lakia gonna be invested, but time is running thin. Meteor finds the last two shots!
Whoa! Yo!
Gen.G take down FPX on a set 13-11. They win the series, and they punch their ticket to playoffs.
Since the dawn of time in Valorant, it's always been EU versus NA. And here we are again singing a very similar song, this time with fresh faces. It's G2 versus Team Heretics. A slot in the playoffs is up for grabs. It's a question of who wants it more.
There's the fault line. Jonah P falls.
That's all.
Oh, he's got his ult online, and it is triggered. Walls closing in, and G2 with nowhere to go.
Let's go!
The jump spot A caused rotations back over, and then they went back C and cleared the trip. Paranoia in his face, and he connects with two.
Nice, Benji.
And both rockets up and online. The chaos ensues as Wu gets two.
Boom.
In the face of an attempt at a comeback, Heretics hold strong. Time is short, and Jonah P is patient.
Just going for damage now.
Yeah, trying to keep them around and die to the spike. They somehow got above it! Woot's still somehow alive, finally falls! As he goes up, a little ring around the rosy as Valen's trying to swing back around, and Valen with three.
It's such a good bait, Doug.
Icy's in such a good spot.
Almost the 30, gets it on the fadeaway!
Connecting off of the util from Trent, but the ace for Icy to send us to map 3. A dominant performance from the #2 America seed. Valen, who's been the architect of a perfect round before, is gonna have to do it again, and he delivers! The Red Bull clutch for G2! Oh, they have no idea he's there! Jonah P turns on him, but it doesn't matter. Oh, Benji Fisher was falling, and Leaf lands the shots! Can he pull it off? They're both right there. The spam onto the first, they're both weak. He's gonna connect it all! And Jonah P aces his way to take G2 to playoffs! What a finish!
What an unbelievable showing from G2.